really just focuses on news stories. The work that journalists do really rarely have citizens in prison doing that. So I don't really just stick to that. And so when we first area of the state of journalism and more broadly looking at what has happened in the world and also which affects us locally, and to give examples of where this is affecting us locally. But many of these have been subjects of research, and they have at least singled out some of these emerging issues that have effect on how journalism even happens in the first place. The first is that we're dealing with this that is increasingly very digital, mobile, and really operating in a social media environment. And so what used to be the norms in literacy media no longer for the most part apply in this area. And as we think about journalism, we can think about the other connection. And the second thing is that it is also the fact that we are of course the institution of the news and even advertising. So we're about to go and others as a organizations, of course, watching it on their mobile phone. And so they honestly think that they have not been watching TV at all. And yet they have been watching TV on their phone or on their laptop, online streaming and so on. So that has changed the way things happen and how we view news. To really have that understanding of where we are at. The fourth thing is the sustainability of news media has become very shaky, especially after COVID-19. But also we say that we can do COVID-19 without already sustainability issues. But this has become more pronounced after COVID-19, and the fact that people increasingly don't really want to take away and that leads to the issue as a matter of fact, there are so many people who tell you that they don't even want to know. For instance, there's been the Israeli war and Gaza, whatever the Israeli is. But many people will tell you that they just don't want to deal with that drama, they don't want to watch it, they don't want to deal with the issues in the war. And so it's become easier to just avoid some of these depressing things that media constantly focuses on and generally get disconnected from what news is. And that says a lot about what journalism ought to be or what it needs to be in times like this. And then the other thing is that even the big tech platforms that we think have now taken the central role of distribution of news, they are also facing their own pressures and struggling to retain audiences. And I think a good example is the slide and contacts were at the top, including Twitter. They were at the top and, commanding a lot of audiences across the globe in all countries. And who would have imagined that in 2023, TikTok would be the leader in this area and that somehow Facebook and Twitter would actually be at the bottom of the list. So for most of us to keep saying, that because there is the internet, because there is social media, therefore legacy media has died, and so on, they completely forget that even within these areas, there is intense competition for audiences. There's fragmentation too, as more and more tools become available for use, and audiences are having more and more choices of what tools to use. There are people who are married, literally married to YouTube. Their life is on YouTube, and they will do anything to make sure that they have actually the first thing they do when they wake up is go to YouTube and access something. But there are those that use Google, there are those that have now gone to TikTok, and that means that even legacy media is now looking at how best to utilize some of these platforms to just push their own content because they are masters of content creation and they have been doing this for years. And so they need not keep their content within themselves. So this is a typical example of how shaky the media landscape is and how so many things keep shifting, especially in as far as how we access news, how we use news, and including how we also gather and put together these news in many ways. So very interesting is how some of these platforms that just 5 or so years ago seem to be the most appealing and were really the most used are now at the bottom of the pyramid, if you may. And so the other issues of concern, of course, are around legislation to combat harmful practices in light of disinformation and misinformation. But even here in Uganda, we are constantly battling issues of regulation and how to legislate for a better media landscape. And of course, media companies are now also integrating AI into their operations, even though at a small scale in our part of the world. But at least ACS media organization is toying with the ideas of how to ensure that we actually utilize AI and use it to make ourselves more relevant so that we are not left behind. The more obvious things are that more newspapers across the globe are stopping print, and they are probably going online, especially to those vulnerable ones that are not making any money. And there have been massive layoffs in television and broadcasting in general because, again, it's no longer really attainable to send so many people to a scene to just be able to produce news and then have layers and layers of structure to try and produce news for people. So, as a result, more and more communication is happening over the internet, and what is likely known as the multimedia system now integrating most of these, whether it is text, video, audio, and whatever, all of it on the internet. And so, this, in many ways, for over the years has prepared us for the world of AI as we are seeing it now, and that new ways we are looking for also new ways to save journalism and that having said what the nature of journalism really is in line with the public interest, it's also important to now look at the public sphere, how do we move the public sphere to the internet? It's a good question to ask. And if we have, then it answers the question of whether journalism remains relevant in its current form. Because if we have moved, or if the public sphere has moved to the internet, in its original conception has moved to the internet, then it's more amenable to adaptation of artificial intelligence. And that means that some of the things that I think Lena mentioned about AI taking away people's jobs, some of the things that people fear about AI could actually come to pass, especially if people are not prepared to deal with with that. The key issues here, of course, in as far as the public sphere is concerned, is that the new media remains somewhat dependent on old media, from New York Times to wherever. They are putting content that they created for this newspaper online. There's just a newspaper online. There are things that move from legacy media to online media, and so much of what we see, and I think I can give an example of the person who watches their television on phone and thinks that they no longer watch television. So it's really it's really that the new media is good, but it also depends on old media for some things. And media in the network society really does provide a variety of channels. It means that we may be actually accessing the same information via a variety of channels. Some of us are listening to radio, we can few, some are watching television, some are on their phones, some wherever, and even on their phones, there are multiplicity of channels on YouTube, wherever. So that's the great thing. I know many people see it as audience fragmentation and therefore very, very bad. But it can also be an opportunity to really create content that targets specific social groups and make the internet more inclusive for those who might who might have been excluded from the older system of gatekeeping that has been around for a very long time. But also, maybe we need to really look back on what the original conception of the topic theory was as something that allowed for access to public debate, where everybody was free to participate, where participants in public debate are considered as equal, and that not subject the topics were actually excluded from this debate. And this is important for democracy because for the most part, the public sphere is really about that. The media is about that. It's about opening space for everybody to work and to be able to be heard. And so much of this newer forms of the public sphere, especially the internet, is that those who have been excluded through gatekeeping practices, either because their views might offend the owners of the media houses or offend the political establishment, can now actually have access in other forms and still be able to communicate. And lastly, that the aim of the debate, we should really be consensus and argument over specific things. Of course, we may already know that the internet doesn't necessarily work in this idealistic form, that there are certain things that find themselves on the internet in the first place, not even find themselves there. So again, in order for us to really be able to ask ourselves whether we can set journalism or not, is really to just understand the nature of the internet and the public sphere in general and its adaptability to the use of artificial intelligence. And again, I need to skip the slide. No, where I want to go now. So, one of those things that journalists in Uganda can still do to uphold is actually general information are provided. This is really the gist of the presentation in as far as this topic is concerned. And so my take is that there are really no magic bullets in as far as I think in communication. Number one, you learn about the magic bullet theory, that there's those things that you do that automatically will provide a solution. But there are no magic bullets, so to speak. That we still have to go through the basics of journalism, such as the process of balance and professionalism. If we have to really pursue the public interest agenda, then we must try our best to remain balanced but also professional in what we do. What will it take to be professional? It will take some bit of hard work, of course. But without that, we are already, I think the Reuters Institute has done a great deal of work in terms of just understanding the trust gap in news. trust some folks that they don't trust trust. And because of that, the issue of professionalism is very key in ensuring that people actually still trust the news. There are people who continue to go back to legacy media because they trust that legacy media might give them what is fairly credible and authentic, and what they might find on the internet is not that authentic. But there will come a time when the internet also, those who manage these sites and so on, will also be improving their game, and they will also be adding more trust as time goes on and as things become bad on the other side. Then the second thing is just to acknowledge that the environment has changed, and so has audiences, and who what it takes to respond. What are some of those responses from media houses? How are media houses actually responding to the creation of some of these new tools we're working with? How do media houses utilize some of, take advantage of some of these tools? For the most part, media houses respond by cutting costs and trying to have less and less people in the newsroom, and that's counterproductive and actually counterintuitive too. So they try to do that, but it doesn't in the end work well in terms of just improving the quality of content that is created and improving the quality of journalism in general. The third thing I think is really important is for our journalists to get interested in the regulation debates that we continuously have. And so a number of things have been have happened in the last 10 years or so, and sometimes regulation comes up. And very little happens in terms of challenging regulation that is not fair in terms of keeping journalists safe and in terms of progressing the work of journalists. And so a good example, the most recent example, of course, being the Computer Misuse Act. And we watched it being made, and there were really concerns around it, but again, of course, it passed without a serious challenge from the industry itself. So getting involved in these regulation debates and as people who are experts and who understand this field is very, very important. And but actually, in terms of the media environment, they have what it takes to be supported. And that our regulators will also look at regulation as a more encompassing thing and move beyond just regulation of keeping people from harm, but also regulation of trying to create an enabling environment for those who operate in the industry to do so effectively. And then will depend on whether we are giving them what they find being relevant. And it goes back to our earlier definition of public interest, that it is somehow relatable, that the communities we are writing about relate to what we are writing, or that we are talking about actually relate with what we are discussing. If it's the public sphere we're talking about, that public sphere is all inclusive and can help us to proceed. And then there's the whole issue of continuous learning. I think if you're in the media industry and or the news media industry for that matter, and you hate to learn, you probably are in the wrong place. There's always something happening that you need to learn. You hear about ChatGPT and you have no clue. What I think is that journalists actually need to play a very key role in just unpacking this artificial intelligence. It's been around for years, and some of the financial the fintechs, and how they're taking advantage of some members of society, of the clients of banks, to just rob them. And very little reporting is happening around that. And so journalists need to really try and do the continuous learning thing and just be able to help the audiences learn more about the things that might cause some even existential threat for them. The question when it comes to AI, of course, is to ask, is it a friend to journalism or it is a pro. I think that I know Paul was trying to say earlier that it will only be bad for those who do not know how to those who do not make an effort to know how to use AI. But I think this extraordinary advances in AI will really will bring both opportunities and challenges. It's again opportunities in terms of how efficient journalism can be and some of the potentialities of or affordances of AI for journalism is really, really amazing. For example, you may write the most effective headlines and draft story summaries and you may draft stories and so on. So these are affordances. But there are also ethical and regulatory concerns around it because they can increase deep stakes now, deep phones and so on, and there's very little, people can easily become defenseless in the face of AI, that it really becomes harder to tell what is fake and what is not fake eventually. And all of these have the potential to ruin further the trust that the public has in media, or at least in news media. And that, for me, friends, is what we should be looking at. Again, I wanted to flag this research that was done by the Doctors Institute in terms of what can be done to really just address some of these things that we're doing about. Some of them have already talked about generally over there, but there are specific ones that everybody is all about. The power of explanatory journalism, that somehow you are doing more of explaining rather than bringing up events or, there was an attack here, there was a hitting there was a security threat there. But to try and explain things, just like I was talking about the financial technical institutions and how they are operating, can the public actually get to know what they're getting themselves into when they transfer their entire banking system on the phone and things like those. And of course, answering the big questions. That's very, very key. Looking at solutions. What are the things that what are those areas where people need solutions and they don't have where to go? They have to search on Google and go where, but you can actually provide some of that information. So those are the main one that everybody is talking about, providing inspirational stories. But people want to be inspired in the face of so many difficulties. If someone has been out of the job for the last 3 years, sure, they want stories that will inspire them. They want to hear about the person who stayed for 4 years but still got a job that covered for all the years, the lost years, and so on. So maybe those are the things that people actually want to look at. But on a personal note, I think that training, looking into training, what the university is doing to just ensure that emerging areas of artificial intelligence are actually integrated into curricula. I know that we have at UCU, we have been deliberate about just emerging media issues, and we have an entire course unit called Emerging Media Issues, where we dump all of these new things that might come in the process before the next accreditation happens. And so it's important that training is right. And also, it's important that we keep building on digital subscriptions and trying to prepare our public for a world where maybe newspapers will only be online. And stop thinking that this will never come to us. Because some of these things were already being discussed almost 2 decades ago, and they're still discussing it in our part of the world like they just happened, and they didn't. So preparing ourselves for this world is very key. Engaging media owners to set basic standards for journalism. Sometimes we wonder whether these groups even still appreciate that they run media businesses where journalism is at the core. And that's important as well. Research, and as far as the future, maybe it's just because I'm naturally optimistic, but I think that mystery always is really important. People will always want to know. People will always look for information. That the the more our world becomes driven by information, the more we will need professionals to do this job, even when citizens continue to do their part. And so, in many ways, the future of journalism is bright, especially if you look at some of these emerging tools that we always as coming to access to the rather than as things that come to really assess us. That is where I would like to end, and we're happy to be there in a discussion thereafter. Thank you so much. Sorry for the rush to this, and for the one to go to so much, and there was little time.
Wow. A round of applause to our friend and Malimo and fellow journalist, and she also sits on the board of Nature Media Group in Uganda. So you can see how wearing very many hats at a very critical time in our journalism democracy. Okay. Now over to our panelists who are going to participate in the conversation. And I'm not going to ask you so much question, but I just want you to speak to us, really speak to what Dr. Emily has said. What are your thoughts? Where do you differ? And what are the things that you perhaps might actually agree on? So starting with you, Rosemary, your thoughts on this?
Thank you very much, Jan. And thank you very much, Dr. Emily. I actually loved the conclusion of your presentation that journalism is going nowhere. Journalism will have to jump on the bicycle and move along with the times. From my background of human rights, I am a veteran journalist. Okay, an ancestor if you want. But I'm very much interested in what happens in the media from my vantage point of human rights. So I will discuss media and public interest from that perspective. Why did we have journalism? Why do we have journalism? What is the purpose of journalism? Is it because some people will earn some money? Is it because, okay, the journalist will get money or the media owner will get money? To me, the purpose of journalism is to facilitate the citizens' enjoyment of their freedom of speech and expression and their right to information. And I don't think that is going anywhere. Many times, and I'm speaking from the Ugandan context, many times we journalists think we are very important, we are big people, we are untouchable, we should not be regulated, and so on. But we assume the importance of the role of our role. We are assuming the importance of our role and making ourselves the important aspect. So if you look at the importance of journalism, if we don't mind the professionalism, if we don't mind the ethics of journalism, I think we will go nowhere. So who is doing the gatekeeping in the new landscape? That's my question. People need information, yes. Everybody is providing information. But who is ensuring that the information that people are getting is what they require to participate in decision making, to participate in governance? I see there is an avalanche of information on the internet. If it was for information per se, then we don't have we don't have a gap, we don't have an issue. There is too much information. But helpful, how empowering is that information for the citizen who actually has that right? Two, there are internal and external challenges. For the profession. We ourselves as journalists, we have our own challenges. I already said that we assume we are more important than the citizen for whom we actually hold in trust that right. But also externally, how much help are we getting, for instance, from the government? Because the state, from a human rights perspective, the state has 3 obligations to protect that right. Information, freedom of information, protect freedom of speech and expression. So that is why maybe we are stumbling when the internet has expanded the latitude of information. Maybe lastly, what I can say there is, as long as the public interest, as Dr. Emily has ably explained, as long as the public interest is a contest between the powerful and the powerless, the governors and the governed, the leaders and the led, the who is who and the muntu wa wansi. That's what we say here, the ordinary people. As long as it is that contest, there needs to be an umpire, a referee that will help the citizen to claim their power, to question their leaders, their power to direct the course of things, how they will be governed. It is also a right in the Constitution. So journalism is going nowhere. Let us discuss how to enable journalism, take advantage of these new tools, take advantage of what the internet is providing, because human beings will still need information. Human beings will still need to speak. Human beings will still need to express themselves. I think I can leave it at that.
All right, thank you so much. Let's clap for her. An important point that, there's no excuse for ethical journalism. Even in different platforms, you still have to do the right thing. And indeed, it's not going anywhere. But how do we reinvent ourselves? How can journalists and journalism confront AI and any other issues to actually the advantage of good, ethical, and perhaps in this case, independent journalism. Now, I can see Robert saying you've taken up everything I've said, but please feel free to share briefly, of course, indeed, your thoughts to this, and then we move quickly to the next bit.
Yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen in the room. My name is Robert Sempala. I work with the Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Media Focus, for convening us, and DW Academy, of course, for supporting the initiative. When I listened to Dr. Emily and later Rosemary, I really saw that certainly the media is going nowhere, and the legacy one for that matter, because we have whatever it takes to sustain it. However, the threats to its existence that really must be confronted, and these are particularly to do with the connectivity, internet, and being able to be accessed, because Dr. Emily talked of this as a public good. And for any public good, it must really be affordable, accessible, easy to use by the citizens, and it's easy to sustain it for everyone. We can ask questions as to whether we talk of our media, the future of journalism, in the context of whether it is accessible for everyone, whether it is affordable for everyone, and whether it translates into a value to these other people that we're talking for here. I'm happy that I see colleagues from the countryside media, whether when we speak about issues of the media, we speak in the same language, whether what we speak about here translates into the context and environment within which they operate. I've seen bureau chiefs. I really wanted to be a bureau chief at some point. It's a very big name to be a chief of a bureau. Whether as bureau chiefs, they really feel their offices are that big enough, and whether they're doing the work they are supposed to do, and speaking to the real future of journalism in this country. Whether the cost of internet, as Rose has said, is in conformity with our earnings to be able to afford it. In the region, we have the most expensive, like for instance, a gigabyte goes, according to the UCC report, at $2.67 compared to our counterparts in Kenya, where it goes for 2.47, and then Rwanda, what was the other country? Rwanda, TZ, that goes for 2.18, meaning they have the cheapest. So in here, how are we going to be able to sustain AI, to sustain things to do with public interest, because public interest must be demonstrated, on the part of the service providers so as to benefit the end users. Will you have a feel of this? My answer is no. We have no protocol, we have a strict to work in order to enforce other things. Do we have a legislative framework that supports sustainability of the media? If we're talking of public interest media journalism, do we see that in place? Because for public interest media to flourish, it must be really addressing the key issues and concerns within the public. So we can stories that expose the corrupt, that misuse those offices, misuse of power, things that take away rights of the individual citizens. Is our media all speaking to that? Are the regulators awake to that reality? Does the media expose those who kidnap, torture, and do heinous acts to Ugandans? If it doesn't and is scared, or if it operates within a sphere which causes self-censorship, then we know that we're not speaking to that public interest media that we really want to see flourish. And for that matter, I still see opportunities like Arinda was putting to task my clanmate, Senoga, about these technological advancements. And at some extent, I saw him a bit struggling. I asked my colleague Rosemary here, have you used it? I said, no. I just me, I've used it. I almost said no, but I just didn't answer, So these things, we are awake to all of these technological developments and advancements around us. So, but I'm very hopeful that the media will certainly flourish. This future is very bright if we work so hard. If we do not, we'll see it like go and extremely disappear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert and Rosemary. I would really like to get some thoughts from each one of us, but then time. Hold the thoughts, yes, but I'm just going to invite us quickly while we get maybe one or two thoughts. Please, we are going to do something else. Just we have tea that is out there. We're going to have a working tea. Please quietly walk, pick your tea, and come, and let's continue as we transition into the next panel. But at least it would be good to hear one or two only submissions here as the picking of the tea goes on. Have you trained yourself about ChatGPT, or are you teaching yourself anything new, or you're saying, you know, I am not going anywhere and this is how I was trained and I'm not changing, yet the audience says and the way journalism was practiced about 10 years ago has actually totally changed. Yes, Idris, good to see you. Oh, okay, that's Zimbi first, then Idris.
Idris will come. Thank you. Yes, my name is Herbert. I work with government. Quite interesting topics here today. Hi, Carol. Public interest. It is one of those topics that took a lot of our time when we were studying in class with Carol, whether there is actually anything public interest, especially when you're having journalists who themselves are part of the public. I personally think it is not there. I think it is. I think these journalists should just make their money. That's what I think. I'm also particularly worried about AI. You see, previously we had debates here about lazy journalists, armchair journalism, you call it. People would sit and manufacture a story. Now here, AI has arrived. Wow, and the two speakers are confident that there is a future for journalism. I doubt. We are going to manufacture those stories. That's the truth. You see, we need to speak about these things. People are going to write this story. They are going to go to ChatGPT and come up with a very nice story, and you're going to say, wow, this journalist. And you see, there are some people, I think these people have seen that gentleman. They have come up even with awards. They pay people 500K for very nice stories. When there is ChatGPT, quite interesting. So I think we need to be very, very worried with the advent of ChatGPT. I personally don't see the only existing future for journalism is for those people like Carol who go out there in the trenches and decide to do the actual investigation. But the rest of these journalists who you can easily call in a boardroom and give an envelope and they forget about the existence of a story, trust me, there is nothing. You've seen these stories that it comes up on a headline, the next thing it has disappeared. Why? And when you dig deep, there are envelopes that have been passing around. So me, I'm worried, and I'm worried for Dr. Emily. I think for her students and for herself. I'm wondering. I was actually having a conversation with Dr. Fred Kakwaza some time back, and I said, now you people who are marking exams, including Jan now, what happens when this student brings coursework, ChatGPT generated? What do you do? So me, I'm worried. I don't see journalism. I really want to encourage the journalists here to make their money. Yes, make money. But if you want to put your head on the wire for journalism and to think that you're going to be the savior, we are going to come back here next year and have a debate on the matter. So that's what I think.
All right, thank you so much. Always refreshing to listen to our government, isn't it? Okay, so I hope we get back to you.
Disclaimer, I was not representing government.
Yes, but
just
just for gender balance, yes. And I saw you breathing as you were speaking, so let me give you a chance to share with us.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Ida Bukubuza. Very fortunate to, I'm not a journalist, but I am a person who recently graduated in digital information systems and majored in emerging technologies and very specific with AI. When you gave an example about that recent example from the UK, I don't think it's true because I know the story I would love to share with you. I was in that same university and it was not true. So my concern, or just to highlight what AI is all about, there is nothing for us to actually worry about. Work a lot easier. When people say there are these lazy journalists or there are these lazy people, let me tell you something beyond even AI. Have you heard of schools that do cheat? We've had stories, this particular school cheats, maybe you made PLA and stuff like that, right? It's often the same question offered to different, same students, but the way how things are interpreted, that's how you will know that there was some kind of cheating or plagiarism. So what AI does for individuals, I'm not a medical doctor, for example. If someone gave me a question in regards to medical science or medical whatsoever, for me to interpret it and give it breadth and body to make sense should be upon me understanding. But what AI will give you stimulation of your brain. So have you ever been in a situation where you're stuck to understand or to even start, but you know what you're supposed to do? It is to enable you stimulate your brain to make sure that you can make better informed decisions, better informed information, to disseminate it, not to scare you. So there is not anything that you should worry about AI in today's changing world of work. However, we should be worried in a generation right now in 2023 where we are actually having conversations of worry instead of conversations on how we can tap and adopt it to this evolving communication, evolving world of work that is a digitally evolving work. My worry would be in the concerns on how best can we adopt, how best can we tap into the potential to realize our full, and harness our full potential in such spaces, than the ability to just put our, heads in the sand and pretend that nothing is happening. ChatGPT actually was launched last year in November. Yeah. So this particular story that you talked about last year, beginning of the year, is actually not very true. I could give you a proper link in that regard to make better informed decisions. But it's very important for us to recap on what is being talked about in today's changing world of work. If I'm an employer and people can produce stories, it is upon you or the editors to verify source, because there'll be some truth. The only point is it will not be so creative, but it will be more efficient to give you a starting point for you to become, harness your full potential and probably productivity. Thank you. Lastly, in 30 seconds, the professor who shared with us, the doctor online, mentioned something on increasing digital platforms. Very, very keen. And again, back to the conversation beyond just journalism. We're in a digitally evolving world. How best can we, understand the too many mediums to make sure that dissemination of information is ethical, considered in the ecosystem on how we work, both the mainstream media and the social media. My worry in today's conversation, I'm asking maybe a question to the panelists, or maybe there will be some other people. Where are the bloggers, the self-imposed journalists that we do have, who are usually dying to break the news, who are tapping into different platforms, different tools, TikTok and everything, and this information is being disseminated in the public. However, my concern back comes to, should we worry about these tools, or can we also focus on how these particular, different arenas or mediums of how information is disseminated is, making a lot of misinformation and disinforming the populace? Thank you.
Kenan, he just wants to add something briefly, but yes, we come to him, then we go to Idris. He says he has 50 seconds, so then we go to Idris.
Thank you so much. I'll try to be very brief, and I'll first answer Ida's question on where they self-imposed. The conversation on citizen journalism is already on, and the people are being engaged. I think as an organization, I work with policy, and we've been doing some work on the future of work, where we're trying to engage even people, because now we're using the term media practitioners and not journalists alone, because now we have a lot of people that are contributing to the information ecosystem. And I know even, UMA, Media Focus Africa, they've been very, very keen on bringing in the room bloggers, influencers, vloggers, podcasters, who are not actually technical journalists, but contribute to the information ecosystem. So they're in the room actually, yeah? They're not left out. I just wanted to add to the issue of AI. There's a lot of techno pessimism in every room I go to about worry, and I think this is a very wrong narrative. And it's my prayer that today, as we're in the room, because AI is part of the theme today, how do we start having conversations on how do we thrive with AI? Yeah, the future of work is here. We can no longer keep saying, Makere the other day said, I think at the geopolitics conference, one of the lecturers said, we are worried about this AI, this and that. And they said the same thing about Google search when Google was launched. We are worried about Google years ago. So journalists, civil society, government, the conversation is, how do we thrive with AI? Let's be a bit more techno-optimistic. That's how we're going to progress. Otherwise, if we keep saying worried, that doesn't take us anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love the passion that is coming in from the ICT world. Well, the question today, I guess, is that glass half empty or half full? And are you going to be pessimistic or optimistic? I also love the conversation and the dialogue that is coming through. I just want to remind us that you can also be part of this conversation online. We have a hashtag here today, and that is hashtag Uganda Media Week 2023. So please feel free to engage also on our socials. And now, finally, you've waited so long. It's finally your time.
Thank you. I'm Edris Chigondo. I'm the managing director of BEG. I've been a journalist for 18 years. I've never seen journalism at its lowest in this country. I know the message here is of hope. I've seen my friend Sempala. Let me tell you, the future of actually Herbert has been the most honest person. The future of journalism, for some of us who have been here, you have people here who haven't even read a single story today in this room, and you can ask them about ABC, and they are journalists. I go to journalism schools, people are majoring in writing, and they don't know the simple things around them. Let me tell you, journalism is about interest, but it's also about, like Dr. Emily said, about research and what. Let's not sit here and will ourselves to see journalism, the future is bright. Yeah, the future can be bright if we work towards it. But we're not just going to sit here and say the future is bright. Industries can fall. People won't lose anything if there are other platforms. I mean, we all know it. There should be certain platforms that are no longer there. Do you think people's lives have stopped? Journalism in whatever form is going to be there. That I agree, but it will change forms. TVs are grappling with TikTok. Let me tell you, we hear, TV is mainstream. Go to NTV, go to NBS. Do you think there are some TikTok programs that have more viewership than any of these? They are grappling. Managers are there grappling because audiences, and remember we are talking about young people coming through. Audiences shift. If journalism doesn't serve their interests, they shift. The same way you shift from a restaurant to another if it has failed to serve your interests. Don't think that journalism is a super profession, that it's there. I think one of the most interesting trends I've seen is specialized journalism, where you see people going to, say, climate change. I think, for me, when I look at journalism, but this kind of, I think it may take that trend. A good journalist who specialize in a certain, and just try to get a small segment of a audience in that direction. But this thing of sitting here and we console ourselves, our work is so important, people will always need us. Yes, people will need information, that's a fact. But we don't need it from New Vision or Monitor or Observer or NTV all the time. We have seen people like Dr. Spare Sentongo
Haven't they done more public interest kind of thing than so many of these papers? People, audiences shift. They shift. And to make matters worse, media managers even are not doing anything to do with media training. They're not. When I said I was in journalism, I could go to 5-10 trainings in a year. Today, some media houses, a journalist, even by their effort, they get a training, then they say, you say, I'm going to be away for 5-6 months. The manager say, if you go away, you won't find a job. And we have shallow journalism, very shallow, extremely. But as someone who has been there, I mean, I was political editor for Observe and I was senior for some. I see it. You open a newspaper and you say, you can appreciate. Look at parliament coverage. Look at coverage in some circles, but generally, why have the audiences turned against? What copies does Monta sell today? All New Vision. Compare that to 15 years ago. And we sit here. People, these companies invested heavily in printing machines and what? People are running away. If New Vision sells 10,000 copies a day, they will even celebrate. If Monta does 7,000 a day, they will celebrate. And I'm speaking honestly. You forgive me for some of you who work there. Some of this may not know. But we are here planning ourselves into some kind of consolation. People always want to. Journalism is bright. Journalism is what. But we also need to look deep inside ourselves. Check our houses. When you get an average journalist of a TV, of a newspaper, and you ask them, they have been at an event, they have been at a media focus week, and sitting there. Today, the whole day you spent it at the workshop on media. You say, in 500 words, tell me what were the key things. Sit here, you will be shocked. And they are there. A lot of students in journalism schools want to go into PR. They won't say, but they want to go into PR. People don't want to do this hard grind of going in the field, dodging bullets. Majority here. I speak to many journalism students in Makere normally calls me, and I've never been to UCU. But you find someone says, for me, this journalism thing is what, for me, PR, there is more money and what, because people are looking at what Herbert said. People are looking at money. But journalism, as we know it, the craft. How often do you read a very good descriptive story that brings out everything in our media? So are we going to blame audiences when they jump to TikTok, Instagram, and what? No, we can't blame them. They move. If that's where they get information, however harmful it may be, however unverified it may be, that's how they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. Nowadays, in fact, to make matters worse, sometimes you go to places and say, hey, did you hear what this person said on TikTok? Hey, it means, hey, there is this man who normally, I don't know what's his name, the new person who's in Turkey. Even the mainstream media was forced to write about him. It shows you the trend. Say, no, but this man told us that this is this. We had this man who died. You find that those are the people. Why was this man's death so big? Would a death of any journalist be big like that if you are not big? I mean, if a journalist, sorry to say, it's because audiences have moved. Those are the people influencing. Those are the people. This man told us that you see, they are going to read the thing, and you find someone quoting it, and confidently. But you don't blame them. There's something mainstream journalism is not doing. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you so much. Well, the
If you abuse that power, then it's what it is. AI, like any new thing, we get worried. But I've done things, actually I haven't used this much for my stories, but for the other projects that I'm doing, it just provides a guiding template for you to be better. The good thing is you have AI is like GPS. You know this town, you'll put in GPS. If you are new, you'll suffer with that GPS. But if you know the place, the other beautiful voice lady will say whatever she's saying, and for you, you'll continue because you know, you have an idea where you're going. So you continue. So it's, AI gives you guiding principles or guiding a template of what you need to do, then you improve. You don't just copy paste. So for me, I embrace it because it's here to make us better. Now, AI will not make you a great journalist. You still have to do the job. And that's why we need to embrace it. We shouldn't worry. You still need to go talk to people. You still need to speak to different sources. Your style has to come out. Your style, people need to know you, your style. About the print, now, it's a fact that perhaps the standards could have dropped or have dropped. But yeah, they have. Okay, let's go with that. But at the end of the day, if you do not trust or value yourself, you're the one putting out the message, owning whatever you put out. That's where the trouble comes in. If you're just doing it, waiting for end of month or for the paper, that's where the issue comes in. I still believe that the print circulation has collapsed worldwide, not just in Uganda. Now, New York Times, in the Washington Post, you could say those are the guys you look at. But the circulation also, they've gone online. Now, that's where we need to go. I'm happy that at Monitor we've started that, whereby you do something of public interest, but while also listening to what people want, and then it's online, and then people pay for it. Now, that's where you get the credit that you've done something when they pay for it. You may not start as perfect, but it's the only way to go because there are already people there. So you already have that privilege of people still refer to you for truth, but if you do not provide the truth, then they can move. But now, we are not coming through just print or even TV. Get to people's phones. If someone is to pay $1 a month, how many people are in the country? But you must give them something they need to pay for because there are other things they can pay for. So at the end of the day, for me, I want to emphasize that we remain a point of reference, but we have to measure up to that. About the payments and all, I mean, we all want better pay. It's a fact. But I will do what I need to do in journalism. I know it may not pay me the best, but it's a platform for me to do even other greater things. Once a journalist, always a journalist. But I use the platform to better society elsewhere. The one thing I won't do, at least up until now, is trade my soul. I'll leave the journalism and go make money elsewhere. But while in it, let's try to do the best. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Andrew. And quickly, guys, do not hold yourself back. There is food, but we can still also hear our panelists. Your last remarks, should we go for the money? I think it is spelled M-A-N-E, money, or we go for, or we stick to the truth, trust, fight for public interest under such circumstances. What is your last word on this issue?
Thank you very much. I think we're all pushing in a common direction. But in our midst is the AI that we're talking about, is public interest, and then the future of journalism. We're speaking to those issues that we must really address ourselves to in order to see this flourish. We must not have a battle between artificial intelligence and human intelligence. The two should work in harmony. We should not have a battle between the software and the hardware. The two should work in harmony. So if we recognize those in our minds, I'm sure we have the future of the media spoken about here, because we don't want it to die. And I'm sure Idris doesn't want the media to die. But good enough, he owned up and said there are people who still refer to the legacy media, and there are those that might refer to those online
social media influencers, but for how long? Sustainability. There's a lot of trust in the legacy media because of the niche that they have in terms of depth in their stories, in terms of cross-checking facts because they're accountable, and in terms of physical locations, you know, you find them sometimes to deal with them, as opposed to somebody in the virtual space who influence you and you cannot refer to them anymore. You can't give feedback, you can't really have an engagement with them. So that gives credence to what the future of the media must look like. We must have those in place, and we must have people that can stand the test of time. When in this room I see the Pius cartoons of this world, of the Observer, the paper that I have read many times and never even want to research about their stories because they're in-depth, everything is there in contained, and that's where Idris has come from, and I'm sure he's speaking because a lot is seemingly at stake. But there are other attendant factors that account for that, not because the journalists in the industry have died out, or are any poorer, or they are lazier. They're not lazy. But there are other attendant factors that cause self-censorship, cause a lot of fear within those that really do the good work, and of course there are economic issues. But it goes back to the whole question of where we're standing as a country in terms of letting these freedoms flourish. If there is a free environment that we can talk about, be sure that we can have both the AI, the human intelligence, the public interest journalism all flourish at the same time. So when we're fighting for these spaces, we must also factor in the other attendant political connotations that influence the state of events. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. I have enjoyed the discussions, but I'd like to console my brother Idris that I think he shouldn't feel so defeated, and he shouldn't spread that sort of mood of defeat. But what I want to conclude with is that we need to engage with policymakers to make them good enough. The beauty of journalism, the beauty of information is that everyone identifies with it. When people want coverage, they appreciate it until they want to cover up something or they want to hide something. So we need to engage them to explain the threats. I'm putting threats in quotes, to explain the threats so that they understand that journalism still has that important role to play. When I was in the newsroom, we were using a typewriter. We were pasting, some of you don't even know what that means, pasting cuttings of a newspaper to make a newspaper. But technology keeps coming. Technology keeps upgrading. Dr. Emily showed a slide where Twitter, Facebook, I think, and Twitter were once the kings, and now they are at the bottom of the list. So we should not be worried about the technology. I think, like somebody said over there, let's be worried. Let's start the conversation on how to take advantage of the new technologies, the new tools, because journalism will never go anywhere. Lastly, I always say this, and I'm going to repeat it again. The wars are escalating, maybe even here, maybe regionally, maybe internationally. But you can never find a mulengo, a bundle of guns and bullets being sold on the streets, okay? Because government or the people who have the power, they know the importance of keeping guns where they are supposed to be sold. You never see a market for guns. So if government can appreciate the importance of information, the importance of speech and expression, the importance of people participating in governance, then they can put in place an environment where if public service information can be enhanced, can be protected, can be supported. So we need policy interventions to save the important role of journalism. Whether the journalists themselves will survive that or the machines will do the journalism, what I can tell you is that journalism is critical and has to be supported and protected. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Let me ask us to really give the both of them a round of applause. We've really held you hostage here on our stage. But we thank you so much. You can kindly take your seats. Yes, and have our tea. So I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break because the hope was that we would go out, get our tea, come back in, but we seem to be very fixed here. So let me just ask us to take a very short 5-minute break. Kindly, in case you've not yet gotten your tea, you can use either of the exits, get your tea and then come back in. We'll be going in for another conversation and discussion. Thank you. And again, the conversation should please go on our social medias using the hashtag Uganda Media Week 2023. We want to make sure that you are enabled to do so. So there is Wi-Fi in the room. And in case you need the logins, they're just right here. The username is media, the password is media, so that you have access to information, access to the internet. So we'll take a short break and then we'll be continuing after that. Thank you.
people who are just trying to share information. These are these people who are trying to just express and also give factful information, but they are being arrested for sharing information that maybe is critical of the state's wrongdoing. And this, of course, is a way of being able to silence, structurally silence women of their views, and also maybe hearing them of the issues that maybe they have shared in court is one of the issues that also emerge. And of course, not forgetting the issue of the harassment, bullying, stalking that is also used as a way to silence. So when a woman is using the internet or a girl and then they are being abused, they will leave the online platform, and that means that they are not able to use it maybe to organize or to all campaigns, access information. And also one thing that also has been very prominent is the gender disinformation around issues of women's rights. For example, this really affects the decision making around, let's say, family planning, the safe abortion rights for women, and these are issues that we need to start looking at. When you're spreading that information about family planning, how does it affect your mother? How does it affect your sister? How does it affect that girl? Because this is the reality we need to live on with, that it's happening, and we need to accept the reality that these are the issues that live with us. I like the fact that when Philip was talking, we're talking about challenges, but we also need to start looking at what do we do with these issues. So I would like to pause there.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. And maybe begging on that, I want to bring in Brenda there. I went back in one of the archives of COVID, and so one of the stories that was done in 2021, and the headline was "Schoolgirl Gives Birth Twice in Lockdown." I think the earlier version of that article had said woman, but it was a child. And the person who reported on this story, to just save them the crazy that happens with putting someone's name out there, was a man. When you think about telling the women's stories, and you know how the media space and newsrooms look like in our existence, is it possible, and this also begs for the gender divide that we experience, is it possible that stories for women can equally have, a centering of women in media and women journalists tell them? And I ask that because how then can we address the digital gender divide and gap in Uganda and ensure that women in media have equal access to online resources, to opportunities, to telling stories, to writing good stories, but also to even face the structure and silence women, because a girl like that was a 16-year-old. The story would have been that a father-deprived child that was born twice in a pandemic and had children twice in a pandemic, meaning it was neglected the first time and it was equally neglected the second time. So how do we, have women in media have equal access to online resources, to online opportunities, but also to be able to tell the stories of structurally silenced women, and also for women in media?
Thank you very much, Gloria. I imagine the question has a number of questions within it to respond. But from a point of that story, it's very sad and unfortunate that the media in Uganda continues to insensitively and irresponsibly portray women and girls, irrespective of the situations that they befall, like Sandra mentions, of structurally silenced women, and as rightly put it, that falls under that. But from the GMNP that we do, before I get into the gender digital divides, we do realize that women are only 24% seen in news content. And when they are seen, they are stereotypically, sexually, and insensitively portrayed. And we continue the efforts of UMA, among other actors, like Media Focus on Africa, and thanks to policy as well under the Future of Work, we continue to push hard to see that we have gender responsive reporting.
But back to the question and the agenda of the gender digital divide and how do we bridge this to create accessibility and exploitation of opportunities. I'll bring the discussion back to the question that my senior Rosemary posed in her submission, that how come internet or data is very expensive in Uganda? And for me, the question gets back to how many women can afford this expensive internet in order to be present on the online spaces to access these opportunities or exploit the online spaces as they should be with their male counterparts. Recently, I was participating in an engagement with UCC whereby they was pushing for digital inclusion by persons with disability. And UCC stated that there's a gap in understanding among populace on the different data packages or internet packages that are available for people to exploit. That, for example, Airtel has packages whereby you'll have internet for 500, then they give you 15 MBs, then that, so you go and pick what you can afford. So you afford 500, pick that and don't go for 50,000, the package of 50,000 and complain about the expensiveness. But the question is, from the point of view that women will still continue with economic inequalities, how many women can afford the 500 shillings to even get the 15 MBs to be present online? So the ball rolls back to how do we address this? By advocating for affordable and inclusive packages that enable women to have access to the internet. And for the woman in media, the reality is that female journalists still struggle to earn very less. One, generally journalists earn very little, we earn peanuts, but there's also a gender disparity that women journalists earn lesser in most newsrooms, they are paid less money. And so if I am getting about 250, 500,000 at the end of the month, I have all this baggage of responsibilities that I must foot financially. Where do I get the money to afford the internet to be present online? And yet, when we realized also from Dr. Emily, there was the point of that news development and deliveries increasingly going onto the internet. So we are having women more digitally excluded from this space, thus having them silent when it comes to the digital news production. And so we continue with women remaining in newsrooms. The physical newsrooms are not contributing to the online news. So the bit is that we should strongly advocate to see the regulator to try to liaise with telecom companies if we can have inclusive internet accessibility. But far from accessibility, the monster poses in capacity to exploit these online spaces. That as women, we still struggle with digital illiteracy. They were speaking of ChatGPT, and for me, I felt like the question should be how many women or how many of you here, and then we get gender data, how many women know how to use ChatGPT? Personally, I don't know how to use ChatGPT, but I hear of it, and yet I am exposed. Now, how many other women out there, women in media, journalists, know how to exploit this? And then the second bit of it is that we need to create trainings, continuous trainings, unceasing trainings, whereby we skill women in media, one, to get to know to use the evolving technologies as they arise. That Twitter, whereas Twitter is very normal, it gets new features all the time. How do women in media get to know that this new feature has come up and therefore this is how I'm supposed to apply it to continue to thrive in this space without any form of threat that may pose? The threat bit brings us to the point of OGBV, which is a problem that shuts out female journalists from the online space. That we need also capacity building, unceasing capacity building from civil society, newsrooms themselves, and government through different programs that Ministry of ICT can bring forth, Ministry of Gender can bring, Ministry of Education in media training institutions, whereby we get courses that train these female journalists that come out on the bit of OGBV. How do you address it when you encounter, because you have to be in this space, but if you're in this space and you don't know how to navigate the challenges that come with the space, you can't thrive in it. It brings self-censorship, and this self-censorship comes from a point of silence. I will not speak but I will simply be there to like, reshare, and scroll through the whole day without actively posting or engaging there. Why? Because I am afraid of what insensitive comment is going to come to me, either body shaming me or cyberbullying that we see many of the female journalists and most of the high personalities that we know, how many trailings they get in a day of cyberbullying, that you simply get shocked and you censor yourself because you don't want to be the next rapey or Farida Nakasiwe being, cyberbullied in the online space. So how do we see that women thrive there and continue to actively participate, continuously train? And this pushes, I am glad to see that DW is here, that can we have programs that are particular to safety and security, online safety and security training, not just supplementary programs. Yes, here, not just supplementary programs that you're having a one knockoff of training. We need a program, because if we don't build capacity, if we don't create digital literacy, we are going to increasingly see less female journalists actively participating in the online space. And what will this contribute? Male-dominated news media that we are seeing in the online space. We are going to see stories as such that Trisha was reading, coming onto an online paper or an online media, insensitively speaking about women, and women cannot come out, women in the media in these newsrooms, come out to produce more responsive content. We don't say that men, you are gender blind to being responsive, no. But a woman comes from a more relatable point of view. If she doesn't have the skill, she can't. The new technologies that come up, if I'm not digitally literate, I am going to be left out. I will not know. So I will keep on Facebook, since Facebook has been here from time memorial, and never know how to get onto Instagram, LinkedIn, which is a professional platform that they can access opportunities, career opportunities, and you keep there. But then also ads, earning from the online space. If I don't know how to generate revenue off my online platform, either within my profession of media content development or in the personal space of what can I do with my platform, since I already have a following from the fact of the fact that I am a journalist, then it is as impossible as keeping in the fear of technology that we are speaking about than the hope that we should be talking about of this. Thank you.
And that's quite, it is quite a mouthful, but very relevant. I want to do a lived experience kind of narrative, and that is why I want to bring you in, Helen. As a practicing media person and personnel, I know on a constant there are experiences of representation that you grapple with. And for me, my question is on how then, what can we do in closing, the gender divide, that digital divide that is present, and what can we do to enhance our efforts? Because yes, DW Academy is doing the trainings on safety, CPESA process to read, policy will come in with the training and consultations. What more can we do to increase media representation for women?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that there is a very big gap. And as we are talking about this gap, let's try to shift away from who we are as who are here to the other woman deep down in the village, the farmer, the housewife, and then also as journalists, to shift away from the urban journalists to the other journalists working in a local radio station. The world currently is operating on two divides, two halves. The first half is the digital half, while the other is the non-digital half. So you find that most of the women, majority of the women are falling under the non-digital half. Why? Because this large proportion is caused due to a result of absence of equal opportunities for education and financial independence. When we go down in the villages, very few women have phones. I don't know whether I'm speaking the truth. Very few women have phones, just the mobile phones the analog. So when we come to say the smartphones, the number actually falls down. It keeps on reducing downwards. And this has affected us a lot. If I can take us back to the COVID time, where we had majority of the information, majority of the work, actually the world went upwards. By moving upwards, I mean most of the things were taken to the internet. So it was only women and the rest, the few women and the rest of the world who were able to go upwards, who were at an advantage, leaving these other people who are the majority in the world. So this has affected, like emergency alerts at that time. We can also look at the police reports. Most of the information is being taken to the internet, and then we can also talk about the health alerts those days, the COVID alerts and so on. And this has continued. Even right now, we have a lot of alerts going upwards. So this has greatly affected the quality of education for our children. Remember COVID time, we had the online lessons. I don't know in this room how many of us were able to take our children to online lessons by show of hand. Okay, it may offend some of us, but personally I couldn't. And this affected such families. They had the will to have their children attend such lessons, but they were not able because internet, first of all, is too expensive. The equipment itself is so expensive, and then also the technology. Maybe the mother can have the phone, she can afford the internet, but connecting was also an issue. So this has seen women being pushed out of the workforce. When we come to our newsrooms, because I work in a local radio station, to be honest, the scenario there is not maybe as we may assume for urban radio stations. First of all, you have to afford your own gadget. You have to foot your own internet costs, personally. At the station, yes, you have some advantage, but look at the population there. Maybe we have a few laptops and then desktops with the internet directly connected, but for how long are you going to be seated on that laptop? How much work are you able to produce on that computer and then publish? And yet, if we had access, personal access and cheaper access, we would do a lot, even outside our workstation. So, going to this question, how do we bridge the gap? Number one, make the digital environment safe for women and girls. My sisters have already talked about the cyberbullying online for women. You try to post something there, somebody is just like waiting to attack. The moment you post it there, someone is going to comment on your dress code, someone is going to comment on your hairstyle, someone is going to bring issues about your grades. Sure, I know that one. Sure, this one, the one who failed, can you imagine what are you producing online? Look at this one also. So such things keep on what? Turning us down slowly by slowly. So number one, make the digital environment safe for women and girls. Number two, girls' access to education. Girls' access to education. It is a reality. In Uganda, when we look at the population coming in from primary 1 up to P7, we are aware of what happens. Very few girls make it to primary 7. When we climb to senior 4, sitting for UCE, the number keeps on dropping. By the time you go to A level, the numbers are dropping. You find in a class of 50, you're having maybe 45 boys and then see girls just dripping. So we have to look at how do we address the challenge that is trying to reduce girls coming to school. But also, I'd like first of all to appreciate the Ministry of Education in Uganda for this initiative. I think currently in A level, there are only 2 subjects that you can stroke with any combination, that is either submath or ICT. So what can we do? I think we should take advantage of such initiatives and work with the Ministry of Education to ensure that most of the girls get into like these ICT classes, and then they learn some of these new technologies. But let it be a reality, not as it is for some of the schools. Ministry of Education, Ministry of ICT, together joining hands, sending computers to schools deep down in the villages. But a school does not have power, does not have electricity. You're sending this equipment to be dumped in a store. There is no classroom allocated for that. Then we start looking for money. We're looking for money to build a classroom. We're looking for money to collect. Already, the computers are getting damaged. So let it be a reality. And then also, through civil society organizations, we can also like coming together to ensure that girls have access to education. And then finally, the media has to do a key role to ensuring that we drum more girls and women get access to education. And then number 3, establish practical, available, and affordable digital infrastructure. 3 things: practical, available, and affordable digital infrastructure. Let's try to see as a government, as civil society organizations, to see that we reduce the cost of broadband, internet, and all that. Let them be very affordable for even the local person. And then accessible skilling and training programs for girls and women, including women with disabilities. Let's not just look at the elite women, but also the women deep down in the village. As a media person, okay, I do programs, I write news. Yes, I am producing this news, but how accessible is it to the woman deep down in the village? How accessible is it to a woman living with a disability? We have to address such challenges. And then I think we can also bridge this gap by establishing more women-led infrastructure providers, because they will provide better femtech-friendly support ecosystems. Like if we have these women-led infrastructure providers, trickling down up to the villages, I think such challenges of such a story would not be there. For sure, if it was a lady who wrote such a story, I don't think it would be the way it is. So, in conclusion, I think we need to have collective bargaining power through unions and workers' associations for all professionals, not only the media women. Let's try to have these unions and workers' associations like put force together to have bargaining power for women to be safe on the internet, to be available on internet, to be productive on internet, because they are missing a lot. And then also campaigns and advocacy. Campaigns and advocacy. This can also help us. And then finally, increase access to technology. Increase access to technology for all women, especially those in the media, because with these women in media empowered, this knowledge is going to trickle down. Honestly, there is a lot that we are missing from internet as female journalists. There's a lot that we produce, but like what our media houses, what our news takes is just a pinch, but a lot is left out. How about if we give this knowledge that we can use this information to produce other creative contents that can even generate income for us? I think the women would thrive and love being on the internet and make life better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And she said something that I wanted to pick up on. I don't know if we have media representation in this room, but when you look at New Vision, it has subsidiaries, it hope, and it's the imagination that in different places where they are functioning. But yet I wonder if the different, places these journalists thrive in, if they have access to internet, it could be something that media service providers would be able to give their employees access to free internet, most probably access to gadgets. They could own them. You could have a working relationship of making sure that they own these gadgets. But the reality of newsrooms in Uganda today is that there is a little bit of and not understaffing, but the absence of hardware, the absence of a conducive environment for a journalist to thrive, but also to be able to deliver, particularly for journalists up country. I can imagine if I had a breaking story in Arua today and the only medium I had was my phone, which most probably the quality would not be as good as it would have if I had a little camcorder that I can use at any given time, or any geo recorder. And so the imagination is we can do better. I don't know if the funds and the ads and the sponsors have enough money to invest in that. But I really think part of the conversation is on access and equipment. I want to bring in quite a different angle to this conversation. UNESCO did a report and it carried out a research and realized that online gender-based violence, and this is in 2020, was that female journalists were 4 times more likely to experience online attacks compared to their male counterparts. And then Policy carried out another research ahead of the 2021 general elections and noted that online gender-based violence against women was at a high of 32. And it included online smear campaigns, graphic imagery, hate speech, and force on female journal and it forced female journalists to withdraw from the public discourse. It silenced them. Today we have one of the people that did that report. And when you think of those narratives and imaginations of online gender-based violence, Bonita, what can we do to strengthen and promote gender equality and inclusion on the digital media landscape in Uganda today?
Thank you so much, Tricia. It is afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Tricia is holding me on the spot. Okay, so I think there are several things that we can do, but we need to do them together as different stakeholders. And one of the key things that I noted down that we can do, but also my colleagues have also talked about them, and which also in agreement with a feminist internet in terms of accessibility, affordability, inclusivity, and a safe internet for women and girls. One, I'll start with strengthen gender responsive policies, digital policies especially. Yesterday, I was speaking to a group and we were collecting data again around these issues, the future of work for women in the media. And I was asking them about the policies that we have as a country. If they have any clause that specifically says women, if it is safety online, does it really specify and say women and girls? Is it a general one? And we all agree that the policies are very general. They do not specify. We, as Uganda, as a country, we subscribe to the Sustainable Development Goals. There is a goal for gender equality. In that goal 5, there is a target which talks about strengthening women's presence online. So how shall we report on that goal if the policies that we have to enable women to be safe online are not explicitly actually enabling them to be online? They don't talk specifically about women and girls issues. So we need to strengthen those gender responsive digital policies. And this we need to look at, to do this, we need to look at the unique needs that women have, that my colleagues have been talking about. And this comes from the research that we do. I know most of us, we do collect data about these things. But what is that kind of data that we collect? What information do we gather? Do we also disaggregate that information? do we have objectives that really look into those issues that will bring out actually the needs of the women, or we set general questions? So we need to collect data that focuses on the needs of women. We need to have variables in the data that we collect that speak about those unique needs, because then the information is going to be used for decision making, for strengthening those policies, and so on and so forth. So that is one area that I noted in terms of strengthening gender equality. Then the other one is to continue to promote access to tech skills, like my colleagues have already talked about that. Brenda talked about DW Academy doing some trainings in skilling women. Policy does the same, and CIPESA, WOGNET, and many others. I remember back then when at Policy we used to host DW Academy, I think in 2019. They used to organize trainings for women journalists, like on a weekly basis, but every month there used to be a training. Unfortunately, we used to sit in that room as policy staff and wait for people to show up, and they would never show up. We'd have like 1 or 2 participants. It was very, very frustrating, you know. And we start calling people, please come, oh, I'm on my way, but they never get to show up. So please, even when the trainings are there, even when we are having these conversations and we are saying DW Academy strengthen the trainings, policy strengthen the trainings, unwanted witness, the trainings are there, but can we drag ourselves and go for the trainings? Can we go and attend the trainings? It is for our own benefit. I really, to be honest, I hate to sit on a panel and we keep talking about things and we just leave them here and we don't implement. We have these conversations because we want to see change. Can we move ourselves, women and girls? We go for these things that we are talking about. If we are saying they are buying us gadgets, we are saying, oh please, we need gadgets, we need internet. If the fund comes, can we do what we want to do with the gadgets? Can we use them to do these things that we are talking about? So the trainings are there, friends, but let us go for the trainings. Let's not give excuses. Then we'll come here and say, women are not represented, you know, there are limited trainings, the trainings are there, and we are saying strengthen them, look into more on the needs of the women, and then incorporate them in the trainings. But also us, let's go for the training, friends. Then the other one that I also listed is to challenge the gender misconceptions and the cultural norms. And this really is to give women more visibility in the digital spaces. You know, my friends have already talked about this, but again, the conversation I had with the team I was with yesterday, I was asking them, do we have policies that, for instance, advocate or try to push women to be more visible online in terms of like bloggers, podcasters? Do we have like the media houses, let's say the Monitor and Nation Media Group and all the others? Do they have policies that really say, I know some of them have, but are they very explicit? Do all of them have such policies that really encourage the women to be visible online? So that is another area that we also need to look at and strengthen, but also strengthen the mindset of our friends who are perpetrators. I don't want to go on that other side. Then the other one is to fight online gender-based violence against women and girls, like my friends have said already, and so that we can protect those spaces for them and we don't silence them. I think that is what I would want to say at this time.
Thank you very much. And quite a mouthful. And I'm really sad that trainings can happen and only 2 women show up, particularly if that investment was made for women in the media, because at the heart of storytelling and the heart of news reporting, women are part of this conversation. And so to miss out on such an engagement, and I know DW still does have those trainings. I really hope we tap into the resources available for us to cultivate and grow. Yes, Bonita.
Can I also ask something?
Yes.
So I saw Carol Beyanga post on her LinkedIn that she's doing trainings to skilling in writing, you know. So by show of hands, for instance, here, I know all of us keep learning these things. How many of us are attending Carol's trainings, for instance? And they started in October 18th. How many of us, especially the women? So all of us are super at writing. We don't need the trainings. Or we don't have the resources.
We need sponsors.
We need sponsors. So, but these are things that we need to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, these are things that we need to actually have fun. The panels need to talk about these things.
Yeah.
You know, Carol put out, and 200 really is a lot for some group, but I believe the people here, we can be able to afford 200,000. And if you speak to Carol and you pay in installments, I know she would allow you to attend. But you see, none of us is attending. Guys, let's look into this issue.
Is shaking. Thank you very much. Yeah, and then I think she also is going to have other classes coming as they go. Please do tap into that resource. And I think also media houses can decide that we are going to have 2 million or 3 million for our best 5, or the 5 we want to not train, to be able to use the resources Carol is giving. I want to bring Precious into this conversation, particularly because I know part of the work that you do as a storyteller and as a content creator is that you niche and you sit down and you plan and you create representation for different people, but also for the people in the media space that you exist in. So how can we, amplify the voices and experiences of women within the digital realm? And that's on the backdrop of a lot of the stories that go untold, a lot of the experiences that go undocumented. How do we, in our storytelling, put the voices of women at the forefront in digital media? And also, how do we use those tools to advocate for women issues, and also to make sure that we push for safer online experiences for women? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Before I get into your question, I want to add on what Bodmita has just talked about in regards to attending trainings. There are free trainings. There are those free trainings where you do not have to pay. And I'll give an example. I work with Frankfurt, and we recently had training on gender sensitive reporting, and it's free. And you invite someone and they tell you, so are you going to pay us? Are you going to give us transport? Because there's this idea that NGOs are always supposed to give you some transport, but this is for you. Yeah, I've called you, I've planned for you, I'm paying for facilitators, I'm paying for your refreshments. Please just carry yourself and show up and for the training. So to get into the question, one, when it comes to representation, I'll go to diverse representation. When you look in this room, do we have any journalists who are women living with disabilities? Yeah. Do we have, because at the end of the day, we want to say, okay, we want to tell the stories of women who are living with disabilities. And it's one of the things that we want to hear in these stories, but are they in the room? How am I going to be able to tell their story when I don't know their experiences? Yeah. So when you look at representation, break down those things, that the intersectionality, like yes, we have journalists, we have men and women, okay, but we also have queer journalists. Yeah, you're writing a story about the Anti-Homosexuality Act, and you're interviewing a pastor. Why don't you go and interview someone who has outrightly said that they are queer? Yeah, and they've been fighting this. Why don't you go and you're writing a story about sex workers, but in your story, I did not see anything about maybe women living with disabilities who are sex workers, and they are there. Yeah, so that is representation that we do not see in the stories. But the stories are there, yes, but there are those women who we are not seeing in the stories, because you imagine a lot of the time online, people imagine women with disabilities are not sexual beings, and a lot of the time they're just fetishized. But They are there and they're doing the work. So how do you bring them on the table? Another thing that I would like to bring out is utilizing the digital platforms. In the last, I think, after the lockdown, we've seen a lot of podcasts by men who are misogynists, the Andrew Tates of this world, the Kevin Samuels and whatnot, and they have a huge following. And these platforms make money from us. Yeah, because you see the ads, you go on Facebook and you see the ads, you go on Twitter and the ads are there, they call it X now, but I still refuse to call it X. You go on Twitter, you go on Instagram, they are making money from us. And the Africa Tax Administration Forum is working towards taxing them, right? But how can we also hold them accountable and see that they are not suppressing our voices? Because the one thing that has been constantly being pushed is that Black women's voices, especially on social media platforms, are not really amplified. A lot of the time you do not see their content. It's usually white men and then white women and then some Black men and then like, you get, so there's a hierarchy of the content that you're seeing. How do we hold these platforms accountable? If our governments are trying to tax them, how do we also hold them accountable? Because they're pushing narratives that are dangerous to women. And you're going to tell those stories as much as you tell them, but if the way the system is set up does not favor you, it does not make any sense at the end of the day. Yeah? So how do we hold these platforms accountable? Another thing that we've been working on at Farmfort, Uganda, I work at Farmfort, is working with male allies. So we have a program called the Shabakas, where we bring a few men together to discuss issues regarding toxic masculinity. Because I will sit here and talk about toxic masculinity as the other person who is experiencing it from the outside. But how about the men themselves? How do they experience it? How do they experience the spaces, the workplace and all that? They have their issues. So bring them together, let them discuss their issues, and then send them out to be influencers so that they are aware when they are in the space, how do I give a woman a platform? Because a lot of the time we've seen spaces where like, oh, we're also bringing men in the women's platform, and then they take it over. Instead of realizing that in this space you're an ally, and you're going to give this woman a platform. So how do we enable men? How do we equip men to be able to be allies and also push the message out there? Yeah, so that is one of the ways that we are working with them. And I think it's a thing that we should push ahead. A lot of the time, yes, it's a struggle to work with men because you bring them in a space maybe with women who are victims of sexual violence and then they become predators or things like that. But there are men who are willing. I assume that the men in this room are willing to come to step up and be able to support. I hope you are. I'm not going to put you I'm not going to put you on a gunpoint. But I assume that you're in this space because you're willing to learn and offer that. So how do we equip men to be proper allies without just saying, without just retweeting our content? Yeah, how do you amplify? How are you also going to tell the stories? Because we look at platforms like, and I'm going to call them out, Galaxy. Yeah, you see that every other day, tomorrow they're going to post nudes of a woman, a young woman and whatnot, and you're going to laugh and be like, it's not my business, yeah? Until it is your sister. But why does it have to first be your sister for you to speak up? Why does it have to first be your friend? Yeah, because you say, you see, you know, I'm a feminist and the feminist allies. I'm a feminist and I'll show up and whatnot because my mother is a woman, as opposed to what? Yeah, you actually have to actively speak up. You see that your boys are harassing these journalists online and you still party with them. You know, like it's just online banter, but it's not online banter. We've seen people dying simply because of being harassed. So how do you actively speak up without actually even putting yourself in trouble? I understand that these are the issues that are there at the end of the day because you could lose your jobs. But how do you speak up? You are in a space with, when you go back to storytelling, a lot of the time women are discouraged because of the poor pay. Please pay women, friends. You find that I'll give an example of my first job as a teacher, and I asked for an increase. I was teaching like 4 classes, and then I thought, you're a single woman, you don't have any responsibilities. I've seen black tax. I have responsibilities. Just because I don't have children, I have responsibilities. And then when it comes to a married woman, they tell you, but you have a husband who takes care of you. Yesterday, I was talking to a colleague who said, when you're a married woman, they first pay, if there are payment issues, they first pay the other people who have, the men who have responsibilities before they come to you, and they tell you, what, you first wait. You understand, you have a man taking care of you. But how many women are in marriages with both partners, but they're actually single mothers? They are the ones footing the bills. Do I have to first tell you my problems for you to be able to pay me equally? Yeah, you find that content creators, women, I've been in spaces where an agency, you tell them, I want you to pay me 2 million, and like the other guy, we have the same followers, everything is the same, and I'm probably going all out to do photo shoots, to do video shoots of the content, and give you good content. And they call you bitchy, and they call you, you're very difficult to work with, you're asking for too much. And they blackball you in the sense that agencies talk to each other. It's like how media houses talk to each other. So you become the difficult woman. So to know, will I be interested in creating the content? You get my point? So if you're a man and you're in that platform and you're in that space and you see a woman being actively pushed aside because they're going to take care of you, speak up. Don't wait for it to be your sister. Yeah? Because if you're saying you're a feminist ally, feminism is the radical notion that women are human. So you have to be very radical with that and say, I'm going to speak up in that space. Another thing that I would like to say in regards to storytelling would be providing accessible means. A lot of the time, I feel like I'm constantly going back to people living disabilities because they are really rarely seen in spaces. You find that you have video content, but it does not have sign language. Yeah. How sure are you that I don't have a hearing problem in this room? Yeah, have you asked? In the forms that people apply for, do you put there if people have disabilities? What accessibility platforms are you trying to do to bring them into that space? Another thing is that ALT text thing that is usually on image content, on text content for people with visual problems. I am in media and in storytelling, but I do not know how to use it. You get my point. So how can we learn to say, how can we learn to support people like that? How can we learn to use the existing tools that are there, which goes back to the issue of training. And I feel like a lot of my sisters here have shared about that. That let us train even in those things. You need to learn to see women away from all the labels that they put on us, because they might call me a slut today, but they're going to use it on you tomorrow. Yeah, and take away that label and see who I am, the things that I struggle with, and how you can help me. We've talked a lot about the issue of policies and the laws, like the cyber harassment, I think Act. I don't know if it's an Act. Cyber Crimes Act. Yes. That Act, I remember when it was being tabled and all that, NTV interviewed me on what I thought it was going to, how it's going to help the community. And I think it's a good thing, but is it really created for you and I? That tomorrow, for instance, we've recently seen some girls being harassed and their videos of sex tapes being posted online. And then you see people, MPs and people in power, religious people, also harassing them. Yeah, so is it really there to protect us, or it's there to protect the politicians? So let us educate the women who are in places of power on how to use such tools. That the law is there, but is it there really to protect you? And if we're creating communities to safeguard us online, because I think that's one of the things that I've learned. I keep going back to women with disabilities because I've worked with them. And they usually create communities where if you are being harassed, your report, and then they tell you, okay, you can talk to this lawyer, or you can take these measurements, or you can block this person. They teach you how to do that. So how can we create communities that are educating women in media, but also women at large? Because you're not just a woman in media, you have other things that are going to be used against you. Your sexual life is going to be used against you. Everything you do is going to be used against you. So how do we create platforms or communities to hold each other in moments where we are being harassed online, in moments where our stories are being used against us? That you're telling a story and the story is sex for marks. What do you mean? Like, it's not sex for marks. This person is utilizing their power to harass and rape students, yeah? And you think it's sex for marks. It's not prostitution. It's not. That's not the idea here. This is a man who is taking his power to actually say, okay, I have this power, I can take away your education, or I can give it to you. Yeah, it says sex for pads. What do you mean? This is a 9-year-old sleeping with a 30-year-old man. What sex is that? That's rape. Let's call it what it is. Yeah, but I also understand that the spaces that we are in are going to, they will shun you because you're not aligning with how systems are. And you say it's supposed to be, you know what, it's down. Why are you saying that? It's not defilement, it's not rape, it's defilement, but let's call it what it is. We have a teenage pregnancy crisis in this country, and it is still reported as sex for marks, sex for pads. These are 10-year-olds. Why do you think, why do you assume that a 10-year-old even if she's 15, you think a 15-year-old is smarter than a 30-year-old man to understand what's going on and the power issues at play? But those are things that we do not know, and if we do not create communities and learn from each other and assess each other and continuously check our issues, our internalized misogynies, we are not going to move further than that. Yeah.
Thank you. What a wow. And on that note, I'm going to go into plenary, but before we do, I don't know who was the gentleman that was supporting on that. If there are any questions, I hope you've planned your questions. You prepared them. We have a few minutes to lunch. But while we get ready for the questions, I want to give Ms. Shamim Nachirio a chance to come and speak about the reports, the study report that she worked on online gender-based violence, right? Yeah, please, Shamim.
Good afternoon. It's quite challenging to come after this amazing panel and all the discussions. My name is Shamim, like the moderator said, and I work with DW Academy. And I'm here to present, of course, we also don't have a lot of time, so I will be very short and sweet, for lack of a better word. So I'm here to present a study report that we commissioned last year, or that we launched in September this year. But before that, I'll give a brief overview of where we were coming from. So in 2018, DW Academy initiated a project called Women at Web. We've been receiving questions of whether we've had any interventions when it comes to digital safety for women. So Women at Web is a DW Academy initiative that brings together organizations from across East Africa, that is Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda, who are collectively working together to enhance women's rights and visibility online, of course, tackling some of these issues that are affecting women, like online harassment, cyberbullying, to mention but a few. So striving for a safer and more inclusive online environment for women. And to achieve this network of organizations, I was focusing on 3 priorities, and that is advocacy at both national and regional level, to create or raise more awareness on online violence against women, and also equally promote solutions. And secondly, training and counseling on digital literacy, trainings on digital literacy, digital safety, and digital resilience to especially affected women, like women in politics, women in media, women in fashion, students, to mention but a few. And also, lastly, research to better understand the problem. And this is where we're coming from. So in the course of the project, we also realized, or it became clear that public perception on online violence against women was not ending on online spaces, but media continues to play a very vital role when it comes to setting the agenda, but also influencing public discourse. So we, to investigate how media in these 4 countries reports on online violence against women, we commissioned a comparative study in 2022 to examine how media covers over incidences. And I'll briefly share 2 key findings from this report. Of course, the report featured 13 case studies across the region, looking at 137 stories from 77 media outlets. And one of the key finding was that in most cases when over incidences are being reported about, they're trivialized by most media outlets or journalists. So several factors indicated that these incidents are seen trivial by the media, including their low priority placement. For example, you would barely see a story on an over incident make it to the front page. Yeah. For most media outlets, they would actually rather publish them on their digital platforms. So you would barely see them appear in the bulletin or, in the newspapers. And of course, inadequate verification of evidence, which you will have a chance to also see highlighted in the report. And of course, miscommunication of the gravity of OVO. For example, 82% of OVO stories in these 4 countries were not on the front page. And in one of the case studies, media tries to downplay the seriousness of OVO. So it's either placed in gossip shows, entertainment. We've all come across this, or presented with satire. In one of the newspapers, I will not mention the name, but I'm sure you're very familiar with this particular story of about 3-4 years ago of a member of parliament who was being harassed by a grown man. I'll emphasize that, although the media was portraying him as a young man, 25 years old. He's old enough, yeah? And in one of the newspapers, the journalist was referring to the victim as an elephant, and to the perpetrator as a hunter, a brave hunter, quote unquote. So yeah, basically, women are there to be hunted. That's what I got from this, which is quite appalling. And of course, the second key finding is sexualization of victims. This has also been re-echoed by the panel. So many media outlets focus their coverage on sexualization of victims, particularly in cases where intimate images of victims have been published without consensus, which also diverts the audience attention to the severity of the crime. And of course, this has also been realized how I think one of the panelists was trying to share the terms that are being used, you know. For example, leaked nude pictures. No, it's not. Yeah, it is not. It is sharing, unconsensually sharing my intimate images. It is not leaked nude pictures. Whatever the case, however you got them, you are sharing them without consenting with me. So language also plays a very huge role on how media covers over incidences. And of course, there's so many findings, which we will later on get to see. I also see they've shared the QR codes where you can access the full report. And one of the recommendations, of course, in line with the findings that the research team came up with was proposing a series of interventions by various stakeholders targeting media practitioners, like reporters and editors, also women at risk of we've also stated this category, and above all, digital platform reporters and editors. So the recommendation for, and of course policymakers, for media practitioners is recommending comprehensive capacity building. DW Academy, like also shared by Miriam, is already doing this with this network of organizations. We're providing trainings, digital literacy trainings, digital safety, but also digital resilience for women who have been affected. Because, of course, we also, the research studies that we have conducted, so many women are pulling out. We've talked about access. Not so many women even have access to internet, and the few that have are pulling out because of, you know, being violated online. Of course, to media outlets, in addition to improving quality of reporting, the media can also provide a platform for constructive dialogue about online violence against women. This in turn will create, of course, more awareness of OVO, and also to civil society organizations and NGOs, capacity building for women. DW Academy, yes, is doing something, but we still have a huge gap of women who are digitally literate or even have skills on how to safeguard themselves online. So civil society organizations and NGOs still have a very huge role to play. And they can equally partner with government to support, one, the revision of laws. I also heard from one of the panelists, I think from policy, looking at the revision of policies that promote the safety of women online. And of course, training on the effective investigation and prosecution of online crimes. Again, DW here has worked with some police stations in Kampala, training them on this form of violence, that it's actually a crime, because previously victims would be the ones that are held accountable instead of the perpetrators. So yeah, I will not take up so much of your time. I would like to welcome my team, Miriam and Jonathan, to, oh, it's already unveiled. Okay, so, okay, all right, thank you so very much. Please get a chance to read the report, and to the journalists here, please let us check ourselves and our ethics. We are talking about the future of journalism, and this report is showing how we are covering over incidences, and it's quite appalling, to be honest. And also, like one of the panelists said, yes, we see these cases and we just look on because it's not happening to me or to someone that is close to me. But why should we wait for that point. It begins with us, and let's start now. Thank you so much.
It must be 1 p.m. right now, right? And it is 2 minutes past. Allow me hold you hostage, and I am begging for your permission. Not that I'm good at that, but are there any questions that we have? Can we take, and please, I'm very deliberate on having women speak on a women panel. Thank you very much. That is how we feel, gentlemen. That is how we feel. So I'll take a woman first, a gentleman, another woman, and a gentleman. All right, please. The first question.
Thank you,
who you're
sir.
directing it to.
Actually, it's not a question, but something to highlight. Thank you again, Trish. I will just be so brief. For me, just getting to thank the panelists and how much they have shared with us. So this is what I feel, and I feel like they need to share about strategic or comprehensive strengthening of capacity. Let us be very targeted, and I will be very specific to empowered women because, in my opinion, again, I feel like many empowered women are most vulnerable to online gender-based violence. I'll give my reasons in a brief, as they are more likely to be online. Why? Because they are also very prone to the deliberate efforts. I'll give an example. I think around April this year, it was on Twitter when I think General Mohos went on to Bahati. He kept on sharing pictures of women's nyash over and over anyway. And it was a thread. Even I think Honorable Kabanda was part of the people to like and retweet. When Bahati goes on and says, for a person in your caliber who is going to assume power, probably if you are, over your elder, you shouldn't be sexualizing women. His own words under the tweet in a thread, is it because you're too ugly that no one is actually hitting on you? She responded with the same tweet, a person of your caliber should not be doing ABCD. He went again the next day to troll her. And this is a woman in media. And with this kind of conversation, it shows you that the target that is going to come to an empowered woman who is actually has the courage even to come up to such people of power, and still there is some kind of, structurally silencing, efforts towards them. So why do we think that we need a strategic, advantage or effort in this regard? Three things, Trish, allow me. So it helps to give an opportunity to many women and people who look up to them, yeah, in a way that it's a strong force. I wrote down these notes when we were giving that point, because empowered women are easy to mobilize. It is very easy to mobilize, not to forget, but when I see Remy Bahati up there are people we look up to in this world of work because they are in positions of power and they can influence. Secondly, empowered women are easy to skill and retool, especially now. They can afford the gadgets since we have an issue of access. So if we get a particular target of people who can go before, then they can work as mentors to the rest of the people. And they can work as a multiplying factor. And lastly, we need to tap into this strategic force or this particular advantage where we can contribute to skills assets, tools, and resources to enable them fight, to dismiss and change the narratives and the status quo, as well as influence opinions, decisions, and policies and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give me a gentleman, and then there's a lady here.
Thank you very much. The women, you see, we love to hate them. They're very controversial people. This particular topic is, I feel it is very academic. I feel the moment we leave Golden Tulip, we will forget. Yeah, I'm giving you. You see now you're starting to bully me now. John, I'm praying that the next media conference, you bring something about media and culture, such that we have these conversations while putting them in context. Putting them in context. Please, relax, I'm coming. I also think that one of the biggest problems to women is women. She has just said it. The empowered women there, they are the biggest problems. I understood it the way you said it. This is how I understood it.
Stop you there. Allow me to stop you there.
Let me make my point.
Allow me to stop you there. I moderate this space. Allow me to stop you there.
Let me make my case.
Allow me to stop you there. Please pick that microphone and I'll let you know why.
Then how are we going to defend when we cannot speak? How do we defend women when we cannot speak?
Ladies,
so how do we defend you when we cannot tell you where the problem is? I need to tell you where the problem is so that I can defend you when you're not there.
Allow me to stop you there. Allow me to stop you there.
So how do I defend women in the spaces where you are not, and they cannot be allowed to speak?
Allow me to stop you there. Someone.
So let me make my case.
Please.
So I want to think that one of the biggest problems in the spaces I've attended is the women themselves.
Someone mute that mic.
Okay? For me, that is what I think. And this is the reason.
Someone mute that mic.
Let me make my case.
Someone mute that mic.
No, let me make my case. No. Let me make my case. We are here to unless you wanted this particular segment to be attended by strictly women.
No, you were very disrespectful to just.
I'm not. I'm giving my opinion. This is my opinion. Okay? This is my opinion.
Please hand over the microphone. Thank you. Let me bring this house to order. Let's be respectful of each other because we are all on learning curves and we lose spaces if we do not respect each other. The lady shared that she feels it's important to train women who have power so that they create a ripple effect. That was her submission. And she gave an example of a high-profile woman in media like Bahati, who was actually trolled and stood her ground. For her point was, let's train them to train others. She didn't say women are against women. And then also, this to direct Jan as if this conversation wasn't enough is gaslighting of the highest order because we are trying to tell you that women are experiencing these things. So you almost imagined that our lived experiences as women don't count because it's not men having this conversation. I'll have this gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you for affording me this opportunity. I can assure you I'm not going to cause controversy. I just want to learn and also share one lines or two. One of the problems I see is that journalism in Uganda is one of the professions which is not clearly defined. And because of that, we've had a lot of confusion in especially attributing blame, attributing mistakes here and there. So most times you find certain people who have basically, I'm trying to look for proper word. Okay, certain people who don't have proper intentions to build society and what they end up putting up something outside there, or even they are trying to use the medium as a way of settling their personal scores. So when such information is out, then they say, "Oh, you see, this journalist, this is what they are saying." So we are quite unfortunate that journalism in this country is not defined. Different laws have come up, for instance, but it's not yet clear. So we are all painted with the same brush, and we are all left in that dark thing. So that's why in most of the submissions there's that confusion, okay, and that's not good for us. And that's why I think of some people in the past, in the first discussion, we were saying, "Oh, the future of journalism is bleak," because basically they're looking at that. But I don't think that's the case because for those who are looking for new journalism, they know where to find it. And for those who are looking at other things, so to say, there's a mixture of taste and form. Okay. My sister here talked about the way some certain stories are crafted. for instance, giving a label like sex for marks. Yes, it's not fair representing, but we also have to look at the context, because sometimes there have been cases where some people have kind of offered themselves a way to, in order to entice, or they have, let me say they have had some indecent proposal in between, okay, and those things have happened. At the same time, when it comes to matters of rape and empowerment, usually police is not very forthright with the information, or even some parents have kind of tried to protect the teachers and not women. So sometimes the editors don't have all the information, so they may fear to put out that they will know the child was defined by what? By a teacher. Or, and then also you'll be surprised, because I think was another thing that ladies like you are in this effort to ensure that the information comes out, does not paint the other side as the dark side. We should do, you'll be surprised when that some of this information is edited by ladies. And when it comes out, you would have expected that maybe they will look at it differently. So I think you need to do a lot of training in the newsroom where I serve. We are trying to do that kind of training. So finally, the question I'd like to ask, is there, where is the training for male journalists in technology that has happened to the exclusion of female journalists? Thank you.
Interesting. I'll have that lady there. That's an interesting question. Yeah. Yes, please.
Sorry, my face is like that because I hurt my leg when I was trying to get up. Good afternoon. I'm a student of life, and I like to look at life as this never-ending thing. And the commotion we had in this room just shows to one aspect of emotional intelligence, which can sometimes be difficult to interpret and difficult to understand. And it is okay to have such things happen, because we are part of the society. That's where we come from. I'm a sub-editor, and these things sometimes happen in the newsroom. And when you have your editor as the one whose emotional intelligence, you're beginning to think, where are we going with this? It is also okay. You understand that he is, or he or she is, human. Unfortunately, we do not have as many women as leaders in the newsroom. My senior Pius here will tell you. How many editors in chief do we have in Uganda who are female? Barbara, right? In East Africa, how many do we have? Okay, with all due respect, ma'am, I have not seen you. Sylvia, welcome. So why am I taking time to express myself in this? Because unless you understand how the newsroom works and who runs the show, or who runs the big deals, the things that happen, you might say a lot of things. I'm a sub-editor. My work is supervised by an editor who is a male, and my editor who is a male is supervised by a male, and my editor who is a male, the male supervised and supervised by a male who has never perhaps considered gender reporting as an issue. I did my research in assessing the challenges to gender mainstreaming in the media. My case study was Daily Monitor, and my next case study is coming to Pius's office. So when you begin to analyze and understand these things, the problem is not actually with the journalist sometimes. The problem is with the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper will come and say, hey, this story is not sexy enough. let me twig it a bit. By the time you read your own copy, your own byline, I was a reporter for some years, so I understand how the newsroom operates. By the time you get your copy, if it is this editor who is very senior, sometimes you can't even question. You have trained me gender reporting, but the story is not sexy. But we need to sell copy and survive as a newsroom. See, isn't it like that, sir? Sometimes. Okay. So when we're approaching the subject of gender reporting and the use of language, I think the conversation goes beyond the reporter. The conversation goes to the owner, and the conversation goes to the editor. How do we engage these people and have them in these conversations? A lot is happening with journalists, the field reporters, which is very good and necessary. But the critical decision maker is not part of this conversation. I don't make decisions. So what miracle can I do? I can only write, give copy, then run back to my editor. For instance, if it is Mr. Pius, I go back the next day and say, but sir, this is not what I wrote. Sometimes they apologize and there is a correction page and all that, but the damage has been done. Perhaps the next person won't read the correction. And then the court cases. We have court reporters. Can court reporters also be trained in gender reporting? Because in the courts, things are said the way they do it as professional, judiciary, in their section, whatever they are doing. But what is it that the reporter is bringing to us? And finally, my sister here talked about disability. When we start on that subject, we will spend the whole night here. You know why? From just the basic things of accessing a building. So these days when you invite me for a function, I'll ask you, how accessible is this place? Are there stairs? Are there no stairs? Now imagine a journalist. I am not in the field right now because I have to deal with that every day. And I'm not in the field right now because my own office is not accessible to me. Now imagine if we had many of us who are interested and passionate about disability because we've experienced it, having to go through with every other part of this city where lifts are for the privileged. You can only get it at Tulip, you can get it at, but the story is always not there. So what do? Finally, I hope I have not overtalked. I also think for us to progress, especially in conversations around how we're going to deal with online harassment, or I'm a trainer in online harassment. I was trained by Wani from Media Freedom, and I do consultancy with them. Do we even understand as media houses that we can actually have online harassment policies in place? Do we have these policies? You have them. Great. Then that can be a benchmarking point. I don't know how many media houses have online harassment policies, because then when you go through the process of developing these policies, you're able to adapt and see what works for you as a particular media house. If people are still struggling with digital literacy, how do we make them understand? And then when they're already there, how do we prepare them, support them, and also offer a platform that listens and cares? Because if I say, let me stop using him as an example. He sent me an explicit message. Then we say, you're a beautiful woman. I mean, these are things that we're taking for granted, but they're happening in our spaces. They're affecting people emotionally. I can't write a story because the editor who is going to look at it is the one who sent me that explicit message last night. Editors, apologies. I'm just using it as examples. So how do we take these platforms and begin to support people and say, text messages, WhatsApp messages actually affect me emotionally such that I'm not even able to do my work, and you support me. Have the policies that work, but again, in those committees, don't put the perpetrators as the chairpersons of the committees.
True.
I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll have on this end, this gentleman, and then one lady. please have something to say before, but in seconds.
Thank you, Tricia. Good afternoon, everyone. I know a conversation about feminism dates back to the times of Lysistrata. I have had that conversation with Jan some time ago. It's not new, and now we are talking about feminism in a digital era. But there are some things that we are leaving out. Helen here gave us an example of a half divide. Half of the generation is living, in the other side of the town, and then we are here. What are we talking about? Those people in the other side of the raw environment, those women who are there. And then also there's something that we need to look at. I'm going to be controversial a bit. We're talking about women in media who are crying about sexual harassment. Honestly, why would a woman in media put on a see-through and upload somewhere and expect, it's okay, and not victim blaming. Okay, so why would you do that and expect to go scot-free? And expect to go scot-free. And then another case, what is the difference between a woman who does not know how to use ChatGPT and a man who does not know how to use ChatGPT? Aren't we turning to be crybabies? Aren't women turning to be crybabies? Me, I wanted to go back to the conversations of Lysistrata times. Feminism should be about advocacy for that, not being a crybaby platform for women. That's what.
All right, the panel will take that on. I'll have one here and Faith, and then get back to the panel. They are giving out the lunch coupons so that you go eat lunch. I hope you took that question. The question was on why do you wear see-through? And then aren't you asking for it? And then the other question was on what's the difference? And I think it also begs to what Pius asked earlier on. What difference is there in a man that has no digital literacy training and a woman that also has no digital literacy training? Is there a difference? It also begs for that. I think that's why also ChatGPT is. Is there a difference in these two human beings?
Thank you very much. My name is Pat Robert Larobe. I just have a couple of questions.
One.
Only one.
Yes, sir. We have to go for lunch.
The panel is talking about access to information, and when it was coming through, there was a question of inclusiveness, accessibility, and affordability. From all the guys in the panel, if you are running a website that is providing information, how accessible are your websites? Do they have data visualization tools that people with visual impairment can come and look through? Or we are preaching what we are not practicing? That is one. Two, when we look, maybe just very critical on the disability note. Somebody was saying journalism has gone to the underdogs. I've taken almost 2 years. I don't come to such kind of conferences. Why? Because I'm too busy looking for stories that have impact. Now, the journalists who are bought and put in the pockets and given envelopes, the one they alluded to earlier on, have not found a niche of what they should be doing. However, that suit does not fit all journalists. Don't put us journalists in the same suit because we are different people. That should be very clear. Just like somebody is defending how the women should not be attacked, don't put all journalists in one basket. When we talk about disability, I have been covering albinism, people with mental challenges for all this time. When I get back to the point of accessibility, during the COVID time, the police intercepted a hard of hearing youth, say, "Where are you going?" He cannot speak. Simama hapo, he was still continuing. The only thing they did was to fire him with bullets. Why? Because he could not listen, he could not know what was being spoken. Communication model. How do we communicate to people? Imagine if I came to this room and I am hard of hearing. I can't get what you're saying. There's no interpreter here. How do you assess my needs? And if that is not critical, we are talking about access to information as of now. Let's go back to the subscription. Newsrooms are putting the subscriptions because they need to make money. You will not stop them from that. If they put the paywalls because they have to make money, or you have to pay something small for them to make that money, how are we going to overturn the table? Will your policies serve this? Will our discussion serve this? What is the civil society organization doing to turn around the revenue collection point vis-a-vis access to information? If we give the answers to this, and then we'll be speaking reality. Otherwise, speaking from the abstract, we will keep on talking and nothing will change. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And finally, Faith. Before Faith comes, Kenya is in Parliament. In the Parliament of Kenya, they're talking about a sign language bill that they'll be passing into law, and then it will become the third national language for Kenya. I implore the media here and the journalists here to pick up on, building advocacy around having sign language as a national language. It could be in just the stories that you tell, but also in engagements like this, it would be ideal to have sign language people, and so that we see representation of things that actually do matter, both for journalism, for media, but also for, communication. Finally, Faith.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faith Mulunji, and I have a question for the panel. A lot of times when we talk about having women in spaces, I work in the media, I host a breakfast show, and one of the things I've realized that either to cope and survive the structural process the lady over there explained is to hold on to the things that the system promises us. For instance, if you are a woman like myself and a very loud feminist, the media spaces will blacklist you. You are called the loud woman, you're called all of these things. And sometimes, actually beg to differ, that sometimes even these stories, Sarah and I were just reading a story here in the news, sometimes these undertones are orchestrated by women. So what is our plan to address the elephant that is internalized misogyny with media women? We see it that a lot of women perpetrate these ideas, they perpetrate these ideologies under the lie that the system will protect them. But when the system comes back to bite, suddenly they remember there is such a thing as women's rights. So what are we doing? What is the way forward, to address internalized misogyny? Maybe the last question to the room is, why do we come for conversations like these if we're going to live as closed-minded as we came? We sit here, we are journalists, we are meant to inform people, but we come in with our closed minds. People are explaining, giving lived experiences, we've just received a report, and you are going to walk back out there and do the same thing that you're saying you are being trained. How different are we from Boda men on a stage?
I'll give it back to you. Pick up on most of the questions were to Page. Pick up on the questions, and then we'll close and go for lunch.
Thank you. I would like to address the issue of internalized misogyny in the media space. And maybe that's what the gentleman was trying to get across in the issue where you find that it's the women in power who are still pushing the narratives that are, like what you have said, the issue of, oh, she was just like this, so what did she expect? So I'm wondering, do we have gender-sensitive reporting toolkits that can be given to, say, like a School of Journalism, so that it's not something you're just finding in these spaces? It's starting at the root where you are starting to study journalism. So do we have those toolkits in place? Because I've seen, like in countries like Kenya, when you look at the organizations that work with intersex people, because they're trying to address sexual violence in the queer community, what they did was create a toolkit and give it to police so that at the national level when they're training police, they already know the issues that are in that community so that they can address it. So is there a possibility for us having a toolkit specifically made for students of journalism that this is not a conversation that they're going to only find in conference rooms. I mean, how many of them have access to these spaces? So how can we get that toolkit? So that question goes back to the organizations that have organized this. Yeah, how can we have that toolkit? Another thing in regards to people living with disabilities, I understand that it is expensive. And a lot of the time, organizations do not have the money and the resources to make space or room for people living with disabilities. But the things like hybrid trainings, hybrid events, yeah, you're here, you're in people who can have access here, but you also have it on Zoom. You also have it on YouTube. You also have it on Facebook. Yeah, so you also have it on very many other platforms so that you can reach as many people as possible. Imagine if this space was also online. How many more people will be able to bring in more ideas to the conversation? So how can we have more hybrid? The tools are there. Let us utilize them. Like what I was saying earlier, that we have the digital platforms and people with misogynistic people are using them. And they are really using them because that's why you're seeing very many podcasts on TikTok. So why aren't you also on TikTok pushing the same narrative? Yeah? Why is it that it's easy for Andy Tate to go on TikTok and push the narrative about women and whatnot? What stops you from going on TikTok and doing the same thing? What makes you think it's only for housemates? Yeah, because there's this assumption that, you know, it's TikTok, it's for kids and, you know, people who don't have jobs and the people that you look down on. But it's a big platform. So let us utilize that. Another thing that I'd like to address is to this gentleman, sir.
Sir.
You, talking to me, I'm sorry I forgot your name. I'm sorry I forgot your name. Yeah. No. Okay, no. When you put across the issue of a woman in media and how they are dressed, that's victim blaming. That is victim. I'll give you an example. I like a man in a suit. You get my point? I find them attractive. But I'm not going out of my way to touch them, to make lewd comments to them. So why do you think just because you've seen a woman dressed in a certain way, it gives you the power to make whatever comments you can make on them? No, I'm not justifying. I'm trying to put a point across that it is victim blaming to say that a woman has been harassed because of how she is dressed. It is never about the dress code. We've seen women dressed in goddesses and they're harassed. We've seen women, we've been listed a Muslim men too in Mecca. So what makes you think it's about the outfit? I will come here fully dressed and a man will still find a way to harass me. Yeah, we see government institutions where there are rules on how women should dress and whatnot, and they're still harassed. We've seen teachers dressed in a certain way, but because she has a big bum, oh my God, how can she go dressed like that? You wanted her to leave her bum at home. So you see the point, it's never about your dress code. It's never about your dress code. It's about the fact that that other person wants to take away your power. And that's it. It's never about your dress code. And you mentioning that is you fueling the rape culture. That, oh, what was she dressing? Why was she walking outside at night? Because tomorrow, if you're raped, they'll also ask you, why were you carrying the laptop?
We are going to lose the other questions. Let's pause that. Let me give Helen to answer to, what does it mean? And then I think I really appreciate that point that Pius put across. Does it mean that men know better because somehow the digital literacy fell on them? So that dimension.
Hello, house. All right, I would like to answer Pius politely. Are we together? Where he was asking that where is the training for male journalists that has created male dominance? To be honest, I don't think there is any school on earth that trains the males in a different way from the way they train the female. We are all trained the same way, in the same classes, same content, but I request that we put on the correct lens. You see those specs that you're putting on? When I put on them and look at this bottle, we'll have different images. Am I right? So let's try to put on the correct lenses. There are so many issues that are limiting women from reaching the level where men are. I remember yesterday I suggested again in her session where there was a question somehow related to this, and I said that, you know, when we look at women the way we think, okay, it is very right for us to say, but who is stopping you from having a smartphone? Don't you earn a salary? Can't you afford? How much is your salary? Can't you afford a smartphone? But that is rude. We have to go to the grassroots to understand why is she not able to afford. In my submission, I mentioned somewhere that this is as a result of financial non-dependence of most of the women. Honestly, you're my husband. You've given me Kameza, the money for food, maybe say 10,000, and then I decide to pick 1,000 to buy data on my phone. What would be the response? What would be the response? And yet you who is giving me the 10,000 has extra 5,000 to buy GBs for your use the whole day. I'm depending on you. What responsibility am I shouldering as a woman? Yes, all of us wish to be there. Thousands of women are there, but we have to be considerate of this other woman that is in our back. I don't want to miss to mention the issue of the mindset as we are going out of this place. I think let's go with this mindset that we need to push a lot to see that we lift this grassroots woman to go up. To the other half that I mentioned, the digital half and then the non-digital half. Let's pull more women go to the digital half as much as we can. Thank you so much.
To conclude this matter for us.
Thank you so much, Helen, and I'll just add my voice to what she has said. I think let's go back to the basics. Let's look at these things, you know. Why are most of these things, like the trainings we are talking about, why are they focusing on women, you know? They are disproportionately affected by these things. What causes that? Let's go back to the basics, and we know, and we get to dig deep and understand why all these programs are focusing on women. It is because of the significance of these. The prevalences are high for women, the incidences are high for, you know, ABCD, XYZ. So let's go to the basics, dig deep, and understand why these things are the way they are. And to add again to what she has said, let's focus on the women from the grassroots. Yesterday in our conversation, we had someone who is from Karamoja area, but most of the things which we're talking about digital, she was like, we don't access, we don't do this, we don't do this, you know, we don't do this. So let's focus also on those areas, the policymakers, the government. Someone said they are working for the government. Please tell the government that the people in Karamoja, where they are implementing other programs, they need to access internet. They should strengthen the internet connectivity there in addition to other things that they are doing, because we want our women in Karamoja to access the internet and be visible online, share everything that they are doing online. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, my panel. I want to end with a note of, I don't want to borrow anything other than government entered this conversation. And I think going forward, we need conversations where we have representation from government, from media, from civil society, from the people that they're representing, so that, you know, there is a stakeholder kind of engagement that we have. Conclude this matter for us, Brenda. In a snapshot, where do we go from here?
I think you have portrayed it clearly. We need an intersectional approach to these issues. All the reflections that have come from the audience clearly point out that we need all the actors to get into the room to talk about some of these issues. Very keen to it. I need to emphasize that there's context to these issues that we are speaking, and the context is called gender and media, or gender and development. Please bother to enlighten yourself about that. You would understand where we are coming from. If you don't have exposure to that or understanding to that, you can never understand this. You'll always think women, 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 speaking for women, women, women. It is true, we speak for women because these problems are there, and that is pointed under something called gender analysis. Kindly look up that and get to know. And as I conclude, concentration should be across board, like Helen mentioned, that we are not going to only look at the empowered woman, because we continue with what Sandra mentioned of the structured, silenced women, that the woman who does not have exposure in terms of accessibility, affordability, and usability can never thrive. And that is the female journalist who is in a media house that cannot project her to be a brand that we see out there. Therefore, we are going to look across board. Programming civil society should target across board to impact. Do not cease, because we are increasingly having more female journalists coming out of media institutions who do not have this skill set, and they are going to face these challenges. Lastly, civil society, accelerate advocacy towards gender inclusive digital policies. Jan, policy, among other civil society in the room, collaboratively accelerate, because we are going to continue to speak this in the next media week as long as we don't have policies that trickle down, as long as we don't hold the actors, the duty bearers, to see that implementation of inclusivity is there. And implementation cannot be there if we do not have the policies. The policies shall not only arise when we come and sit in the ACs. Let's get out of the comfort zone and sync these actors. Same applies to engagement of media. You see the biases here, you cannot easily get them in here. Let's do on-site, get them in their offices and emphasize these issues. In conclusion, we need gendered data. The reason as to why you're saying that we are having this extensive bit of it is that we have generalization of the problem. We have minimal gender data that reflects the severity of the issues that we're speaking about, that is OGBV against women and any other forms of violences against women and other marginalized groups. Robert, when we have the press index reports, kindly let us not only have the physical violations that are happening, let us have the online violations. Why am I putting HRNG on the spot? You see, we are going to have this report here. But when the government is referring, and Uganda Human Rights Commission, Rosemary is referring, they are going to look at the press index report and keep emphasizing how we have had a drop of 10 cases, and therefore we are improving in media freedom and inclusivity. They are speaking because we are not seeing beating happening. There is a bigger monster that is happening in the online space, and this is taking a gendered perspective of it. So if we don't have this data that is leading the so much that we are doing behind doors of these reports that we are producing, we are going to keep talking to ourselves, and this conversation shall not, without holding the duty bearers, who are largely the perpetrators, in form of failing to implement these policies, or simply looking away, and therefore people are going scot-free, even holding this rigid mindset towards change. We need to do that and be effective now. The next media week, Jan, I think we should hold us accountable to some of the things and not talking about these issues again. We move from the book of Lamentations into the book of Psalms next year. Thank you very much.
So we are going to be psalming next year. Thank you, ladies. It was very nice and an honor to host you on this panel. Because of time, I'm going to end this conversation here and hand it back to Jan.
Closing remarks.
Please give a closing remark.
Yeah, because I think for me, from all this conversation that we've had, first of all, what I've seen is that trainings are very important. And for us as Women of Uganda Network, we, of course, we're talking about the physical and the online. So we have been doing digital security trainings, but also we felt it's important to integrate aspects such as the physical security training and psychosocial, which is very important. I like what Helen shared before, and that is all what we need in regards to the structurally silenced women. And also, I think one thing that is still evolving is around the Universal Service Fund. I think it's very important that we start looking at how much is in the Universal Service Fund that is by the UCC, how is it being used. We need to hold these stakeholders accountable on how the Universal Service Fund is being used, because that is access that is used, but also training. I think very importantly, training the structurally silenced women patients about how they can tell their own stories. I think we have all been talking about how the media portray stories of structurally silenced women, or even any woman. I've many times been interviewed, but you find it's very difficult, like Irene said, about the media coming back to fact check how is the spelling of your name, how is this what you really say. So you find that there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation around the issues of structurally silenced women and the issues that women face. But also what is very important that the civil society organizations need to focus on, and the media at large. I think one thing that I really love, and I really want to thank Sipesa, Julie in the room. I think I was trained around the Universal Periodic Review, and this gave me an idea to be able to focus on what is the country doing in regards to being able to analyze the state of human rights violation in the country. Recently, there was a shutdown of the UN Human Rights Office. Now we have the Uganda Human Rights Commission here. So how are we going to ensure that the issues in the country, who is holding the government accountable of issues around structurally silenced women, which I think is also very important. But also, I think that it's very important that we are the media people here. We're talking about a feminist internet. Are you aware about the principles of the feminist internet? Is your issues being reviewed? Let's try to see these issues, because currently we had the Global Digital Compact being reviewed, and there are several issues that are being integrated in the feminist principle of the internet, such as the climate change. That is a very big issue. Is the issue that we're talking about here being integrated in the feminist principle of the internet? I think that is what I wanted to share. But also, let's not forget about the backlash that's being pushed on the progress that has been made around gender justice actors in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's really tough for our dear ladies for work well done. And I wish to state that I am Sami. I left Lamentation in 2019. The question about women in media is that why should we even have them? That was the first. So we are making progress. Why should we have them? They get pregnant, then after we give them leave, then they come back and get pregnant again. Those were the questions. And they were genuine, by the way, right? The principle is that we may not have to agree, right? But we need to make some steps forward. So from that point, I am so pleased. I feel like, wow, we have moved. We saw, we had to demonstrate it, you know? Sometimes beyond argument, you have to demonstrate it. We had to demonstrate it, find the media owners, wherever they are, we tell them that, you know what, the women actually count. It's good for journalism, it's good for content, it's good for business, right? And so indeed, we are going to take action, and there will be some more results. So me, I am summing despite all that's happening. Second thing, where 2 days ago we were with Robert, and we are talking about safety for journalists, and the issue there, the pain was access or freedom of expression, you know? And it was like, how do you go talk and everything? And so I am in a journalism conference, and then we have to confront it again, right? Because now should we deal with a difference in opinion and we shut it, or should we like say, okay, let's hear you, but here is the context. Whenever that statement that my brother Herbert brings up comes up, it's dangerous for women, right? When you say that the women are their own enemies, every time I've had that statement, it has been an excuse for somebody not to take action, right? And so, my dear brother Nsimbi, in the name of freedom of expression, we would like to hear what you're saying, right? We suffer the same pain when the government refuses us to express ourselves, right? But understand that we are dealing with another frustration here, right? Women are a big demographic in this country. We deal with so many difficult things, but when it comes to be understood, it's a frustration, right? So I hope you agree with me. In the name of freedom of expression, right? And differences in opinion, I am going to ask Kenan, please reach out to Herbert if he is willing and ready, because I am demonstrating it to the perpetrators also, who don't know how to express themselves, that you know what, this is what can be done. We may not have to agree, but can we say, yeah, because soon they'll say that, you know what, now you journalists, you don't even agree to talk to each other. So please, we will legitimize certain things. So if Herbert is willing and ready,
I think for peace.
Peace, eh? In the name of peace.
Yeah.
We accept it. Do we accept it, right? Yeah, right. But the principle is, I think the ladies meant well, and it's a real struggle. I told you how we started from should female journalists exist, and here we are. So I think it's a good time to move forward and actually talk this out during the lunch hour. So thank you all, and see you back shortly as we talk about public service delivery, and then next we talk about AI, we'll talk about AI again, and then we'll talk about public service delivery. So let's hurry to lunch, and I'm here, friends. I hope you feel my pain. No. What time are we returning? Coming to 2. So let's do, can we agree? 30 minutes? 3 p.m. 45? Consensus, 45 minutes? Yeah? 45, and we are back here, and then we'll proceed.
Ladies who attended Future of Work yesterday, please stay for a minute to sign for today's engagement, okay? The ladies there.
seated on very special table. The rest of us are seated on round tables, and theirs is linear and straight. So you also chip in these ends. Let me start from here, Miriam. What is your opinion on I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. How are you finding today's session so far?
I took a few things. For me, one of the things that I thought about was the AI debate. I think generally, when we look back in history, there was always fear of new technology. First television thing. I think we're in a similar situation because somehow technology overtakes us. It's so fast and it happens so quickly, and we don't feel equipped. I was saying to Jonathan earlier, I think when in 20 years from now, when we look back, we will laugh about ourselves and how afraid we were.
And how scared we were.
But I think that, this is one of the takeaways I would like to hand over.
Okay, that's wonderful because in a few minutes when John calls me up and tells me we're ready, we're going to be having a more thorough discussion in that line, and I'm excited to see what we'll take from there. Yes, John, the talking stick is in your hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can share what we were just talking with my colleague here. When he was mentioning that, the other platforms are overtaking the traditional media platforms. And we were saying that, if you can't beat them, then join them. So why shouldn't the media go there too? Why don't they start creating content that can fit into these other platforms where people are? So then it means that media houses should come up with content that can fit on TikTok, that can fit on all these other platforms where the audience is running to. So we should follow where the audience is.
Yeah.
And it's still possible for the media to make money there.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. I went somewhere, we were having a conversation, and they told me, the problem with TikTok is that people are just there, they are dancing, I'm tired of seeing cats around and everything. I told them, no, that's not the case. We have mainstream media houses, global and local, that are on those platforms that are disseminating information, short format that people want and can consume. And I think you're very right, we need to adapt. There is a particular table here at the bar. You guys have a lot of opinions. I think we should get for you guys a panel and I don't know, that this house will go on fire. But before in Africa, there was a saying that when the elders of the community would sit, wisdom would flow from the top of their head down through their beard. And you are a bearded man, I think, with a lot of wisdom to share. Please, what is your takeaway so far from today? What are you processing?
I think for me, there was the comment by Dr. Comfort around the regulatory environment, and she did mention the computer misuse law. And I just wanted to mention that perhaps the media actors should try to be more observant of what happens in the region, because the same injurious provisions in the media that are in Uganda are in Kenya, they're in Rwanda, they're in Tanzania. And it starts with one of those parties legislating it. In fact, even Sub-Saharan Africa, Malawi, Zambia also legislating the same. So the same thing is going to happen on this AI thing and how it affects our general population and also in media specifically. For instance, in Kenya, there is an ongoing law debate of something called an ICT practitioners bill and also an AI bill. So one of the things something they're saying that anyone who is practicing in the ICT or AI space needs to register with somebody somewhere, which means that you need to be paying some money, a subscription every year. You will subscribe code of ethics and conduct that you must.
I mean, it doesn't make sense for practitioners. But once it kicks off in Kenya, it's going to come to Uganda and it's going to do good. So it's quite important that we be more vigilant and see what is happening there and be proactive in how we would either counter it or try and reduce the dangerous provisions.
Okay, that's interesting to see. Whenever the word taxes comes up, people itch. Okay, this is the first time when I'd like to think of it as like my a little class, and oftentimes the participants or students don't raise their hands. They actually don't want me to look at them, but you are raising your hand, and I like that. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yes, thank you so much. My takeaway from the discussions that we've had today, the first thing I'll say is that we should not always shy away from a challenge. I'm a legal practitioner, I'm a lawyer, so I will give you a brief story about our field.
Yes.
Now, for the lawyers, quite a number of lawyers used to profit off simple things like registration of companies, registration of NGOs. But then with time, URSP provided the public with a portal. And with that portal, the public would actually register a company themselves without the assistance of a lawyer. Let's talk about searches on pieces of land at the lands registry offices. All that used to be work for lawyers, but now a mere surveyor can go there and do the same. But lawyers started ranting. These guys are taking away our work. Uganda Law Society was up in arms saying they are taking our work, but then we came to realize, in actual sense, there is a whole backlog of cases that have not been sorted in those registry offices, lands whose titles have not been made, companies which have not had their registration confirmed simply because of that huge pile of papers that you do file there. So by putting it online, they're just making work easier for the public. And then also came to learn that it was also work of an average lawyer. They were just trying to tell us that that is very simple. Step up your game, do bigger things. Okay? So in relation to the discussion we are having today, it is absurd when we start comparing ourselves to we as journalists. I think what we are supposed to be focusing on is trying to be better at the content that we do give the public. Okay? And then there is another thing that we already said, that you can't fight change. You should rather embrace it. Lawyers fold, they fold, but eventually we are embracing change. And I'll give you a very good example, another group of people that embrace change. Those are police officers, not necessarily in this jurisdiction, but in some of those countries abroad. You've heard of polygraphs, right? That machine that you call a lie detector.
Truth detector.
Okay? So there are those who also complain, this machine is going to take away the work of detectives. Those who look at a criminal, they look at the way he's looking at them and they're like, this guy is lying.
Good cop, bad cop, polygraph cop.
Why? So, but then they came to realize that why would you fight? Why would you fight a machine that you're just going to connect to a suspect's body, and then it will, from their blood pressure, from their skin, movements, from quite a number of biological, aspects, tell that this person could be lying. So they realized it was there to help them, not fight them. So I pray that as journalists, we should find a way and a place within our hearts to accept AI. Thank you.
Did you say a place in our hearts to accept AI? Oh, I had a lie. Okay, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Okay, well, I'm just going to move over to this section. For the most part of the day, please, if you're on this end, agree with me or disagree. A lot of the conversation that has been happening has been coming from these ends. All right? You people in VIP tickets. I have a question, and I would like to just see who would volunteer to help me answer that. Today we are talking about how to protect women online. And this is, whether we want to agree with it or not, the numbers do not lie. Men are the biggest perpetrators of online violence against women. And the thing that technology does is that it gives people a mask sometimes. It's very easy for me to create an account online. I'm not going to put my real name or my real face, and I will do whatever I want there. So as we are embracing AI, as we're embracing technology, how can we ensure more strict measures on these users? How are we going to ensure that already the war is hard enough when we know the people that are doing it? Now we are moving into an AI generation where people can do things, easier. So is there anyone who wishes to, on this end, to tackle that question, or is it too complex and needs an entire panel discussion? No, I'm not going. Okay, there's a hand here from policy.
Thank you, Kenan. I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'll got it. One thing. So speaking of OGBV, and I'm going to then bring it to AI. There's something we've been trying to do, and I've forgotten the partner, but we've been trying to translate OGBV definitions because online gender-based violence as a concept is quite new. I mean, it's been around, but now it's being coined and defined. So we've been trying to understand what's OGBV, how does it manifest, or what are the remedies, etc., etc. Of course, the main feature being that the OGBV, the online gender-based violence that you're seeing, is kind of a replica of the GBV we've been talking about in physical spaces. So now what we're doing is defining and doing a glossary on OGBV. What is OGBV? How does it manifest? Because I know each and every day there's a new format through which OGBV manifests. And then we're trying to translate those definitions into tech policy guidelines. What that means is that you're giving a playbook or a guide for technologists to be able to design tools that are able to cut down on the issue. Otherwise, you can't keep asking tech, Facebook, and whoever to cut down OGBV or put safeguards without even them understanding what OGBV is. Just like we're grappling with it, they are also grappling with it. And of course, they put in place certain criteria on this and that, policies, but it's still an evolving phenomenon. So speaking to AI, I hope I remember the question. Same thing, yeah. There's conversation of regulation of AI. We all know that most of the AI tools, and I know that sometimes when you talk about AI, most people think about ChatGPT, but beyond that, that's just a writing tool. There's quite lots of AI tools that we've known that have existed in our lives for quite some time. Siri, Google Maps, all these things are using AI. There's AI embedded in there. So speaking about AI, I think there's conversation starting to happen around regulation of AI. What is ethical AI? What is how can we govern AI? Otherwise, this is a tool that is going to kind of supersede all of our efforts. But in a context of Uganda where we're even still trying to catch up on technologies that were built 10 years ago and we don't have laws in place. When we get laws, the laws are trying to like kind of cut down on freedoms of expression and this and that. I think then the conversation of what kind of regulation should be there for AI, should we wait for state regulation or should we then opt for issues like co-regulation? Yeah, is there a middle ground where, of course, government and the people that are developing tools and innovators, is there a place for innovators to also be part and feel like capping down things like OGBV, capping down things like gender misinformation, which are most times perpetuated or fueled by these tools that they're developing, is also their role. Yeah, so where is the place for innovators when it comes to regulating AI and just making sure that AI that is coming to the market is ethical? Let's not have conversations of have AI that is customized to the needs of Africans, etc., etc. Because most of the challenges we are having is because the AI tools that exist are developed on data that is uncontextualized to us, so language. That means if someone uses an AI tool and they abuse me in their local language, then the Facebook people or whatever people are not able to decode that this is an abuse.
It's
So
an
all those
attack.
things.
It's actually, oh yes, you want. Okay.
Thank you, Philip. My rejoinder is that we should have more women using AI, because if you have more women, then they carry the message. They themselves cover whatever it is that is being implanted on them or rained on them. And then we need more brands, more female brands online. Like Bad Black is a brand. You just don't mess around with her. Start it, you get it. So when you go online, we need to have women having their brand. Build your brand, decide your brand, have it out there.
And stick, wow, okay.
Then we shall have this whole manyanga manyanga.
Absolutely, I love that. John is calling me. Okay, one last one.
You know, just to add on what she has said, I think sometimes when the women, when you say the men, probably they are perpetrators. We are not very sure. But if the men are attacking someone online, instead of feeling sorry, you get up to the battle line. How does it end? Because at the end of the day, you need to stand for what you stand for. If I am that person, I'm saying I've done this and I'm telling you that is shit, you won't take it away from me. So I'm thinking the women should stop saying, your nudes have spread. You're not going to take the nudes away. Just say it is me, but I think these are the intentions that are not right. Rally the right people to fight the propaganda. In the media, is good news, is bad news. All is news. So I am thinking to say the men do that or the women do that, people must stand for themselves. It's not right. I don't like it. I don't like it. But if you keep on saying, people are going to say sorry, sorry. Like the last one which came out, they're going to say, oh, she's a sister to the other DJ. You know? And then the DJ is hiding even when he's playing music. He's not sure. He thinks he has carried the notes on the head. That is not true. Just tell them that is not me. Let the people sort it out. And, you know, speaking the truth will not stop you from eating food, you know?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that has contributed. You are my panelists. I've just had an entire panel discussion, John. You aren't here. So thank you so much. I'm going to be handing over to you.
Wow, we should go back to it, but let's leave. We focus. A good afternoon to you all again. I'm just reminded, when I hear these conversations, I'm reminded of one of the very first movies I watched when I was young. Who remembers the opening part of The Gods Must Be Crazy? What was that? It was a bottle, right? And it was a Coke bottle, Coke. A Coke bottle fell, and then The Gods Must Be Crazy. Has the AI Coke bottle fallen and are really spazzing? Is it going to cause us problems, you know? And there's some other phrases that you hear in certain places, like the immigrants are coming, the aliens are here, you know? But is this the tone we want to take? I can imagine before the typewriter, I think when they had the typewriter is here, you know? We are done for. But I think in the morning the tone was a little bit, but I think we're in a place where we might at least receive the bottle, yeah, and try to understand how we can work around it. And this is the purpose for the discussion, because after we know about AI, what does it mean for journalism? What does it mean in our times of disinformation? What does it mean in the geopolitical environment we're in? We saw what happened on online spaces when people are reporting about war, you know, and how they presented different things in different ways. Even locally, you know, how are people talking about certain things? Recently, I saw an international organization writing, they posted a picture against, I think they are speaking against
reporters in a war zone, and they were really saying, people need to be. They were really rallying, making a rallying call. But at the end of the picture that they used, it said AI generated. And interestingly, journalists just came and just said, just interacting with that company, that organization, until they pulled down they put down the post. Why? Because then they were trying, the journalists thought that, you could have used a real picture from a what? From a war reporter. And these are the questions we ask ourselves. When do we need it? When can we do away with it? What are the compromises? Now, I am going to invite our panelists today, a very rich panel at that. The last time Daniel was here, he threatened us with AI. He even demonstrated it to us. We're like, okay, now it has come. And now he's back here today. Welcome, Daniel Lutaya from News 24. Have I called it right? Yes, Karibu, come and let's hear what other threats you might have for us, or possibly we are progressing from that. And then we also have Carol Boyanga, who was formerly at Nation Media Group, and now she is an editor. She's still a writer. Today, earlier on, you made it in the news. We're asking who has enrolled for Carol's class. There she is. Please make sure you enroll. And she has also been in the digital sphere. And indeed, she has a wealth of knowledge in this area where she'll guide us, especially in terms of professionalism. And next is Emmanuel Gabire from Next Media. And he's an expert in this area. He has studied about it. And on the other hand, he works in quality control at NBS. Welcome, Emmanuel. And lastly, we have Juliet Namfuka, who is our research and communication officer from CIPESA, who is one of our leading partners in the Uganda Media Week, but also the work they do speaks to ICT policies in East and Central Africa, and Southern Africa rather, and all of these, we have them all: professionalism, regulation, policy issues. And then on the other hand, we have the drama that we're having about disinformation, which comes with a lot of discrediting of journalism. We'll soon see a rise in political communication, and then suddenly other people will start doing your jobs. Or some of you go behind and start doing jobs for other people, and then in the morning you show up as a journalist. But where is the thin line? And so to open up the discussion, I'm just going to go first in no order, but just to ask to go to Daniel. The last time you were here, you told us how you've started using AI and how it's making your job easier. So we just wanted to get an update from you. One, for those, remember that earlier we were told that some people were on the other side of the divide and the other people from the other half of the divide. So, question to you. First of all, in a layman's language, like you're talking to me at the granny, what does AI mean for journalism? And then next thing is then, how has it been since the last time you were here? What are you doing with AI in your newsroom first?
Thank you. So first things first, no need to be scared. Again, just like I said last year, you don't have to be scared. But if you do not know how to use any particular form of AI, then you should be scared, because and I think none of you here is in that second category. So the the first thing is the AI is working. There are many forms of AI. If you're a video journalist, you know that you use an editing software, and that is AI. Right now, the editing software is getting better and better. If you talk to Francis Kasozi, anybody who knows Francis Kasozi here, he used to work at WBS in the control room. Francis Kasozi and Drake Sekewa will tell you that they used to physically edit footage using a tape, right? And then here comes digital storage devices like cards, and now you can edit a story on your laptop, and that all is artificial intelligence. The fact that the computer is now helping you because we know when you're using it, things like Grammarly, things like on your phone, the autocorrect, that's an AI. So it has been here, and the only reason why it's making a lot of news right now is because we have decided to give it a name and say it's now called AI, and it is this thing. It is now, we've given a name to it so everybody knows what to attack, but you shouldn't attack it. For the people who are on the other side, please join us this side and start using it. It makes my life easier as a media owner, especially because we're running a small team. It's easier because one person will do maybe the jobs of 3 people or 4 people. Yeah.
Okay, so the concern earlier on was that that sometimes AI will make some journalists lose their jobs. I mean, this is something you're affirming with your last statement.
AI will not take your job. A person that knows how to use AI will take your job. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All clear? Yeah. So AI is not a person that you're going after. And then next to Carol, you have been on both sides of the mainstream analog, for example. I mean, mainstream journalism side, and then on the other side, digital online communication. How where do you see the opportunities that have come right now that were never there in AI that journalism can use, and then what do you think then about how we can move forward based on what you have seen that has worked?
Thank you, Jan. It's a privilege to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. Having worked at Nation Media Group, one of the things that I think I really enjoyed when I worked with the digital is we could tell. We had different software that could tell us that story is doing badly. Ditch it right now and get something better. So things like Chatbit, even Google Analytics. That's intelligence that shows you. And for me, it was actually the tougher thing for us on the digital desk, because a newspaper would be sold, and then it comes back, oh, maybe 10,000 or 15,000 or 20,000. And so everyone sort of thinks my story was there, I did well. But online, you could see that the story you've put up is doing well. It is getting so many hits, it's not doing well. And so you had that pressure constantly to be able to say what can we put up that can bring the crowds, what can we put up that people are interested in reading. So for me, I think that is one thing I don't think, even right now, I don't think we take as much advantage of. I think even in the newsrooms right now, I think they do, but not as much, because it shows you where people are going, where the interest is. So I think those are some things we can begin to take up in terms of understanding because we're journalists, we need to put the stories out there. So to begin to understand what are the crowds interested in. And there were some days when we got shocked about the stories that we put up. We would think this main story in the paper would be the one, we would think, and then we get surprised that something else is taking up people's interest. So I think for me, using platforms like that, and some of the software is, it gets, like Daniel was saying, it gets better. People are putting out things that now actually drill down to who is the reporter who has been read most this month, things like that. Which day did the best, in terms of when did people come the most? What time do people come to read your content? Are they coming in the morning? Are they coming in the afternoon? So it begins to drill. It's getting better, and so we're beginning to see even more detailed information in terms of the content we put up there, depending on the software you use. So I think that's an opportunity to grab, to sort of say, let's use this to find out, what we should be putting up there. And one other, like you were saying, there are many different things we can use. With another organization, someone gave a speech, a very nice speech, and we're thinking we need to have that. We need to get that and put it in the newsletter we're working on. But we thought, oh, now to get this person is going to take time. He's a professor, well known. It's hard to get him. So I thought, why don't we just get the speech, because it's online, and transcribe it.
and you can use AI to transcribe for you. You don't have to now sit and labor and sort of, keep stopping that, if you have the right tools, get AI, it will transcribe for you. Then of course you'll have to edit accordingly. So I think there are opportunities like that. And so then the journalist, what the journalist is doing is that he has gotten this thing to transcribe, and now he's doing more work to sort of think, who is this professor? Where does he come from? What is his expertise in this thing? What other information can I find out about him to strengthen the story, so that then he's not spending so many hours to transcribe this piece. Something is doing that for him as he's getting other information. So I think there are many opportunities like that around. We need to find them. I think we're not, looking for them as much. We need to find them and then see how to use them to benefit, whether it's a personal as a journalist or even the newsroom as a whole. Yeah.
Okay, what if the editor is demanding for a story and I'm not able to whip it up immediately? Can I press some buttons and get AI to fix it for me, and then I dot the I's and cross the T's and still it goes?
So it depends. I'm saying that if someone wanted to do that, it will depend. If I'm doing a story about here, there was a riot in town, that information is going to be hard to get with AI. If it's a story about Syria or Israel and Palestine, that information is going to be easy to get. AI is limited in certain things. We have to know in which areas it is. My personal take is we need to use AI to inform us, to give us knowledge, not to do the work.
Okay.
At the end of the day, we're the journalists.
Right.
I don't know if I can put that across.
Yeah.
We are the journalists. We understand our audiences. We understand our histories. We understand our complexities. So that sometimes AI does not understand that. It just gets you the information you want. So it is upon us to determine and say, what do I want from this? Do I want it to give me? I already have this information. What I want to know maybe is a history. So let me get that from here, so I can it can enrich my story. What I want to know is, maybe the relations between this country and that country, so that then when I'm doing my story, I have that information, but I have to enrich it. I don't want to just pick, maybe I want to have a quote from someone, in the embassy, and sort of say, this is what I'm reading, this is what information gives me. What is your take on that, or what is the future of this? So it like I said, it is upon us to use it to enhance, to enrich, but not to do the work.
All right. Actually, you speak to what was spoken earlier on in the day, that the principles of journalism, ethical journalism, still remain. Perhaps maybe the environment of how journalism is done is different, but again, how a journalist learning to do things, even when the environment is changing. You snooze, perhaps you will lose. And I'm glad that now from we are moving towards a certain level of agreement, which is really a good thing. I'm now just going to go to Emma. Just coming back to you, I have heard that you have done some research on AI in some more in depth, and I just want to allow you maybe to just share with us what you found out, especially in relation to journalism in your studies, so that we can see if what you found out can actually be of help in addition to where we are going with journalism and AI.
Okay, thanks, John. Good afternoon, everyone. So I conducted my master's research in the credibility of artificial intelligence, but I focused on credibility of AI when it writes prescriptive content. What I mean by prescriptive content is if, like those columns, like where you say you write in asking for the advice of a doctor, you have HIV, you've been taking your ARVs, they've stopped working, what does it advise you to do? Or you are a young man, you've gotten maybe 20 million shillings, what business should you do? In other words, where it's not just reporting straight news, but telling you what to do. Something, information upon which you can base a decision that guides your life. Anyway, so in the course of doing my research, of course, at the time I started doing the research in 2018, AI seemed like something that will never come to Uganda. Like it seemed so far away. So far away, I could not, even when I was doing it, ever have dreamt that in less than 5 years, we shall be using it in the newsroom. So the first thing that we found out was that AI generally is considered credible for most news. So I think someone gave an example somewhere where journalists were unhappy that some guys had used an image that had been generated by AI, and they said, why didn't you use an image from an actual reporter? The public doesn't care, honestly. If it communicates correctly, they don't mind. What we found out also is that generally AI is not as good in terms of the technical production as human beings. Human beings have mastered the craft. If you get someone who is a really good writer, who can put words together. At the time I did the research, many readers could not tell the difference, but editors and journalists could tell. If you didn't tell them this was AI, they would rate and say, this writing is inferior to this one. But in terms of saying what they prefer, they really didn't care. If it's communicating information, they do not care. Where does it get interesting? Now, I wrote, so that's on general news. Now, mine was about prescriptive content. I focused on business, if it's giving prescriptive content in business, if it is advising you on health, or if it is advising you in relationships. Business, don't care. If AI is telling me investing these stocks is going to be good for me, that is it. If it makes sense, I'll make the investment. I don't care where the information is coming from. Same with health. If I can input my symptoms and it tells me, according to these symptoms, you have malaria, I don't care. Interestingly, on relationships, people really cared. If you told them, because we had like a control group, if you told them this is from AI, the rating of the advice, even if it was exactly the same as the other groups who you told this is the human author, would plummet immediately. Like people would say, and it's as if they were telling AI, you do not know what you're talking about. Like, yes, you can tell me about health, you can tell me about business, but you know nothing about relationships, shut up. So yeah, I found it interesting. Do with that information what you will.
Wow. So when AI tells you to break up, in your heart you don't want to break up, right? So you just, who do you think you are? And I think that speaks to to what we are hearing from both Daniel and Carol, that the verification, perhaps, and the final use and the decision on how you're going to use information is your responsibility, right? And now that comes to Julie. So when a media house misbehaves, there can be some kind of punishment, right? The regulator can come after them and tell them that maybe there's some kind of defamation, all of that stuff. But now when it comes to AI, we cannot go and say, you actually told me to go and break up with the guy. I broke up with the guy, and now I have a heartbreak, right? So the question here is how do we deal with the intersection between, mainstream journalism and communication, and then AI, and still uphold a certain level of legalities in our communication?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. That is a very big question, a very loaded question. But I'd like to take us a few steps back to what panelists have been talking about. And that is about what is AI. It has been mentioned that AI has been with us for quite some time. It is not particularly new. It just came into the public domain recently. The tools have been there for long. People have been utilizing them, including all of us in this room, believe it or not. So we are scared of something that we actually know, just that it's been given a name. But another thing I wanted to point out is, yes, there are issues of trust associated with AI, as Emmanuel here has pointed out. When do we choose to believe it? When do we choose not to believe it? As media houses, as individuals, as businesses, that's a dynamic that's emerging. But beyond believing it or having trust in it is, what type of information is it that these AI tools are spewing at you? Some of the retail, or rather the mass openly accessible AI platforms, are relying on data that is only up until what, 2021, 20, it's not recent. So it will spew everything you want to hear, but it may not give you the necessary information that is relevant for the now. As a media house, if we were to rely on outdated information, that would render you rather suspicious. And it would also bring into question the amount of editing, proofreading, that whole, proofing of articles that are pushed through. But it also raises a concern for, somebody called it, someone had a very interesting term for it earlier. Anyway, peripheral media content, armchair, not, it wasn't armchair, it was something else. Anyway, so for content creators outside of formal media structures, many of whom have run to AI platforms to generate content quickly, they're pushing out information accompanied with very big fancy pictures, but that information is outdated. They have large followings, and I'm talking now from the perspective not only Uganda, but some of the other countries that we have looked at. So there is a growing problem generally in the continent on terms of factual information or practices around identifying disinformation and misinformation, but also practices around the mass spread of information. And we see that disinformation sells, or has a bigger spread than factual information. Media houses, for now, since we are seeing not so quick an adoption of the utilization of ChatGPT generally to create a story, that is ideally not the practice at the moment. Media houses in international settings, or rather some countries, are utilizing tools far more sophisticated with access to a whole lot more current data. They're using it to complement the people who actually go out to look for stories. So there's not a complete reliance on that. So when it comes to the law, they're still able to say, well, here's the factual information, we're not relying fully on this. But there's also the dynamic around the regulation of AI. In Uganda, we're still trying to navigate so many other regulations. We're still trying to navigate digital taxation, for example, and this is only a recent move from taxation of, social media. We're still trying to navigate past the definitions of a formal media house versus a citizen journalist. We are trying to understand, now this is speaking more broadly, some countries have decided that if you have a following of more than 5,000 people, you're automatically treated as a media house. What's Uganda's stance on that? What happens when AI comes into the play and I'm an individual, I happen to have this large following, my content is always hard-hitting, it reaches bigger audiences than a legacy media house, so those are the dynamics that we're trying to understand. But this is not unique to Uganda, it's actually a global problem. How do we navigate this terrain of AI as businesses, as a tool to fight back against disinformation, firstly, because there's a whole lot more opportunity for the creation of disinformation. That is likely to affect some media models out in some of the countries. So there's a lot happening in that space, so there's no straight answer in how we are yet to navigate AI as Uganda. We're still going to rely on our, standard laws for now. Even though there have been some amendments to them, they're not necessarily ready for this new area of AI and what it may mean in the long time for media regulation and content regulation.
Thank you, Juliet. So they're not ready because they do not know about it, or the other priorities first?
I think both of that.
Okay, yeah, some people who are regulated do not need to understand the concept first before they actually regulate it, right?
I think there's an understanding, but there's an uncertainty of exactly what it is.
Okay.
It's like when the parliamentarians received what was it called, the tablets,
yeah,
and we still had a parliamentarian, licking their fingers to swipe through. That's where we are with some of these developments.
Oh dear! Wow. Oh wow. So, so Daniel, getting back to just in line with what she said, because you are using it, how do you deal with the basic requirements of journalism in terms of reporting truth, reporting facts, and making sure that the information is not wrong or maybe misrepresentative of what actually you're actually intending to share with the public. So
Yeah, so just like there are journalists that are trained in fact checking, there are AIs that are doing fact checking, like Tinai. Tinai is doing fact checking. Google itself now can check for can verify images if they were taken by a photographer, if they were taken, if it's an AI generated image, or if it's an old image. Right now, X, Twitter, also has an artificial intelligence that will add footnotes on a video. If you post a video and it has a sizable amount of people that are viewing it, Twitter itself, the X app, will put some messages down there and say this video is old. It was first posted on this date. Has anybody seen that? That's artificial intelligence at work, helping us to verify. So instead of you, the journalist, having to call people that you know in Syria or call a journalist in Gaza to try and verify if this video is correct, X will do it for you, and you won't have to, struggle. Obviously, we've not had a lot of the Ugandan content being flagged by X. I don't know why, but for maybe it's because maybe our politics are not in the owner's interest. But for anything American, especially about politics, X will flag fake information. And I think I also need to tell you about disinformation. I do not believe the school of thought that AI is somehow going to breed disinformation and create disinformation from some dystopian world and bring it to us. It is the human beings that put wrong information in AI and tell the thing, create an image of Museveni wearing dreadlocks. And then the thing will create it. So it is human beings that input this information into the AI and then use it wrongly. It's the same thing with social media. People feared it when it had just come. Now there is good media on social media, and then there is also fake news on social media. So I think the regulation of artificial intelligence should start with the regulation of the human beings that are using the artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence on its own, if I brought an AI here and put it there, it will say absolutely nothing. All of you have Siri on your phones. It will do nothing and say nothing until you prompt it. And even when you prompt it, it asks you, what do you want? How can I help you? So it is human beings that are creating the disinformation. And if you deal with the human beings, then you'll be able to regulate AI. But for the case of Uganda and regulation, it is difficult for you to regulate something that you do not host. If, for example, if the AI is hosted in California and the servers are there, then you will not regulate it effectively. It's the same thing that happened with Facebook. The only thing that we have done to regulate Facebook is to close it. So that's the only way that Uganda government, and I don't know if there are government people here, but I hope there is no Toyota Hiace down there. But yeah, so it's the only way is to close it down, which we cannot do because we are already using it.
we also need some politically safe examples to instruct AI, because then you may put us in trouble. So I think in terms of professionalism, Carol, or maybe let me first ask Emma, when you were doing this research, how are you verifying? How are you verifying what we're dealing with? That this is if you tell me all of this stuff about medicine, what makes people accept this? What are the points of verification that this guy is actually telling me the true prescription and everything for business and maybe health? What are the parameters of saying that this might actually be correct?
Increasingly, human beings, I think by nature, are trusting. If you walked in here wearing a white lab coat and you call yourself doctor, they will take all your advice on health. Human beings are just like that. So if you, because the way that I structured the research was, you say this information was a response given by a doctor to this. This was information given by an investment expert to this. This was an information given by a counselor to this. Human beings read that, they take you at your word. Yeah, so I think it speaks also to what Daniel was talking about, that the ethical aspect of AI mostly has to do with regulating the human beings behind it, because AI is a tool. So if you can stop someone from posturing as an expert on a subject a priori before they even enter the information in the AI, you have a chance. If they have already passed themselves off as this thing that they are not, and then somehow the AI cannot detect it, you're gone for, because people instinctively trust. If I came and told you I'm a lawyer, a gentleman told us he's a lawyer, I believe him, but I do not know him. I've never met him. What if he was lying? So human beings by nature are trusting, and you have to keep, it's something that's very delicate. Yeah.
There's a principle of trust that we really must take responsibility for as journalists or as journalism. And now, going back to you, Carol, in terms of professionalism, now we have an idea of what AI is and everything. Where should we start training and preparing journalists to actually embrace it and use it better in the newsrooms and even in their research? What are the basic things where do we go from here now that we know that, yeah, it might actually be an ally? Where do we go from here?
I think I'm a big proponent of training because I see what it does and training well, not just coming and putting slides and. So I think that first of all it's like what Jake was saying, and even Daniel, is to make them realize you actually have been doing this thing. You actually have, so that it's because like right now sometimes it feels like a monster, in a way. I cannot decide a monster, but something out there that is so foreign and so scary, and that's going to come and take our jobs and things like that. So I think if we begin to have that conversation, let our journalists know that actually you've been using this. Remember when you did that? When you did that, you were using AI. So that makes it easier for them to feel like, oh, so I have an idea. So it's not too technically, difficult for me to understand or use it. So I think the first thing would be to help them understand what it is by showing them that they've been using it, and then beginning to show them different ways that they can use it. And I think when we break it down, like we've just, like especially what Daniel was saying, it helps. I happened to have been in a training as well. Someone else was training content creators. Was it? Okay, now people who are interested in creating content for their products or their businesses online. And he was training about AI. And he really broke it down. And he actually gave them examples. This is what you can do with your graphics. Let's use Canva. It's AI. This is what you can do with transcribing. And actually started to practice, and it was fun. And they realized, oh, it's possible. We can use this. So I think the first thing would be to train people on, to explain to them what AI is and the different forms that are there and how they can use them, and then begin to, I think for me, the onus really is on management. And if they really want to see where this thing going far, is on management and the editors to then say, what are we going to use? How are we going to use it? And how do we support our journalists, our reporters to use this thing? A lot of it, the really good stuff is you have to pay for it, and it's fairly pricey. So yes, some things individual journalists can buy, but some things it's better if the management says, let's get this for our team. So I think that management needs to start saying, what are the things that are beneficial for us? How can we use that? How do we get our team to start using that? So that's another thing that I think management should do. And then, but also training them about the ethics. It's very important, and training them and saying, this is a tool to help. Yes, it's a tool to help. It's going to support you. It is not, like I said, it's not doing your work. It is just helping you. It's doing things faster. It is helping. It is making the job easier, but you do the work really of either verifying or of ensuring that it reads better or all those things. So I think that, as media houses, those are some of the things we need to start doing. It needs to be very practical. I've seen many times when people come and say, guys, we need to start doing this. We need to go digital. And then it ends there. There is no actual steps. What are we doing to get digital? Do the guys have the tools? Have they been trained, and maybe section by section, not just one general training, but section by section. The guys up country, guys in business desk, the guys, the news, who the photographers and the video, have we them for this kind of thing. So that it's a whole process, step by step. Everyone gets, trained. Then the software that is affordable for the company, they get it, and then begin to sort of ask them to start doing that kind of thing. I think that's when it can be easily taken up. Yeah.
A really broad, planned and organized strategy on how to move from zero to some other better direction where everybody actually understands what they're doing, right? Yeah. Now, to Julie, since yeah, the environment. I mean, the regulator may not know may not know what to do in terms of regulating AI and addressing the issues that come with this information. But we are here in a room and we have at least, let's say, like at least today, we have a fairly clear understanding of what AI is and how it might be of benefit to the media space. How should we try to start our own personal journeys of self-regulation, really? Because it's also recommended that journalists, of course, need to have a certain level of regulating themselves, really, to be able to be trusted, really. So to you, broadly, what do you see? How can we remain ethical? How can we self-regulate and still get the benefits of AI?
Well, again, another loaded question. So the panelists have already mentioned that we need to build a culture of regulating the humans before we can try to regulate the tools. We keep seeing people getting beaten up, caned, and all manner of things. So that's already happening. And we see the France 2 journalists, particularly in Africa, not reducing, they're just getting worse. And they're going to keep getting worse with the use or the presence rather of AI as yet another excuse for more canings, more beatings, and arrests. So I don't think I can fully agree to the fact, to the notion that regulating humans is the trick. In other parts of the world, people are not being beaten up, they're not being arrested to the extent that we're seeing here, yet they are having much bigger populations online, much bigger populations utilizing social media, and more likely to have bigger populations using these tools. So what is it that is actually missing? Once you've figured that one out, we may be able to have a more inclusive digital society, one that is more respectful of the people in that space, one that recognizes the diversity of users in that space. So I think personally that it goes back to digital literacy. In Uganda, just a fraction of us actually utilizing spaces like social media, and just a tiny section are utilizing AI, and that is likely to be the trend for an extended period of time. So when we talk regulation, we need to be talking through the lens of a more broader sense of what regulation of AI and I guess of online spaces should look like. Just this week, UNESCO released guidelines for the regulation of social media. And nowhere in there is the mention of arresting people, beating up people, shutting down the internet, shutting down social media practices, but that is our formula here. Has it worked? No. Half of us are still accessing Facebook. When social media was shut down, we found ways around whatever VPNs that were there. So that didn't work. So there is a global discussion to be had, or rather that is happening. But how are we tapping into it as a state, but also as individuals? We often wait for information to come to us as opposed to going out to look for it. There is a recent study that I was involved in, which was looking at exactly this, AI and newsrooms in Uganda. And many journalists were not actively looking out for it. They're like, yeah, I've heard about it. It might take my job. How? They couldn't answer that question quite clearly. One thing that stood out and one thing that has been mentioned is that those journalists who have gone out to try to understand what AI is are going to be ahead of the pack, not just within the newsrooms, but within the broader media sector. They'll be more attractive to people looking for content from Uganda who are not based in Uganda because they've got just that little edge over others. So it goes back to personal brand, personal ambition. How do we keep in touch with what is happening, and how do we maximize on what is happening in that space to the best of our benefit? Many people are, well, not that many, more people should actually be generating content online for the AI tools to utilize, because a lot of the content that AI is relying on is not just content generated from within the continent. It's content generated from outside. So the narratives that AI is going to be spewing are remaining narratives formulated outside of the continent, outside of Uganda. Yes, there's content coming from Uganda, but it barely reads on some of the algorithms. So as journalists, we need to be having our own spaces for putting out content, blogs, podcasts, something. Just put out a narrative that is purely from here, so that we're building our own database of information. And in so doing, we're actually creating an alternative approach of self-regulation, because we know what the content is that will be put out there. We know what the content is that the AI tools will eventually be turning to utilize. So hopefully that could be a tool to work against the disinformation or the misinformation or malinformation that can be spread courtesy of the tools, or rather the information that AI is built upon. I had something else here. So I was just looking at some of the numbers. Uganda only has 2 million social media users, roundabouts. It's not a bigger number. I'll check the data again, versus some 10 million in Kenya. We are far behind, but we have some of the most stringent regulations managing online content and content produced by the media, which are detrimental to what we want to be as, rather to civic cohesion and participation. But yeah, I think instead of looking at it as the glass half full, rather half empty, I think it's half full. We're getting there. The opportunity is immense as individuals, and I'd like to stress that more. We need to be generating our own content and use these tools to enhance what we have, to create more avenues for persons with disabilities, for example. Put out a post, but are you utilizing websites that have been defined, or rather developed in a way that they are accessible for persons who are visually impaired? AI can do it for you. It's a click away. Some of those tools are freely and readily available. How are we going about making our content more accessible to people who are completely hard of sight? Text readers, transcriptions are available. So there are very many small interventions that we need to be utilizing. We don't need a media house to teach us some of these things. As journalists, we need to go out and investigate, upgrade ourselves. And that was something I found lacking amongst some of the journalists we spoke to. There's the need, somebody actually mentioned that, no, we need civil society to tell us what to do. No, civil society is not paying your bills. You, the individual, are paying them. So you need to find ways. Yeah, so very simple interventions for journalists. Yes, there'll be disparities in journalists in the city versus other places, but that is not an impossibility. There are journalists who have been able to, who are actually generating very, very valuable content outside of Uganda. Unfortunately, the readers here not adopting their content. The opportunity is there. We just need to utilize it and maximize what AI has brought in an ethical way. And in an ethical way means we need to understand what's going on at an international level when it comes to the ethics, the best practices out there, but also what is happening generally in the broader media landscape. How are they utilizing it? How are they moving forward in their own spaces as individuals and as entities?
Right. Thank you so much. Really nice, thought-provoking submissions. And I have so many questions, but if I ask them, you guys will just be spectators. So now, instead of me staying there, I want I want to hear from any of you any questions. And we'll start with the lady that side first, and then we'll go to Dick, and then we'll go to Dismas. Please, precision is part of AI, so so please, your name and your question, and then we proceed.
Thank you so much. My name is Vanessa Majrega. from Uganda Christian University. I am a student journalist. Sitting here and listening to a conversation of AI is literally mind blowing to me. Because in universities or institutions, it's literally, how do I say? It's literally illegal. Once you're found using it or something like that, you're doomed to be dense. You're doomed to be, you can't do anything by yourself. Yet when Daniel is like attributing to it, he says it's like an alternative to get more information and diverse information, yes? So I'm wondering how best can we change this narrative, especially to us, the young ones that are still in universities and all that. Yeah, thank you.
To Dick and then Dismas, and then we come to Rosemary back there. Yeah, he's there. And then they call you a diplomatic zone. Yes. Will come to you after that.
Thank you very much. I want to agree with Carol and Daniel and say that I don't have a question. I agree with them that AI is not going to take journalists' jobs, so people shouldn't be worried that their jobs will go. But it will help them, or it will ease their way of doing work, as in give you a good background of a story. It won't also make the other challenge that journalists shouldn't rely on it, because it won't give you that creativity that you need, especially when you're doing a local story. You really don't need this AI. And also, it won't take away your freedom to write whatever you want to write. Do you agree? Henry. Anyway, so people shouldn't be worried about this. It's just a tool that is fed by humans, you and me, or any other person, and just like Google. Yes, so people shouldn't be worried. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our panelists and the people that are attending this very discussion. My name is Dismas Nwaine. I'm also a student at Uganda Christian University. And I am going to pose a question, and it's a question that I have posed before. I have based on my experience, especially when we are at campus doing some bit of research and this and that, I realize there's a pattern, there's some bit of dependence syndrome that comes with AI. I've noticed sometimes you can be in a discussion and there are simple matters where you can just sit down and brainstorm and people are running to the machine to look for solutions. So my question goes along that line. Doesn't AI in a way become so dependent to the person that it will limit their creative and critical thinking abilities? Because I've noticed this a lot. It's a simple matter, we can sit down and deliberate on an issue, then when you reach a limit, that is when you can go and outsource from AI perhaps, but it becomes the starting point of people that are proposing questions. So that is my question that we submitted to you.
What is my name? Ask ChatGPT.
Thank you so much, panelists. My name is Melissa. I'm a fourth year student of journalism and communication at Makerere University. So this discussion is really so interesting, and for me it drew me back to a certain book I personally reviewed in our lectures of communication, law, policy and regulation. Yeah, about reinventing public service broadcasting in Europe, prospects, promises and problems. And it's so interesting that this book was written in 2008. And just like you said, when you were doing your research, you felt like it's going to take a very long time for this to come. And I love what it says while it was assessing the public service broadcasters. And I love, for me, when I hear this discussion, what it brings to me is innovation. Like to move from the discussion of that is just like thesis statements. I believe this and this is true and this is what will change. But then the question of innovation and more specifically, thematic channels. Yes, thematic channels and creating demand platforms. And I don't know if other people see it that way, but I believe that NBS is trying to create such things like to create showrooms, not necessarily TV channels, because that have like general content, because now people are looking for the like things that topics. You will find they have the Sanyuka TV, they have the NBS Sports, they have this one specifically for this, and that is what people are looking for. And we just need to move from the thought of let's just embrace, let's just do this. I'm not a science student, but I know innovation is not all about science. This is where it comes that even us, the arts people, actually have to come to the drawing table and generate, using these things to generate something that is going to help us, not just theoretically, but practically. Thank you so much.
Right. Let's move this side. I mean, are we okay, yes, oh.
You have said my name.
Yes. Please.
Thank you very much. The ancestor is amazed at the conversation. Let me ask my question using just a small example. During my time, you had to have the court direct a journalist, for example, to disclose their source of information. Okay? Now, with respect to AI, I am asking, can you speak to the safety of journalism with AI?
Right.
It is making journalism easier, but it is also making it easier for the enemies of journalism.
Right.
It is easy now to find out your sources without you disclosing them. It is easier now to do the spying, the hacking, whatever it is. So, how safer? I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'm just saying if you are training us in utilizing AI to be better, to be good journalists in these times, also tell us how we can be safer practicing journalism in this world that is open, not just nationally, but internationally. Thank you.
Okay, you'll bear with me. We'll have one more, and then quickly, and then we'll speak to them, and they're available for conversation. Yes, please proceed.
I wanted to do a demonstration, if you would allow me.
Briefly. Oh, okay. Proceed.
Hey Siri, where am I? Now, if you want to be safe, the most.
You're at Kapu Road, Kampala.
Where am I? Kapu Road in? Is that correct? Hey Siri, call Daniel Lotaya, NTV.
Yes. I don't see a Daniel Natalia and TV in your contacts.
Because I saved him as NBS. I am yet to change your details. This is what AI does for you. You gave it commands. If you gave it a wrong command, for instance, of course, OpenAI is doing a lot. They will tell you, I am sorry, I cannot do this for you. My database is updated up to. Now, what are we scared of? Because it's what you feed that gives you, just like he explained. And then there's also something I noticed, that in our phones, when we go for trainings, we keep downloading apps. You keep downloading apps that you don't even use. Why don't you remove those apps if you don't use them? The simplest example I can give is your Google Map. When you are coming here, how many people use the Google Map? I know us who live in Kampala, it's easy and obvious. After using Google Map, do you go back to your settings and remove it? How many of us do that? It speaks to the safety and security concern that she's talking about. So these are basic things that sometimes you might not need, we might not think about them. But what she's saying comes back to our practices, what we use every day, because we've been using AI. In fact, even when you're going to, I'm sorry, Jan, I'm taking too long. But let me tell you, If you used, for instance, Lightcut or CapCut, your work is easier by 3 hours. The only thing that will disturb you is when you have a natural accent like me. And you're speaking and you're the interviewee. So the transcription will miss out some things and give wrong things. The work of the editor is then to go and just edit out the words. And these are things that we've been using already, right? Or if you're using CapCut, the only thing is for you to just go and reduce a few things. I actually honestly think we are using this, but just the new word AI is the one scaring us. And also editors know when you've used AI. I know reporters who keep sending, in fact, I have a problem with one from Fort Portal. That one uses AI pure and says me, and you can know this is not our style guide, this is not our, and then I tell him, okay, I'm not going to say the name, but you know, we've not yet officially adopted this. So when you're using it, be smart. Make sure you use it the right way, such that it is not so easy to say, but I've got to, you've used AI. Thank you very much.
Why don't you fire him for being
We can't fire him because I actually like his
AI reason?
No. his initiative to go out and experiment, only that he now needs to be guided, and you're telling him, this is how you use this tool. And that is what Carrie is saying. Can media houses guide their staff on how to use these tools rather than chase them away, like she's saying? I think that it is even a taboo to talk about it. We can't say it's a taboo. First of all, we don't even have our own apps that we have developed. We are even adopting. Now we're going to move from this and go to a conversation of where are our own apps that speak the accents that we do by actually accent and is able to transcribe all those things. Thank you.
Wow, I think we have another panel coming up, but I really want people to speak out of your hearts. You can see the students who are concerned, and by the way, if you give plagiarized work, you're going to be penalized, but yet in the next 1 month, you're going to submit a story to her and she'll be impressed by your ability to think out of the box. So these are really critical issues. And I also want us to speak to people like from people in Karamoja, I mean, the journalists who are doing things in some hard to reach places for tech. How do they, I mean, this thing of where are you? So I'm having my capability. So I'm like, Mr. Lutaya, where are you? I mean, to look back at me. So what are the options and what's the way forward? So please, free speech here. Tell us what you think. The most important thing is what's the problem? What's the solution? How do we go from here? So I start with you, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll repeat something I said last year. If you do not know how to use any type of AI, then you won't have a job in 9 years. Last year I said 10 years. So the countdown is on for you. The ChatGPT cutoff in September was increased. ChatGPT is now it's now accurate up to April 2023. Yes, so I thought I should just give you that information. For the reporters that are using AI to write the entire story, please use some AI. Don't use the whole thing. Don't just send the whole script that is AI generated. Universities, I think the education system, I've said this many times before, the education system is flawed. It's wrong to think that in 2023 universities, which are not high schools, are still teaching people how to store information in their heads, get their hard drives to do that. They're making people store information in their heads and cram it, and whoever crams and remembers the most information wins the election, rather the exam. It's not a teaching style that is up to our generation right now. So for the university students here, your lecturers are the problem. I know some of them are my fellow senior journalists, so maybe we shall have another conversation and talk to the lecturers who are teaching these students. Then for the dependencies on AI helps you to free your mind and think about other important stuff. Let's use a calculator is a computer. When I was studying, I don't know whether you guys, when you were studying, I had to cram the multiplication tables 1 up to 12 so that I can, count stuff on my fingers. So Why should I have to go through all of that to calculate something, and yet there is a machine that can do that for me and free up my time to think about other more important stuff? So dependency on AI is not a problem. If the AI is accurate and it's giving you the information faster, why do you have to go to the Makerere University library and run through books, like 4 shelves of books, to get the same information that you can get in 2 minutes? Maybe you have a lot of time on your hands. If you do, please enjoy it. Or maybe you love the smell of books. I've had people that love the smell of books. So you do that. Cybersecurity, I heard somebody talk about cybersecurity. AI does not create new information. AI is a tool, and you can actually ask the AI. I think the AI that scares people the most is ChatGPT. The rest that we've talked about, everybody's like, okay, I can use the one on my phone, I can use Google Maps, but ChatGPT is a problem. So the AI can list the sources of the information for you, but also I'll talk to you directly. In a time when we used to talk to our sources through phone calls, would you openly leave your phone, the phone number of your source, on the newsroom general desk, that area called General Happiness, where I used to sit with Idris Chigundu in the newsroom, where all of us backbenchers, you know the backbenchers of the newsroom, the loudest guys? I was one of those guys. So you don't leave the phone number of your source right there and the business card and say, this is the guy that gave me the info, the inside information. So you need to cover your tracks the same way. And there's something called a digital footprint. You can Google it, or just go to ChatGPT and put the word digital footprint. Thank you.
All right. I wanted to speak from where Irene said. Having worked in the newsroom for 20 years, I can tell you that myself, I'm sure Pius over there and Irene will tell within a second or two that this has been plagiarized. This is from AI. We can just tell. Why? AI does not make you a better journalist or a better lawyer or a better doctor. It makes you faster because you're doing the work faster. It gives but it doesn't make you better. The tools of journalism they remain the same. They are hallowed. They remain the same. Verification, speaking to sources, all these things. AI just helps you to now get that information faster. But a story that I would want, that is a really good story, means that at some point I might want you need to understand the intricacy of a particular society. The thing that AI won't know that. It won't know, for example, even in America itself, there's certain things it won't know, which I know you as a journalist, if you went out there to do your research and investigate, you would find. So it doesn't make you a better journalist in that way. It is the principles that we have learned and studied that make us better journalists. The work we have to do, the research we have to do. So we have to remember that even as we're using it, what makes me stand out? I want to stand out as a reporter. I want to be the reporter that everyone is using. What will make me stand out is the way I write that story, is the kind of information I get, some of it from AI, but some of it from other sources, is that information, that knowledge I know about the history, the context, and things like that. So we have to remember that even as we're using AI, it is a tool. We'll keep saying that it is a tool to help us, get better, but not to do the work for us, if I may put it that way. And then in terms of, someone asked, doesn't AI limit people's creative abilities? If they let it, yes, it will. And as journalists, if you want to be a good journalist, don't let it do that to you. Remember again that it's a tool, and so keep on asking yourself, how do I get better at this thing? How do I get better at journalism? And I agree that doing things like, there's certain things that only brainstorming can get you. There's certain things that only a debriefing with your editor will get you. AI won't get you that. The debriefing, sitting down with the editor and then discussing 1990, 1995, this and that will get you. So if you want to be a good journalist, remember that there are these principles that we have that will make you that kind of journalist. And then finally, in terms of safety, I agree with what everyone has said. And I think at the end of the day, a good journalist should be able to speak with the editor and let them know this is where I got information from. That is, for us, it's sacred. You need to be able to tell that person, because when someone comes and starts saying, you know what, when you need to have your sources lined up, knowing that this is where you got information from, so that if there's a problem, everyone is aware and says, an editor can make a decision and say, if you got your content from here, we can use it. If you got it from here, we cannot use it because we might fall into these problems. So it is important that the editor, and you and the editor always know where is our sourcing, where's the information from, can we use it, in what way do we use it, so as to keep both of you safe, and so as to make sure that the content we put out there, we are 100% sure that should anyone come and say anything, we have our facts, we have our sources, we know what we're saying.
Thank you. It's been a very interesting discussion. I wanted to speak to what the students said. Somehow students tend to get to the heart of the matter. I think because they are maybe still pure, been corrupted by by working out in the brutal world. But I think the reason maybe your professors are very particular about using AI is actually a conversation that's happening in journalism right now, namely the issue of plagiarism. You know, if you use AI, most of them just spit out a summary of information without telling you the sources. But one, you know that AI is as good as the prompts you give it, so you can ask it actually to cite sources. And also, there are specific tools that are targeted specifically for scholarly work, where they will give you citations for everything. So I think that would be a middle ground. You could tell your lecturers they are fighting the tide. Like it has come, it has come. We only need to know how to harness it for our benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very interesting contributions. Just adding to what the students are pointing out, we also have a culture of resistance to technology generally. As Africans, as humans, we just resist change. We saw it with how narratives around the social media tax introduction came. Social media is a place for gossip, must be taxed. So that demonized social media. At the same time, this is coming from the very same government that has social media guidelines for all MDAs to follow. So there's a bit of a tension there. Same thing with AI. That tension is within our homes, within our offices, within academia. But these are tensions that we need to work past. Emmanuel has pointed out that, there are facilities, but then again, some of the teachers teaching in some of the faculties are not well versed. There is already an inbuilt resistance there. This thing it's not right. It's seen with a very negative eye, and there's no effort put into trying to understand it. And that energy is transferred to the students who lose out if they do not understand it, because their peers, their counterparts in other universities in other parts of the world are embracing it and learning how to use it to the best of its capacity, not necessarily plagiarizing it. They're just working better and faster, while we are here being told, don't use it. So I just wanted to put that out, that we need to be aware of the demonization of the various tools related to technology. It is quite a common occurrence. There is the problem of dependency on AI. Once you've figured it out, or once you think you've figured it out, it becomes your everything. We've seen that. But now there's an increasing reliance on tools that identify AI. It shouldn't be, but it is, because people need to go through a lot of information very fast. But yeah, as has been pointed out, there are people who spot AI from a mile away. You can see it in a tweet, you can see it in a post, you can see it in a research. You see it very, very blatantly. So there needs to be a broader awareness of that, but also the utilization of tools like Tiny Eye, reverse image identification. You begin to see, because all these still speak to the presence and movement of disinformation and misinformation. So everything is quite tied into each other. And then on the issue of protecting sources, the way we might be building stories in the long run may evolve. It is evolving. We saw it with the BBCI story during the elections. We just passed it before the elections. where there was the shooting in town, and they relied on big data. They did not rely on one person saying, I saw this, you know. They relied on the utilization of an AI tool to assemble all these different narratives, pictures, texts, to put together a story without any one person being identified, not any one specific social media account having to, you know, be held accountable. But the story was there.
Right.
And still, the government, you know, did call out for the editors of the who republished it. It was
MBS
Daily Monitor.
Daily Monitor, right.
The usual suspects, yeah. They were still summoned to explain themselves, but the information was there. So the way information is going to be sourced is evolving. If we learn how to use the tools of AI, we can build stories without having to rely on one person, but relying on the many avenues of information already there, relying on the multitudes of stories published already there. Social media platforms are being a bit nasty because they're blocking access to the APIs that allow for such to happen, but that does not mean that it's completely impossible. I think it's a fantastic opportunity actually for investigative journalists to hone in on that skill in story development. And yeah, so there's a culture of safety in numbers that can be explored there. But also, I wanted to point out the issue around digital security. Sandra mentioned it earlier. It is something that is quite close to our heart, something that we've been doing, including as part of DW's Women at Web project in 2018. Digital safety, digital literacy is at the heart of everything we do on a daily basis. I do not know if you quite appreciate and understand it, but it is at the heart of what we do. And as journalists, we need to prioritize that. Not only for ourselves, but also for those sources we might happen to have. But also because of AI and its capacities. We are sitting here with our phones. I can guarantee you that many of us have apps on our phones which are recording or listening in on what is happening. We have our location on, which you know, there are some practices that we need to be very aware of, because all of that information is data being collected and being sold without our consent. So I wanted to point that out. But yeah, I think at the heart of it all is we shouldn't demonize AI. It is here. And I think we've only seen the tip of the ice, what's it called?
Iceberg.
That one.
Right.
And then I also wanted to point out, we're talking about text, but we are seeing cases of images being manipulated.
Right.
We're seeing that being used against women. And it's going to get a whole lot worse. But yeah, we need to be aware when to spot it and how to push back against it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much to you, Daniel, Caro, Emmanuel, and Juliet. Very brilliant submissions. At one point, I thought, am I in a class? This is a module of something, but I think there's some action points we are going to take from this panel. What are you going to do differently? Would you like to tell that to your neighbor? What will you do now that you know? What will you do? So have a quick chat with your neighbor as we move forward to the next panel. Thank you very much, and this has been very, very insightful. Do not fear AI. AI is your buddy. You just need to establish the rules of engagement of how you are going to use AI for your work as a journalist. Also knowing that the perpetrator might have a meeting somewhere on how they will use AI or any other thing to discredit good journalism. So what has your neighbor told you? What are they going to do differently as I invite the next panel?
All right, I'll start with the VIP section. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm quite well. What has your neighbor on your right told you she's going to do differently?
She's not feeling well. She has not even told me anything anyway.
She's still processing the information, eh? Real VIPs. Let me find out. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
What has your neighbor on your left told you she's going to do differently?
She told me actually she will continue to embrace artificial intelligence, but that will not actually kill creativity. The human intelligence can work hand in hand with artificial intelligence.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Right. I think we've had a quick chat. Borrow something from your neighbor. Do something. All of us have a responsibility here to make it a better place for journalism and to learn something. I remember a famous quote. I hope I don't misquote it. That I think I read in a book by Ajebe that since birds have started to fly without patching, the hunters have learned to shoot without missing. So please, if you're the bird, yeah, learn how to what? Fly without patching, otherwise the hunter will get you. You've been told it's coming, get ready and prepare yourselves. There will be no surprises because at least the Uganda Media Week gave you a heads up, right? And the panel here was very, very clear that, you know what, you cannot remain on the periphery. Now, next we are going to our next panel, and almost the very last one. We won't take quite a long time on it, but it speaks to what we are talking about, public interest, and but still a key focus is on public service delivery. And how do we enhance democratic accountability, and then exploring the role of effective reporting and tracking budget performance for improved public service delivery. And on the panel, I am going to invite Adrapi Gabriel from Radio Parties in Arua. He is the news editor. And I am going to invite Sylvia Nancha from Uganda Radio Network. Welcome, Sylvia. We were last talking with her about local news last year, and she's back to talk to us about this this great subject. And then we have Nancy Minja from Jamii Forums. She's come all the way from the neighborhood, from Tanzania. And then we have Charity Aimbisiwe from the Electoral Laws and Governance Institute. Welcome, Charity. I'm inclusive. Okay. I better not say it. Okay, welcome to the very last panel. I can see you're already ready, energetic. It's going to be a good panel as we wrap up the Uganda Media Week, and these are very critical issues. Every time we come here, we use the road. There's very many public goods that we find ourselves using, but here are the critical issues that come: what happens, and who are the people behind it, and how do we enhance reporting about some of these issues. I am going to start with Gabriel, because he has been involved in a public service delivery project, in reporting about public service delivery that have been going on, and I just want to ask you to just give us some insight on what you have been doing and what have been the impact since you started. So broadly, over to you, Gabriel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For the interest of time, I respect the protocol, and I'm just going to have my discussion narrowed to some angle. But first of all, just some brief introduction. She has already done part of it. My name is Gabriel Adrapi. I work with Radio Parties as assistant news editor, but in charge of community reporters, the citizen reporters we're talking about. And that's going to be my main focus.
I do my work through this group of people. I've been in the media industry for the last 17 years, and just because of the body mass, somebody would think I'm 16 years, but that is a gift. I always think the best gift God has given me is my voice, and also the kind of mud that is used, the clay that is used for building me. I can still stay for another 50 years, though I'm already for more 50 years, but I'm only counting 5 years to get my NSSF. Talking about democracy and good governance, that has always been a subject of interest to me, because as I report for the public, I'm also a beneficiary in other ways. Because governance is supposed to do with the service delivery, and the service delivery is within the areas where we come from. It may be with the roads, it may be with the clean water in our area, social services that we need in our communities. Now, as the media, our role is to provide checks and accountability, because there are people who are interested to deliver these services. And that is the state. It is the people who are actually mandated, and we have our leaders who are elected in various positions, right from grassroots up to the parliament. And when they come to seek votes, they promise a lot. Bridges on the road where there's even no water, that is what they promise. But the problem has been, in many occasions, we stop with these people when they are only coming to request for votes and making all these promises. But when they are elected to go to the parliament or in the respective offices, there is no follow-up, there is no accountability. And that's why we have problems in the communities. Now, for the last 10 years, I've not been in the field reporting actively like I was doing before. Mine is to sit on the desk, but at least to work with the network of community reporters. Now, the citizen reporters we are talking about, there's a whole department created for these people, and the benefit of working with them are numerous. One, they are based in their locations. Just being based in their locations, it is easy to get first-hand information. Somebody was asking, how comes somebody is in Kampala and in the next 10, maybe 30 minutes, an accident has happened in Arua? This person has the information. How possible? Many of my colleagues who are based in Kampala, they use this network of community reporters who are called citizen reporters to get information. And we only need to see our contacts, because it may not be possible to be in Arua in 30 minutes and in the next 30 minutes to be in Kampala on an everyday live. Many of the areas they report about is social services, as I talked about, issues to do with the markets, issues to do with the roads. They also tackle the aspect of human rights, because especially with the widows, normally after the death of the husband, what comes next is like the relatives of this deceased husband, even in the next 1 week or in the next 2 months, they already preparing a feast, because they are looking at all what has been left behind and neglecting the widow and the children. Those are some of the stories we covered. And by exposing this, at least it attracts the attention of the people who are supposed to act. Then the aspect of corruption and the crime in our communities. There are fake NGOs who are going down in the villages, taking advantage of maybe the weak security system, defrauding people of their resources. There was that organization called ACID. They pitched the camp in Arua. They were collecting money from communities to pay school fees for their children. And it was the citizen reporters who exposed this. And the man was arrested as he was just in the act. Now, the community reporters, they have their limitations and they also have their strength. Just like we were talking about artificial intelligence. Now in the communities, these are people who are recruited by the church. They come from the Catholic Church. We call them correspondents, and they serve at the parish level. But there's nothing much to focus on education. It is simple. At least the person must have the level of senior 4. Now, when they come to the system, they may not actually cope up with the modern technology of processing and disseminating information. Mm-hmm. You find the situations where somebody is in Yumbe, this person cannot use the smartphone. There was a scenario, the radio parties actually procured smartphones for these citizen reporters, and they were supposed to take it at a cost price. There is one reporter, unfortunately, recently we lost him. May his soul rest in peace. He said, for me, at my age, I cannot use smartphone, even if you give it for free. They were about 3. They totally rejected. They said they are used to the button phone because it doesn't need the data. You just lose airtime. They're not even calling direct. You just flash the newsroom, they call you back. For them, because of being in that comfort zone, they thought it was actually the best thing. But a serious journalist today will need at least the modern technology to get information, to do research. Now, while I was bringing that aspect, sometimes the information that we receive is shallow, simply because the category of reporters you work with may not be highly educated, and there is no much research. What is reported in the media, especially in the up country, I don't know how the situation here is. Especially, I'm talking about the broadcast media. It is just some shallow information, no much data. Sometimes you talk to one person and it is a story. Now it calls for serious gatekeeping, especially in these media houses, employing somebody who is at least experienced and educated to do gatekeeping and to do the intake. Now,
just to come back to you, that is really when you're trained. When they started covering public service delivery, did you train them, or they just started without any knowledge?
At first, they are nominated. Let me use that word. They are nominated by the church, and that is sometimes somebody who is always going to the church, who is close to the parish priest, and once they are nominated, they may start without the training. But what we do, because we train them 3 times in a year, and if this person comes when the first session has gone, he or she will have to wait for the next. But in the meantime, we just give them basics. But in the region, I think it is only the network of community reporters who get regular trainings.
Right. And have that changed the way they're reporting about public service delivery?
Yeah, at least there is some big improvement. And when you listen to the news on radio parties, it is more unique than any other radio station because they are spread all over the region, in all the districts of West Nile and the greater northern Uganda, though the northern part is not fully covered, but about 6 districts being covered. At least the way they report, every other time the challenge is when you organize a training session like this, they come for the training. 1 month after the training, the folders are full. 2 months, the folders are just full and the stories are flowing. The 3rd month, I think the ideas are vanishing. It comes down. But at first, people did not know what the public service is all about. They were simply reporting what like this. Because of the trainings that we had, there is much improvement in reporting the budget of the local government. At least following the budget, which step it is, and also looking at the work plans of the local governments and getting to the ground to find whether some of these work plans have been implemented. Looking at the revenue collection. At this time when donors are cutting aid, there has always been that dependence on the local, on the central government transfers. You find the local government is having 1 or 2% of the local revenue. Now the reality has come and it is now seen. Because of this constant engagement, they are able to follow the budgeting process and also challenging the system. Why certain things are budgeted but not being implemented. And that has actually helped in trying to seek accountability and also improving services within the communities.
Okay, thank you so much, Gabriel. And I think that's something I was really interested in finding out. You know, when you get the training on how to report public service delivery, are you able to again follow the money? The last, I think the last media week, Tabu asked us whether we have any social contracts with the politicians for them to be even accountable to us. Really, why are we asking them about the money? You know, if we are not going to, if you're not going to follow up on all of these things. So I'm just going to go straight to you, Sylvia. When we are closing in towards elections, you know, all of these manifestos, the stories about the manifestos come out, and all of these things come out. Then even every year we have a budget cycle. It all comes out. But how is it when you work with journalists all over the country? Are they following the money, and what are the challenges if they are doing so? And then any other insight that come from your side working across with journalists across the country, how is it in demanding accountability?
Thank you, Jan. I work with a network that has different layers of journalists. The first layer is the journalists that are trained. You would love to call them professional journalists because of their training and experience. But we have also a network of freelance writers. Some of them are not trained in journalism, but they are passionate about the work that journalists do, and they feed into our network. But we have also trained ordinary people and empowered them with the tools that they need to feed into the information that we get. Some of them, for instance, will not write a story in English, but they will tell you what is on the ground. They will not be able to explain, but they will record something, maybe that has happened in the community where they live, and they send it to you. So when you listen to it and you feel it is something that makes sense and it's going to give you a good story, then you link that person to, we have bureau chiefs. We have like 18 bureaus across Uganda. And we link them to people, to a bureau chief who can then go to the ground and collect information and make sense of it and turn it into a news story. You talked about elections, but for me, my thinking is that service delivery and public service shouldn't really wait for that time of elections. It is, I mean, every day of our lives, we need services. That is what good governance is. That is why we have leaders and the people who are led, like me. But it also depends on what public service means for you. Maybe for you, it's a good road. And for me, it's access to internet. You understand? Maybe it is access to water for someone deep in the village. And for another person, it's an air ticket, a ticket to go and rest in the Maldives. So we don't look at public service with the same lens, yet we are actually supposed to look at it that way, because these are issues that affect all of us. Yeah. When we talk about the government reads out a budget every year, and the same road is mentioned. Jinja, Njeru, Buikwe, Mokono, Kampala. It is mentioned this year, it is mentioned the next year, it is mentioned the other year. But then we also sit back and read. I read a story actually that the Minister of Finance has said this year they are going to construct the road from, from Kampala.
Reported about. The same road we reported about.
Exactly. You reported about it last year. This year it's coming up. But we don't ask the questions. We are comfortable with the lies. And we do not push these people to tell us what happened last year. I mean, this road was mentioned in the budget. What happened? Was there no money? Is there some work going on the ground? Is there some compensation? Is there some mapping being done? And I mean, I haven't seen a lot of those stories coming up. I have seen so many stories, including in my network, of us, repeating what the ministers have said and saying less of what the people deserve, not what they want, but what they deserve. If we deserve good roads, why are we not talking about them? Why do we wait for Spire to have an exhibition online? If we do not have, if our schools are bad, if the education standards are going down, apart from listening to the Minister of Education saying, we commit, we are going to do this and that and that, and we go ahead and write what she has said, why are we not asking the hard questions? I know that there are people who have asked the questions, but we haven't gotten the answers. So should we shut up because we haven't had the answers? Can we please continue asking these questions and make sure that our people, the audience that we serve, gets what they deserve?
Okay, are you asking the question about the road you use? Are you asking about the services in your hospital? Other journalists, have you gone there? Are we actually demanding accountability, or we are going to show up on the last day of the budget line when they're reading the budget, and that's when we start asking the questions we should have asked when they first put out the first announcement when they're going to say that we're going to start setting out for the budget of the annual year. So those are very important questions to ask ourselves. Now I just want to move straight to Nancy. I see Jamii Forum has something called Fichua Uovu or Toa Tarifa. I think it would help for you to interpret what that means, but I find that still relates to public service delivery and at least the involvement, the participation of the public in all of this. So please share with us.
Asante.
Karibu.
Once again, my name is Nancy Minja. I am from Jamii Forums. Jamii Forums is an NGO based in Tanzania. And the goal for Jamii Forums is for citizens, but specifically netizens, to make informed decisions. But how do these people make informed decisions? By providing access and for timely and credible information to them. Yes, but we also advocate for democracy, accountability, civic rights, and digital rights. So coming back to your question, for Tanzania, we went through a period where the media was, I would say, was robbed, yes, of their voice. So it was so difficult for somebody or for a media to report something that is going wrong or something that is not right with the government. So Jamii Forums has been there for over 20 years as a platform. For those who have visited Jamii Forums platform, it's the platform that promotes Swahili content, and it's a platform where discussions are going on. Yeah, mostly about different things, be it political, be it social, anything. There are different forums in there where people discuss. So noticing that journalists miss the voice, or certain things, certain important things that are supposed to be communicated to the communities are not, Jamii Forums came up with a tool. The tool is called Fichua Wovu. So let me take you back a little bit. So Jamii Forums is a platform that you can register with using either your name or a pseudonym. So, for instance, I'm Nancy Minja. You guys know me as Nancy Minja. But in the Jamii Forums platform, I want to be known maybe by a pen, maybe. So I can call myself Pen in Jamii Forums. And I can register by using a new email, which I do not use anywhere. And Jamii Forums will use that email just to remind you of your password if you have forgotten. But it will not track your IP address. So that makes somebody calling themselves a pen in Jamii Forums, even Jamii Forums doesn't know who that person is in real life. So that made it easy for people to be able to whistleblow issues in the platform. So yeah, so we came up with a tool. Somehow we noticed that people are whistleblowing, but somehow the issue of self-censorship was too heavy on people. So we created a tool that people would report, and it would come out as anonymous. As I said, I may call myself a pen, but I have been chatting, I've been conversating, I've been talking to other people. So other people, maybe somebody can know that a pen is Nancy. So when I use the the Fichwa Wovu portal, it will be posted as anonymous. So anybody from anywhere in Tanzania can whistleblow either if you were safe that my identity in the platform, nobody knows, you can use your identity. But if you fear that somebody knows my identity, you can whistleblow through the Fichwa Wovu. And when somebody puts in information in the Fichwa Wovu, it's fact checked. So this brings another function that Jamii Forums does is fact check information. Yes, so we have a fact checking portal called Jamii Check. That's another story. Yeah, so the information is fact checked, then it is published. After being published, it is also delivered to the specific institution. Maybe there is no water supply, maybe in Mwanza region, for example. So this information will be posted and it will be shared across other platforms. And we have an advantage that we have a big following, and we have government institutions following. So if the information is posted, it is easy for them to see the information and work on the issue.
Wow. So if I write that the school in Taleja doesn't have windows, you send this message to the minister, to the district education team, and then also to the minister of education, and then they take action. So how do they demonstrate that they've done something?
Okay, I would give an example. We had an issue of ticks, bed bugs, sorry, in a certain university in Tanzania. So somebody from the university, we saw blew the issue that the university is full of bed bugs. And as Jamii Forums, we posted the issue. And later, like after 2 days, the university fumigated the area. So I would say that there are a lot of impacts that we get just by posting, and we get the response. Another issue is there's a certain market in Dar es Salaam. It was like too dirty. Yes, the ward office is not collecting the waste. Yes, so we posted that, but 3 to 4 days there was actually a statement about it. Yeah.
People in the forum, or you also read them outside the forum?
No. They read the information through the forum. Yes.
Okay, brilliant. I think it's a really nice idea. So if I want to report my boss who is very corrupt, I call myself a pen, and I said the boss of okay, not media focus. No. Yeah. The boss of a certain institution has actually just embezzled 6 billion shilling that was meant for a bridge, right? And then I send it to Jamii Forums, and then the investigations. I mean, just posting it there, even have to, I believe, draw attention to what is missing. And maybe then, how do journalists come in? Do we now come in and find the information from there, or you also send us the information?
So we work with journalists across the country. Yes, and I would say some of the information that we get, the issues that are being whistleblowed are whistleblowed by journalists. Yes, but also most of them are citizens journalists. Yes, but the professional not so much, but they are there. Yes. So, sorry, what did you ask?
This is just that I wanted to know how the journalists come in.
Yes. So that's what they do. But we also have like trainings for investigative journalism. Like my colleague said, for public service delivery, we do not have to wait for the maybe CAG's report for us to know that certain project in a certain place was not completed because of so and so reason. We have journalists over there. These journalists could whistleblow or could bring this issue out even before the CAG report. But like I said, there is the issue maybe of self-censorship.
Right.
The journalists do not report
About
bring
the
up
story.
bring up such stories.
Okay, thank you so much. So if Jamii Forum is doing the work and we are safe, so we leave them to do it. Okay, that's an interesting platform, and I think it would be nice to see how that would pan out in Uganda. But now let's get to Charity here. You know, Sylvia mentioned a bit that we don't have to wait for a portal exhibition online to do our work as journalists, and I want to, especially in terms of public service delivery. Answering, I just want you to answer to that. Has our watchdog role shifted to the people who are being spoken about on the other end of journalism, the content creators, the online I don't know, we call them activists and everything. And so how do we do we need to take it back, and how do we address this fact that other people are doing our work, yet we are trusted, we are the ones who have been trusted to be at the front line, right?
And that is the question of citizen journalism. Is that what you're asking me? Now, most certainly, one thing that came out throughout the discussion this afternoon was the question of standards. We had a problem of standards that as journalists, we often forget to maintain the standard as a journalist. We also have principles and we have objectives that govern the journalism script. But journalists often forget the principles, and that is objectivity, honesty, and having the other voice come and be integrated in the writing. And we also have, what other principles? I think about 4 or 5. Yes, accuracy, thank you, and fairness. And fairness ties in perfectly with the question of democracy, accountability, and transparency. Because when you put out this whole thing of democracy, sometimes the question is, so what? So what about your democracy? So what? The truth is, so what is the whole constitution from beginning to the end is democracy. It is a social contract between you and the government. And she is saying, do we actually have that social contract? Is it there? Does society understand that they have that contract with government? And my thinking is that they don't understand, but neither do the journalists appreciate that that social contract exists, because if the journalists appreciated that the social contract between the citizens and the state existed, then we wouldn't have problems with every time journalists report anything. Yesterday there was a headline about the lion's share going to the West. You should have seen all the reactions that have happened. Daily Monitor, it's now biased. They've paid them. Suddenly, they are only writing about the West. And then they have even asked them to add Central into the headline. When I saw that coming from Noop, I said, Jesus, what's going on in Uganda? Because who would pay Daily Monitor now to drop Central into the headline? Because I was saying, look, Northern produced 20% of the share of the jobs in Uganda, and the highest number of jobs was going to the West. Now, does it surprise us that for the last 40 years, the West has been in power, and many people from the West are going to school, and they're trying to find jobs, and they're trying to be in places, and they use their connections and relatives in places to be in places, and now there is a lion's share, even in MDGs, in government offices. How do we shift? How do we shift the balance? Is the big question we should be thinking about as citizens who are interested in a government being accountable to us, because the government should not only consider the West for the jobs of the West and the Central, because that is where the government sits, but it should consider the Northern, it should consider the Eastern, it should consider the whole country. Now, if you are talking social contract, and I just want to draw back to democracy. What is democracy? It's the government of the people, by the people, for the people. It is simple definition for me. Always better we start with basic simplicity. Now, if it is the government for the people, who are the people? Who are the people? That should be the question. Is it the journalists who are the people? Is it the citizens who are the people? Who are they? And do they have control? Do they have a say? And who is for the people? Who is it? Who is it? And who can make them be for the people? Is it the people? Who are? These are the questions that we should be tinkling with in the media to cause conversation. We should go out there and ask these questions. Who are the people? Is it only the West that are the people? Is it the East that are the people? Is it the Central that are the people? Who are the people? Draw the ticker, drop it in there. Let's have the conversation. Because until we do this, and unfortunately we only have 2 million people online,
right?
According to the statistics,
On social media.
On social media, but also online. Basically, they said those are the people who are using online platforms. I thought the number that I saw with Afrobarometer was 5 million, but Sipesa says they see 2 million. I think we need to reconcile that number. The 5 million helped us during the time Bobi Wine stood as a candidate in 2021. Why? Because they were asking critical questions. They were going online, they became masks, and they asked things they could not ordinarily ask. Because when you're seated there and asking a very big political question, then you're going to be shut down. But if you're a mask behind a certain computer, maybe they will not trace you. You're a robot, you're a bot, you're anything, you're AI, you have put a voice out there. Ask these things. So if we have a society like the Ugandan society, let's not wait and die in our potholes. It will catch up with us. Let's not wait for the hospitals to get dangerously terrible. It will catch up with us, whether you are in NUP, whether you're in NRM, whether you're in DP, it will catch up with you. You will get to the hospital and there's no doctor caring for you and your patient will die. You don't have money. They're asking you for 70 million. You don't have where to get it from. You're desperate. It will catch up with you. So if you know it will catch up with you, can the journalists take the lead?
Okay, thank you. What a challenge! Is it that easy, Sylvia and Gabriel, to publicly go after the guy who holds the budget? The guy who holds the budget is the cow, right?
You know, is it that easy and to go openly? I mean, with all the strength that charity is giving us here, what's the middle ground? I think I will briefly answer that, and then also we can hear that the same from Sylvia.
Yeah, it is easy, but it has to start right from the planning process. In many occasions, you find the media only comes when the budget is now at that level. Maybe when the budget review workshops are taking place, that's when they come. But planning starts right from the lower level until when it comes to this level, and also knowing the work plan. One issue that I wanted to add is actually for the media. First of all, for us to succeed in our work, we need to educate the audience that we are serving to know their rights, empower them to demand for accountability. It becomes easy for us. If I'm going to talk about the potholes in Arua, and I'm talking alone as a journalist, they will say this is from Noob. But if the community is talking about the potholes in Arua city, it is easy. Then service delivery, why are some particular areas not developing and yet the services are duplicated in particular areas? Is it where the chairman is coming from? Is he using the public resources for rewarding his voters who voted for him during the elections? We need to know, like, who has the power and how is this power being used? And when we are coming to report on the budget, what I see as a challenge sometimes, what is uploaded by the local governments is different from what you actually find as a hard copy with them. I don't know where the variation is coming from. But now, when we follow the system, when we know the people who are in office, the powers they have, the allocation of resources, and if this cow knows that this person is informed, there's no way you're going to be denied that information. In case he's denying, but you have been following the budget system right from the start, whether he's going to give you information, you already have the information. We only go there to verify, not to get the information from the cow, but only to verify, to cross-check. Then the other item which I skipped was drug deliveries in health centers, which is a very big problem, simply because we report about the problems. Shortage of drugs in health centers, that's when we come to report. But if we get ourselves, we actually try to inform ourselves, knowing the system of drug delivery, the schedules that are in place, and you know the population in your area that is actually supposed to receive the drugs, it becomes easy. Now, what is being supplied? Is it what the common people need in their area? Are they essential drugs? Or there's just a tendency of putting for the health centers what is there? Because we are talking about service delivery, in my district, there's a health center called Oli Health Center. There was a request made for drugs, but what the national medical stores delivered was condoms. They supplied enough condoms and also TB drugs. And yet, especially the number of TB patients in that lower unit, they are few, though they can share this with other health centers. So those are some of the areas where we need to come in and try to put a voice.
Sylvia, just, okay, drugs, okay, please.
Yes, Jan, it actually shouldn't be hard to get information. We have the Access to Information Act. If systems were working, if systems were working, it shouldn't really be hard for us to get information. But also, I want to ask: are we putting the systems to a test?
Right.
Because before I come here and say I couldn't get information from this office,
Right.
who did I talk to? How did I ask for this information? Did I follow? Did I test the procedure to see if actually it works? I want to believe that it shouldn't be hard to get information today because you see, lately, even the most sacred of letters ends up on social media. There's someone who is always willing to give you information. Before I became an editor and found myself on the desk full time, I used to cover Parliament. I was a journalist. I was a field person. And sometimes you would walk the corridors of Parliament as many times as possible without getting information. But then you talk to a secretary or a cleaner and you get information that you least expected. There's always someone who is willing to give you information. But also, I want to believe that if we are deliberate as journalists, deliberate in amplifying community voices,
Right.
deliberate in talking to the people on the ground. Quite often we have this bug of speaking to the people in authority. If I talk to the cow and the district chairperson and the RDC, I have a story, regardless of what they are saying. Exactly. So I think that we have let the public down, and public trust in what we do is waning. That is why you find that people are comfortable going to TikTok, X, and Facebook, reading whatever is posted there. It doesn't matter whether it is true, verified, or false, or misleading, but they will go and you find someone arguing in a discussion based on what they read on Facebook, because they no longer trust us. We have denied them the voices long enough. Now they have the platforms they can use to also post and share information and access information from whoever is posting. But I want to believe that we can win this public trust back. Someone earlier in the panel that was before the one on AI talked about going back to the drawing board. That discussion was about feminism. But even in our work as journalists, it is time we went back to the drawing board and increased authentic voices in the media. Then we have the issues coming from the community upwards, as opposed to having the president talking down to the people, the district chairpersons talking down to the people, and all the leaders that we have. After all, we no longer trust them that much, do we?
Right. Do we trust them? Nancy, do you want to just speak a bit to the thoughts?
Adding to what she said, it is very evident, for instance, in Tanzania, that the public look up to journalists, but journalists are failing the public. We have a lot of, in Swahili we say amesema news. Amesema is like the district officer said, the regional commissioner said, the president said. It is not more of what the citizens said. So, like I said, going back to investigative journalism, we feel like it is important for journalists to go down to citizens and hear what they say and write in the perspective of the citizen towards the leader and not the other way around. Yeah. Also on the issue of information fact checking. So journalists, like I said, citizens look up to journalists, but there's this trend in Swahili, we call it uchawa. Yeah. Uchawa, in English, chawa is tick. So there are a lot of journalists, political leaders who are being like ticks to the political leaders so that they can get favors, they can get positions. So a journalist will notice there is a problem in the community. Maybe there is no water, maybe the health services are bad, but because the leader of that specific community calls him or her when he has this, like press conferences and all, and he gives him some money, he will not speak of that. So again, they are failing the citizens. The citizens expect their voices to be heard, but instead, the journalists are putting a blind eye. Yes, another example I would say, We receive whistleblowed issues from citizens mostly, maybe in a very remote area. But there are community radios, there are journalists there, but they don't talk about those issues. But rather, a citizen from that area will call Yami forums and whistleblow, or will write in Yami forums. But there are professional journalists who could actually write the story even better. But we have to gather pieces and understand what this person is wanted to say, because they're not as they're not good as writing as the professional journalists. So if professional journalists would have done the job of actually reporting citizens' problems, I think so we would be talking about service delivery in a whole other level.
Different way.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. And now coming back to you, Charity, how do these guys get re-elected when they lied to us for 5 years? We'll come back to that. But any questions to the panel? Any submissions before we come back to them, Kenan? Yes, I can see.
Thanks so much for the presentation, the panel. My name is Ivan Atim. I just want to bring into a discussion, which I don't know, I'm not a journalist. I can profoundly call myself a development professional. There is something that, while the panelists were talking about, especially my sister from Tanzania, and how that Jamia Forum creates some levels of change, something came to my mind and say, how do we, for example, I'll coin it and say data journalism. How do we improve on the journalism that reflects with data? For example, when you look at the stories that have come out from the war in Ukraine and how that propelled Europe and then America to kind of react very so quickly, you really get to know that the role of data in journalism is very critical. And when you read the stories in Uganda, for example, here, I don't know, you read the story very, very well written, but it's like it is lacking some quantifying, I don't know how I can say it. So basically, some quantifying truth in the story so that someone who is either a duty bearer can be able to understand that there is some issue within this story. Because beyond just the story you're writing, from the end of people that are consuming this content, they'll look at these words as just words and say, okay, for example, there's no water in a hospital for months. But can someone turn that story in how, what's the cost of inaction in that? Because then when there's no water in a hospital for a month, what does that mean? So I want a journalist who is able to give me data in a story so that when I'm able to read it, if I'm a duty bearer, I can feel that if I don't act tomorrow, then I don't have to deserve to be in office. So I don't know if someone can respond to that issue that I'm trying to put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Andrew Aijuka, and I come from Infonile. Infonile, we are an organization that brings together journalists that report mostly on science, water, and environment issues. But of course, we also do capacity building for journalists. That's in data visualization, but also as data journalism as a whole, course. My brother was speaking about data lacking in some of our stories. It is true. This is a new phenomenon for most of the newsrooms because you realize that most journalists actually try to run away from math. But you realize that you can't run away from figures regardless. So about the figures, it can only come in if we learned how to specialize. So when we were studying journalism, we had business journalism, science journalism. There were those kind of journalism aspects that they broke down during our bachelor's. But you realize that when you get into the newsroom, it is general happiness. You're reporting generally. And basically because you have MDs that maybe are political or they're into this because of profits, you know, there is nothing really that comes out of news that is really tangible, that someone can feed on, or that a policymaker actually can table in parliament and say, you know, according to this story, we need to have this changed. You get me? So there is a need for us as journalists to part ways from this general happiness. You know, because everyone is reporting about Nope, then you're also into Nope. You get me? So for example, I've been a journalist since 2010. I started out as an intern, I think when Sarah just started the reporter thing, you know. I'm sorry, Ben, who can't be no longer be here with us, but we continue praying for him. But the thing is that at that point we had at least editors who would tell us, you know, Andrew specialized in sports, Amon specialized maybe in environment, maybe Nabatanze specialized in business. That way you are able to go down into this niche that you're specialized in and get the data. So for example, I'm a water journalist, okay? I just wrote something about, you know, how Uganda, the whole of its budget, only 3% of that budget goes to environment and water issues. Now imagine a country that spends only 3%. That means out of 1,000 shillings, only 300 is going to the water and environment things. You get me? So if my brother, what there is saying is that if he can get such concrete evidence with numbers to show that actually you get these monies and put it in water, so don't expect water to be enough for the population. Okay? So I believe that once we measure, once we go down into the niches, we are able to bring down this data that also policymakers can use to bring these guys, to make the leaders accountable. The other thing that I wanted to talk about before maybe I close, as newsrooms or as media organizations, we should get into a thing of taking back stories to communities, okay? So you do a story and just go away. You write whatever you have written, you haven't even gotten back to the community to fact check whether actually what you wrote resonates with what they told you, okay? So at Infonile, when we realized that, we came up with things like exhibitions and screenings. Once we do a story, we make sure we try to get funding. We take back this story to the community. There we invite the community and the leaders, okay? And once this story is being shown, or these photos are being shown, or this film is being shown, we make sure the leaders are there to interact with the people. After that, we tell the leaders to commit to whatsoever that they think they are going to do. That way, even if you don't follow up so much, the people are able to make this leader accountable. Because remember, this is a public thing you've made. You've made a commitment that I will make sure I will build maybe a higher leveled lift for the people to access the boat. This was in Ripon. We put together the learning side people, and they actually tasked their leader to make sure that, you know, they had better lives. So I'm thinking we should try to think out of the box and try to take these stories back to the people that are told from them, and then these people have the solutions. We journalists don't have the solutions. I'm not an expert from Mayuge. I don't know Mayuge, but someone from Mayuge knows how they have been dealing with the, you know, the elements of people coming in and, you know, planting these trees and, you know, taking away their land. So those are my issues. Let's have niches, and then let's try to take back stories to the people so that we can get their views and these policies can be tabled to Parliament with evidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, as we wrap up, I'm just going to hear from Lily, and then we'll come 1 second, and then we'll.
Thank you very much. My name is Lily. We have had the issues of service delivery, no accountability, but for us in Karamoja there, we have issues like scandals, and we are basing on the media house, and you're trying to bring out issues like scandals maybe over the media. But sometimes you find there are issues like when leaders hear this information that has been released in the media,
they start following you up that you're a problem or you're decampaigning such a person. Now, I want the personals or the professionals to advise us maybe in Karamoja, what are other criteria or other measures do we use in order to advertise the information, especially to the locals?
Maybe to supplement on that, my name is Edna PH. I work with a New Vision. I'm based in Arua. Supplementing on what she has said, it's really hard from an experience accessing information, especially. I had a draftist say that yes, for the budget conference, it's a process. I do believe it's a process. It starts from the planning process. But again, seeking information, getting the nitty-gritties becomes a little hard from those so-called cream de la creme of the city, of the districts, and what have you. I'm talking out of experience. I recently, let's say 2-3 months ago, I had a challenge. I wanted some information about disaster preparedness, something from one of the officials in the city. And he kept on telling me, let's meet tomorrow, call me tomorrow, call me the following, and I think I lost it. I just told him I'm getting another source, someone who will act in your capacity. But this guy reported me. He actually wanted me to apologize, and I'm like, like my radio editors, my radio editors were like, but Edna, you must apologize. You must apologize. I dodged. So one day we meet with this guy in a social, place, and then I walk up to him. I'm like, but what you did was wrong. What you did was wrong. You've put me in this problem. You've actually caused a rift between me and my supervisors, which is not right. Why were you denying me information? That is not my information. It's public information. You should have given it out. And imagine what I was doing, disaster preparedness. And look what's happening in the country at the moment. So he apologized, but of course it wasn't on record. And we pushed on, we moved on. So accessing information is really hard. The access of information, the act, let's say, it's also, yes, we talk about it here. Sylvia, you were saying, yes, it's it's also a process. Yes, but imagine me, I am working on this story, and it has a deadline, and they need it, let's say in a day, 2 days, 3 days, and then I have a whole 2 weeks to apply for the accessing of information. I have to fill in to apply, and it will take me about 2 weeks. So it would actually take long. So what I'm saying is, I think these policies, as let's say media and civil society organizations, you need to push for more remedies, or for more faster policies that can help us in accessing information.
Thank you, Edna. Sorry, I'm denying you access to the microphone longer because time, but I saw her asking me to allow us to say something briefly, please.
Thank you, Jan. My name is Betty Mujungu. I think the conversation here is really, really timely about public interest and public service delivery reporting. First of all, as journalists, we live in these communities. You know, this is our community, and we are responsible in making it better, a better community. You realize that local governments, where we come from, I come from Port Porto, so I'm the local content lady here. So we know that accountability, that we say that holding our leaders accountable is a process, and it begins so early. The budget conferences begin right from the village level, go to the ward level, go to the divisions, go to the districts, and like this season already, the budget call circular is out. And usually as journalists, I think if we do not interest ourselves from the really planning level, then it's hard for us to get it when it's already out. I know that every local government has a 5-year development plan, which is very aligned to the national development plan, aligned to all these plans of the country, and also aligned with the SDGs. And all these tools out there have a lot of information for us to tell and hold our leaders accountable. But the only challenge is that as media houses, as journalists, we choose personal interests and public relations reporting. There are media houses that still air stories about he said, and then they said, and yet there are very serious issues, very serious accountability and development issues in all our spaces. So for me, I think that we should actually rethink what kind of content we are putting out there, because it's from that content that people make decisions. It's what you put out that people, that inform their decisions. So if we decide to put out information that doesn't check people, that doesn't actually give people the chance to make right decisions, we are part of these communities. Today, we may be where we are, but you don't know what tomorrow brings. Your child will catch up with a community that doesn't have services, or even your mother in the village. For us, our country, we love to say that that the Kampala journalists are not setting the agenda the right way, because really the Kampala journalists set the agenda for us, because it all happens here in Kampala. Even when we are struggling and going to the grassroots, getting these stories, they don't end up on the front pages of these media houses. You know, so you struggle to ensure that this smallest community where you come from is probably getting the services. But then when you look at what is in the media in Kampala, it's all entertainment on TVs, it's all Rugambo, it's actually nothing that sets the agenda. Remember, we are agenda setters, and we should be able to consider what kind of agenda we are setting for the country. Like one of the speakers said, there are many questions that we can ask around public service delivery, very many of them. And then to say something about Jamii forums, I wish that we had such a platform here in Uganda, really, where someone can report anonymously. I know a friend, a very close friend, who almost lost a job because there was this corruption issue in his media, not media house, but he's a public relations officer of a government institution. So there was this corruption issue that he felt he needed to share with a journalist, at least to tell this story. Surprisingly, the journalist that he contacted to tell the story did tell the story very well from Daily Monitor. But I think the bosses really got concerned how this could come out. And surprisingly, the journalist later revealed the person that gave him that information. And the guy, since he's in forces, he was demoted from some rank to the lowest rank. So it is hard to think that even when you think that you need to do probably the best in terms of accountability, without a forum where you can anonymously report anything, it really gets hard. Even when you feel that it is my duty to probably safeguard this, to tell this, it really gets hard for any person. We need to be alive so that we can continue telling these stories. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. That's an unfortunate story, really. And coming back to you, panelists, I'm going to have a social contract with you for 1 minute, right? Yeah, 1 minute is 1 minute, right? But also we will have time to network and we'll be able to share some of these things one-on-one with people. So I'm going to start with Charity because you are the one who was next previously. Yeah. Okay.
1 minute. Let me attempt that social contract. I hear 2-3 things that I don't want us to leave this room without reflecting about. Number one, that we have corrupt journalists now who have become praise singers for individuals. They write stories, oh, the speaker, oh, now deputy speaker, oh, it is so and so. And that is what you're seeing as the agenda that is being set. Sit on the journalist platforms and see these things happening. Journalists have been put inside pockets. They have forgotten their cardinal role of transforming society. We need to challenge ourselves to go back to the drawing board. Why did you join journalism? If you just joined it to make money, please go start your online platform and make money on the online platform. But if you are in the newsroom, you have an agenda to develop Uganda. That is one. Two, every media house should deliberately choose to set an agenda, remain consistent, okay? Remain consistent with that agenda continuously. I tell you, the price of setting an agenda and remaining consistent is very difficult. I work in a civil society space where sometimes you don't even have funding, but because you believe in a cause, you push it using your pocket, using your head, using your brain, using idea, because that is what you believe. You believe you want to see a democracy. You want to see things functioning well for Ugandans. So you go out every day, even when you don't have a salary, even when you know you're going to wake up tomorrow and they are chasing after you, but you want a better Uganda. Those are the journalists we should be pushing for. Now, iron sharpens iron. So we need more media weeks that more journalists will sharpen each other. I thank you.
Okay.
1 minute contract.
Okay, in this, actually, we're ending our contract with you. Now, there are 3 issues that I can handle in 1 minute in response. One, complicated cows who do not want to give information. Since this information we're looking for starts from the grassroots, just like I said before, we only come to them to verify. Where they're not cooperating with you, you can go online to check the budget. I think all the budget for the nation is online. Just type my budget, know your budget, at least you will find if it is something to do with the figures. Then Karamoja leaders who are threatening journalists, if the meaning of democracy remains the same, government of the people by the people, which means people decide on how they should be governed. And just like we said before, start your issues with the people. If you talk about the pothole as a journalist, they will think you have an agenda and they will come for you. But engage the communities, since it is the communities who are giving a mandate to the leaders to be in that office. When they come, they will refer to the communities. Then specialization. Somebody talked about media houses need to have some specialization. Sometimes it's not possible just because of the thin manpower. In some of the media houses, you find one person is almost doing like 5 different things. So it is sometimes difficult, but ideally, I will actually embrace the idea of specialization so that in that particular field, you gain more knowledge and you report accurately in that same industry. That's all.
Okay, I want to believe that there is no journalism without facts and figures. And this is what is being traded as data journalism. If you do not have facts and you cannot put figures in your story, then what are you writing? It can be any other writing, but not a journalistic piece. If we go back to that level, then it answers the question, the submission by Ivan, and partly by Andrew. And it's not even about math. Facts are not mathematical. This is the basic. You're going out to the field to inform. That's what we say. I'm a journalist because I'm going to inform. So if you don't give me facts and figures, then what are you informing me? What are you telling me? These days we say tebalina kye batugamba. Kati naffe, it seems tetulina kye tugamba bantu if we cannot give them facts and figures. So let's ensure that at least we get that. As we step out, what fact are you bringing? What are you informing me? That's something that I didn't know that you're telling me. And if you don't have it, then stay silent, don't say anything, because you're not contributing anything to the profession.
Wow. Mwisho.
Asante. So my last takeaway in this conversation is, I think as journalists, we need to reclaim our positions as the watchdog of the community. Let us remind the voters of what their governments promised them. We are, for instance, in Tanzania, we are approaching elections again, and probably because of not knowing, we are going to elect the same people who probably didn't do enough for us. So I think as journalists, we should be, at this critical time, we should be reminding the citizens of what we were promised earlier, of what targets were set. Are they met? Are they not? Why are they not met? Yeah. So, and on another note is, I think as journalists, we need to redefine our narratives as African countries. When we go online, there's so much content, but how much content is written by ourselves that explains about ourselves, about our countries, about our governments? So I feel like as journalists, we need to write more, even on the best practices. What has worked in providing effective service delivery, what has not, so that in the future, when someone's goes to Google or goes to search about it, they can get the best practices. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nancy, Sylvia, Gabriel, and Charity. They are still here. We will have to speak to them. And again, remember, public interest and the future of journalism and AI have been a key conversation. And as we see, there's need for more training. There's need to go out there and be a journalist. The principles of ethical and good journalism have never changed. The facts can be data. The facts can be math. Whatever way you fragment it, is the spine, is the backbone of journalism the same? And that's very important. Then that means actually fact checking is something that you're supposed to do. You may not need extra training for fact checking in some other instances, because facts and truth are actually part of journalism. So thank you all again. I would like to close this panel to remind the citizens to check what they had agreed with their electorates. We're also on the same path with you, but you wait 1 year to the elections, we are going to all start falling over ourselves, writing the story, then doing all the election reporting, but public service delivery happens every day. While the politicians set themselves up for the next elections immediately, we start 2 weeks for elections to start asking where the bridge is. What are the chances that that bridge will be built? Actually, it has been converted to election posters. So it has been a long day, and I thank you for staying with us. And right now, I'm going to invite Mr. Hassan Shire, who is the Executive Director of Defend Defenders, and he has been a human rights defender for over 20 years and has led in building instrumental coalitions for the protection of human rights. Do we agree that media rights are human rights? Yeah, so let's stand up as we welcome him and then hear his closing remarks. How do we proceed from here? Welcome, Mr. Hassan.
Good evening. I think there's a task the whole day in a room and with such a powerful panels, one after another, addressing to you without getting much of interactions with them, because I didn't know the other sessions. I watched the last one. Itself is a task for an activist, journalist to remain here, because journalists talk too much, right?
Yeah.
So there was a report Amnesty International produced, it called, "Be careful, you talk too much." So it means when you talk too much, there will be some problems here and there. But I can trust I want to stand in between you and the right break you deserve. Waiting for, it's not working even, with some drinks. Tea. We have to change that. Okay. The team leader, media focus on Africa, media executives and trainers, members of the fourth state, all protocols respectfully observed. Let me start by thanking Ms. Jane Ajwan for the gracious invitation. And I'm sorry, all day of intense discussion, you are still here. The responsibility you carry as a journalist and media houses is a very intense one. Every other day, over 40 million Ugandans are counting on you to be in the know of what's happening in public office corridors, in corporate boardrooms, on construction sites, and other field spaces, to report all of it factually, fairly, and in a balanced manner. This responsibility also means you are guardian of some of the most fundamental human rights and freedoms, like the right to access to information and the freedom of expression, both of which lie at the heart of accountable government. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 75 years now celebrating, reaffirms that in Article 19, and the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, and maybe people who are in between, this is why the defenders will consider journalists and media houses as frontline human rights defenders. And you agree, you are frontline human rights defender. Yes. According to the UN Declaration on Human Rights defenders are persons or entities who individually or collectively act, that's more important, to protect and promote human rights using peaceful means. You all do this every day when you use your personal and media platforms to shed light on injustice, to hold those in positions of responsibility accountable, and to give voice and expression to ordinary folks, and to advocate for the public good, all in service of public interest. And yet, this is also why they are among the most endangered of human rights defenders. In 2022, the Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda, whose executive director is with you here, Mr. Robert, my friend, received and recorded 94 cases of human rights violations and abuses against journalists and media practitioners. As we speak, at least 37 journalists have been killed in the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict in Gaza because, as others sought refuge in nearest available shelters, they courageously stayed on the front line, seeking to keep us updated on the human tragedy unfolding in those spaces. Unfortunately, this is a familiar reality. Every year, tens of journalists are killed as they go about their work,
in service of the public interest, not tens, hundreds, sometimes thousands. Last year, that number stood at 68, a 50% increase from the number killed in 2021. While it's not death trap, journalists are constantly threatened, harassed, and censored by either corporate interests, state security operatives, or draconian laws designed to silence them. And we were hearing some of the participants here, even though they file a viable story which can make a great scoop of headline, is being rejected simply because it can. I also being told by some credible journalists, while they do investigative journalism and they manage to push that into the studio, headline has been read, story coming. But when the details were supposed to become, it dies in between. Died story. So that's also some of the facts, unfortunately, which you live with. Often, all these threats tend to find cynical convergence here in Africa. In addition to physical and legal threats, government tend to use advertising business as a carrot and stick to influence media reporting, which has the long-term effect of systematically censoring critical media. In the recent past, the Africa's predominantly young population has embraced new media to circumvent institutional compromises of traditional media. African governments have adopted with increasingly routine internet shutdown to counter the liberating power of citizen journalism, which some of you have spoken. This year alone, there have been at least 12 internet shutdowns by 6 African governments across the sub-Saharan Africa, which have thwarted citizens' ability to scrutinize electoral processes or report on rights violation in a situation of conflict. This reality media stakeholders must confront as you seek to produce news faster and report more efficiently. Thanks to advanced new digital tools, states are looking at these same tools to devise new weapons of repression. Many of you have heard, if not been victims, of spyware tools like Pegasus, which governments are using to hack phones of activists, journalists, and other critical voices, infringing on not only their right to privacy, but also undermining their ability to investigate and report news. At the vendors, and I want to ask you really in the room, even though some of you are still around, how many of you know, I'll say first its wrong name, and now it's a new name. East and Horn of Africa Human Rights Defenders Network, now called Defenders. Raise your hand if you ever attended any training meeting which that organization has done. Good, yeah, at least a good number of them. We promise that through your contact, we increase those demands which have been made here to make use of that. And I'm happy to see you. Thank you. As defenders and African defenders, we are keenly aware of these threats. Thus, our responsibility is to look out for you among other human rights defenders who, at the grave risk to yourself, undertake the often thankless job of defending the rights of others. Our human rights defenders protection and capacity building programs run from physical security training to digital safety tools designed to ensure journalists and other human rights defenders' personal and work security to enable them to go about their work safely. And I heard a number of you benefited today digital training conducted by one of our TOT here. At the continental level, we have pioneered the first African homegrown human rights defenders relocation initiative. We have christened this initiative Ubuntu Hub Cities, after the African philosophy of Ubuntu-ness. And the thought it was we were able to relocate human rights defenders at risk to nearby cities with which they share culture and linguistic affinity so that they can continue go about their work with a minimum disruption. So far, 8 cities across 6 African countries have been signed up to this initiative, and Kampala is one of them. As I conclude, I would like to pay tribute to all media stakeholders here and those outside who continue to do their job in furtherance of a core fundamental rights and freedom. On 10th December and on the 9th and the 10th December, you will join the rest of the world to mark 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and 25 years of the Declaration on Human Rights Defenders. This dual milestone would not have been possible without the courage, efforts, and sacrifices of human rights defenders like yourself. And their future survival and endurance rest largely on your willingness to continue the good fight in defense of journalism and free media. You can always count on defenders' solidarity while at it. I thank you, I thank the organizers, and wish you good luck, and take the opportunity to declare this year's annual media a festival. I think there are another event which is waiting for you. So I won't say close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. And it's good to know that there are people looking out for us. From morning to evening, there have been pointers that, it's not an easy job to be a journalist, and we've been asking ourselves, who else can fight for us? So we are happy to know and to see that there's actually practical support happening. And so indeed, the ceremony, the week have been declared closed, but so you who are in the room, stay with us because we like to find an excuse to party. We were here in 2019, and now the Media Week, the Uganda Media Week, is celebrating 5 years. So if you have a 5-year-old toddler, just understand that we are working with that child, and we are walking a journey of transforming journalism, not just in Kampala, but across the country. We will come to you. We will make sure the agenda for Toro will be there. We'll try and fight for your safety. We'll try and fight for capacity building, but we will not do it alone, right? As it said, it takes a whole village to raise a child. It takes a whole village to raise a child of Ugandan journalism. I want to thank you all. I would like to really thank each one of you in your capacities. You are a key stakeholder, and thank you for staying. Thank you for standing. I like to thank DW Academy, who started the journey together, CPESA, and in their absence, there's Conrad Kass, Adenia Stiftung, and many others, other media support organizations with whom we work with throughout there, HRMJ, UMWA, and Infonile, and MCI, different people who we work with. At the end of the day, if it's good for journalism, it's good for us, and we propose that let's collaborate. Now, I would like briefly to invite the team that have been working with me on this project, led by Ruth Nagudi, into this next session where we are going to cut the cake. Cedric, Solomon, please join us here, and let's celebrate 5 years. And of course, it's tea that we are breaking. Kenan, do you have any last words to say?
I'm going to count down for you from 5.
Wow.
All right, cameras ready?
Beginning to be.
Cameras ready? All right, so since we are celebrating 5 years, it's only natural that we count from 5, right? And I'm going to ask all of us to help to count, okay? All right? Oh, yes. Partners, please make your way forward. DW, Infonile, Cipasa, Cipesa. Oh, sorry, I have an Espanol background, so we have ¿Qué pasa? Don't be shy, don't be shy. Yes, Robert has been called out by name to make way forward. Yes. If you were there in the maternity ward 5 years back, please make your way forward. All right? We're all here? All right, so we're going to be counting from 5. Please feel free to join me. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Congratulations! 5. Wonderful. Yes, you can take your seats. You'll be served. Meanwhile, there is tea and some bites waiting for you just outside. But please have a starter first. You'll be served accordingly.
She is fine. She's actually 7. Yes. I wanted to say hi to you, but they didn't get